Generally speaking, even my predecessor has been fairly conservative. This year, I think we took a little bit more of a hit for a variety of reasons, and when I say a hit, more of an increase on the mill rate. Historically, the town has been fairly low on our side of the mill rate calculation. Last year, it even went down a little bit. And a lot of that is things we've discussed at the Fiscal Sustainability Committee and that whole process. The town has different revenue streams than the school department. We're not reliant 100% on one revenue stream, and you're going to see that in the budget discussions today. We use non-property tax revenues, TIF revenues. But that being said, this year we're proposed to take a little bit of a hit based on the proposed budget. We could be in the about 29 cents. It probably would be lower. We use a very conservative value estimate, so new value in the town. We use 15 million every year. It's usually double. That'll shave a couple cents off it. So that being said, you want me to touch on some high-level stuff and then dive through? So in your budget books, well, the other thing I should mention is the county taxes are traditionally have been fairly consistent. This year we took a hit on it. Everyone took a hit on it. I think some of that is the funding issues they've been having with certain revenue streams in Cumberland County, as well as just the same budget demands that every municipality has. So we're facing a 11.2% increase, which is just shy of 200 grand. 200 grand, just to put it in rough perspective, is 5, maybe 6 cents on the mill rate. I think it's like 160, 170 grand is a nickel on the mill rate. Big items in here. I think this is no surprise to the council. We have a creation of a communications coordinator position. You'll see that under administration. My vision for that, and this is kind of based on other municipalities, is a position that's not somebody that's standing in front of Channel 6 every night, but guiding the town's social media, coordinating that whole effort, coordinating these simple, small messages that go out, and getting the information out to the public in a way that the public actually reads it. And the public, I think, as a general rule, probably doesn't read a newsletter as much anymore, but they might read a snippet on Facebook. That's a 5-second, here's your image kind of thing. We have a half-year funded public works foreman position. The reason I put it for a half year is just to want to save money. So the other half of that would have to be funded in next fiscal year. And then it's probably likely that we would not have somebody in that position right away anyway. It would take a while to find a qualified position or person. We had a foreman position a while ago, and Terry can speak to this when we get up and when his department comes up. We didn't have an internal candidate to fill that, and at the time we rolled that over into a normal driver or operator position. So I think it's been out there that, we have a foreman. We don't actually have a foreman right now. I reduced our revenue. We're going to have a whole discussion on revenue for the trash tags. So for the public, I preach this from the mountaintops as much as I can, but the trash tag collection fee pays for the pickup of the trash through the vendor. It basically offsets it. When we go to the totes, that system goes away. It's on the general tax rate. That being said, most taxpayers would probably pay less overall because it's spread out amongst the entire tax base at that point, even users that aren't using it, or taxpayers that aren't using the system. This year, I shaved $200,000 off it. That'd be about another 400-ish thousand next year that we'll have to absorb as well. So fire engine in here, paid for out of TIF revenue, and that would be in the village TIF, as well as we had a battery storage facility come online. The older engine would go to another station. I think the newest engine we have is a 2016 engine. We have newer apparatus, but a pumper truck. Village master plan's in there. Also TIF funded. That would be the last major plan for before kicking off to a comp plan. And then I had a note in there about TIF funds. And Sharon, I'll pass this out. When did you print? This is not a fancy spreadsheet, but it's essentially how we track internally our TIF expenditures. And what you'll see is the older TIFs from top down relatively small amounts, and they were always allocated to like one or two things. When the village tip came online, we started offsetting eligible expenditures, and you'll see that's what we're taking out of those districts. Now, the dollar amount that comes out of that district can change based on the mill rate. It's a guesstimate based on the information we have, but kind of puts it's all in your budget books on where we're taking out tips. There's a little note. But it kind of gives you kind of a high level overview of where that money is coming from. And at any point, we can talk about TIFs. I think it's something that the general public doesn't necessarily understand. It's very complicated. I still don't even 100% understand it, but there's experts on it. Then there's, us, but high level, a TIF is not giving money back to a developer. A credit enhancement agreement is. A TIF is, if done correctly, is very beneficial to the municipality and essentially lets us hide, in a legal way, hide our state valuation from the state, Cumberland County, tax rate calculation, all kinds of stuff, state revenue sharing, as well as, most importantly, state aid to education. So they look at us, the state looks at us and says, this is not as wealthy of a community when you utilize TIFs correctly. So I just danced around a bunch of high-level stuff. Do you want to how do you want to proceed?
I guess we'll talk about those items, I guess, further in the budget, under administration and all those other pieces. But we do have some historical data, information about roads on the next few pages of our budget book. And then it goes into a budget summary. And then we start off, I just didn't know if anybody had any questions leading up to, because obviously we're going to go through each department, or if we want to just start right in with the revenues. I guess if anybody has any questions before that.
One thing I can say so a lot of these are historical charts that have been in the budget forever, long before me. The Fiscal Sustainability Committee came out with some joint recommendations, and one of those recommendations was to have fiscal indicators, essentially like graphs, that we track key points from year to year. We didn't have time this year, and the Fiscal Sustainability Committee hadn't really vetted them yet. But where there was talk of a dashboard, like having it online, things like that. A document that is living with the town, that stays with the town forever, is our budget process. So when we get stuff like that, it's going to be percentage of our captured or percentage of municipal value that's in a TIP district. We'll have a graph in here, and we'll chart that. And my hope is next year you're going to see all this in the budget, and then that way we have to update it. It's not like a random website that we forget about, and provides a little bit more context.
One question on the. Speaking of the Fiscal Sustainability Committee, the communications coordinator position, we talked about that in the Fiscal Sustainability Committee, and the idea there would it be kind of a shared position? I mean, the town with this communications person, it's like, we get one tax bill that funds the town and the schools, and so that it's kind of like as opposed to like the school having to hire a communications person too, we kind of utilize shared resources there.
So we'll dive right into that. I'm ready for that one. Yes, to a certain extent. I fully endorse what the Fiscal Sustainability Committee did. And I think that we are moving in the right direction, sharing resources. But at the end of the day, both legally, through our charter, and a public expectation, we do need to identify municipal costs versus school costs. That being said, I do not see this position as reporting half to Heather, half to me. No, it is 100% on the town side.
Right.
But Sharon and I'm not faulting the school department for this because they have so much data that they manage. Just both of us looking for some information today on the school budget is hard to find for municipal staff. And can you imagine the public? And the same on the municipal side, people looking for municipal information. So I think that there's low-hanging fruit for us to help facilitate that. So yeah, I mean, I think probably this person's going to be spending 10, 20% of their time kicking out school information to better facilitate our communications.
Great.
I believe that was also, was that a recommendation from the Economic Strategic Plan as well, about the communications position?
It's
Because I
been
think we gotta-
basically in everything that we've ever done, that is, we need to be better communicators.
Yeah, I just
it-
remember from the GDC, we got a memo off, like, suggesting doing that position.
And you don't have to look very far. Communities that either have a position like this or spread it out on like 2 positions, if you compared their social media presence to ours, they destroy us. I mean, it's just, they have somebody doing this all day, every day, and they're going out and they're following a police cruiser around and, hey, look what they're out doing, and did you know, and a lot of those things. And we don't necessarily have the bandwidth to coordinate all that right now. A lot of departments are doing a good job, but it's not a common message and theme.
Well, and I'll just add too, I think a lot of people might look at it and be like, oh, it's okay, this is more tax money. They try to think about it in terms of return on investment, and just like specifically, the communications coordinator could make sure more people are aware of the fact that residents can rent out, Old Roby School and Old Roby Gym, and will generate more revenue from those rentals that way, so.
Does
So
anybody?
could I ask a few quick questions on the early exhibits? Just for clarity, since first time I've seen them. Page 4, it looks like we've added 27 miles of road in the last 10 years. I think there's a footnote at the bottom. Am I looking at that properly? Any idea how many miles we have until?
In the last 30 years.
In the last 30 years, oh, okay. So we're not adding
Yep.
many
And
roads.
Charlie, just because I'm hard of hearing though, when you talk, can you talk more into the mic? Because believe it or not,
sure.
it's hard for me to hear you on the other side of the room. I will say at a high level, the council, when I started here, a road was brought in and it was kind of automatically assumed it was going to be adopted. I'm getting some nods or accepted by the town. That has changed and done a 180. So the council put a lot of stuff in ordinance. Essentially, adopting a road at any time is 100% a council decision. Somebody can come in tomorrow and be like, I want you to accept my driveway. And you can be like, cool, we're going to accept it. And for new subdivisions, if they were built to a public standard years ago, the council just did that without question. Probably 6 years ago, give or take, 7 years ago, the council kind of did a 180 on that, changed a lot of stuff in the ordinances and made it harder to meet the standard. You had to really meet a lot of criteria and meet a lot of public access requirements. And there was a couple subdivisions that were turned down despite advocating strongly with the council to have the road accepted.
And just on page 48, the Town of Gorham Department profile, it does mention, so we have a total of 161.54 miles of town roads and 15.46 miles of state roads. So that is a significant amount of pavement to maintain. Doesn't actually get you the square footage, but a general sense of, it's a lot of mileage for a population of 18,000 to maintain. And it never stops costing money.
ChatGPT failed me the other day. I was trying to do a overlay map, and I'll probably have our staff in GIS do it. I believe Gorham is roughly the geographic size of South Portland, Portland, and Westbrook put together.
Right.
So, obviously, the road network,
Yeah.
they may have a denser road network, but ours is extensive, just the geographic area.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Page 5, if you don't mind me just going a few more questions, just so I understand the exhibit, the home assessed value over to the left there, it kind of stays the same in many years? I mean, why wouldn't it change every year?
Because so that takes the latest revaluation data or partial revaluation and finds the average, is it average or median? Average
yeah.
residential home value. So the last reval we did a couple of years ago, the average home value in the entire town of residential properties was $403,400. Obviously, it's gone up a little bit, but we're just keeping it. We're not taking a snapshot every year. So it's meant to give you a historical perspective of that's roughly the average value of a home in town. And that's the municipal cost on the mill rate coming out of their pocket.
So the average assessed value of homes has almost tripled since 2000? It's kind of, that's what it's telling me.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
it's amazing.
It's
yeah.
amazing.
Yeah. Don't know if it's right, but it's, yeah.
It opens my eyes. Page 6,
I just,
sorry.
no, I just want to, because we're right here, just also want to point out the homestead exemption has stayed exactly the same throughout this period, where 25,000 would have gone way further in a house assessed at 150. And it
Yeah,
goes-
the legislature doesn't want to give up any cash.
Yep.
And we can get into it farther when we talk about a statistical assessment that's in capital part 2. But when our certified ratio drops, the property owner loses a percentage of that homestead value reimbursement.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to add one other reference point to that, just some perspective. So the assessed home value, average value, so 2000, it was 150,000. Now it's 403. Most of the houses I'm seeing going for sale here in Gorham are going on sale for a whole lot more than 400,000. If you look at the rate at which our school budgets and our town budget have increased, percentage-wise, it's far less than this average home value. So home values have gone up way more than our spending has, percentage-wise.
And I want to emphasize too some of the statistical information we want to put in from the Fiscal Sustainability Committee. There was a chart on that committee that we did. And again, I'm not trying to downplay the burden on the taxpayer for taxes, but if we charted over, I think it was like 20-something years,
Yeah.
the tax burden in the community based on the average home value, and I basically took this sheet, and it was within like a 3% increase every year. The problem, what we're seeing is with the spikes, right? And that's what the taxpayer really, I think most people wouldn't argue if you increase between, 0 and 3%. It's kind of the cost of doing business, but when you increase 12% one year and then a negative another year, that's really when it hits home, that it's like, whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, in the far right column on the same page 5, the school, county, town total tax,
Yep.
is that the total amount we've taxed as a town?
So that's, if you had that hypothetical, because this isn't a real home, this is an average home, but it's a hypothetical $403,000 valued home, that would be your tax bill for everything.
The 5,970.
Yep.
Okay, great, thank you.
We could break down the mill rates further and put school and county, but it might confuse it a little bit, and then I think it might unfairly highlight, the school and the county at different times when they're trying to keep the mill rate down.
I have one question that might help us segue into the revenue discussion, if that's where we're going to go next. But on your summary, our overall assessed value is 3.1 billion, which is 15 million more than it was last year.
That's an estimate.
That's an estimate.
That's an estimate.
Is that 15 million an increased value based on new build, or is it just kind of the assumed increased value of the existing build?
It would be any captured new improvements on any of the properties. So the 15 million is just a number that we conservatively estimate every year. Historically, we're probably going to be closer to like 30 or 40 million. You'd be surprised that does not move the needle on the mill rate much, a couple pennies here and there. Last year, when the battery storage went online, we absorbed quite a bit of value on that. But a growing community is going to see tens of millions of new value every year. When you do a reval or statistical assessment, that's when you see that needle really move. But then it's just essentially spreading everything out equally across the board.
And the battery storage was not in a TIF district.
It is.
It is in a TIF district.
I can go down the rabbit hole on this one. I'll try not to. But essentially, a commercial property that has Betty or has personal property is not under a TIF district. Real estate value is under a TIF district.
Got it.
Well, some personal property can be, but if it's in the Betty program, it's not under the TIF.
Got it.
Charlie, are you all set?
Oh, just a quick question on page 6. The daily flows for the sewer treatment plant, it's all over the place. Is there, I assume there's some reasons behind that?
I should know this better. I might have to lean on Chuck, our town engineer. My assumption is for a variety of things. I think like the 57% year, that may be an anomaly. It could be the efficiency of the plant, could be most of our system, some of our system, even though it's a closed system, could be susceptible to how much it rains, how much people are, even how dry of a season is, if people are putting back into it somehow. Can I get a nod, Chuck? Oh, and okay, and there was some efficiency upgrades as far as what they could accept for capacity.
And just to refresh my mind, people on the sewer pay sewer bills. Gorham is not paying the sewer bill?
So the water is managed by the water district. The sewer is managed by the water district, but we are the gatekeepers for the sewer fees, if that makes sense.
So we bill the sewer fees?
They bill.
Or they bill
It's a convoluted system where it comes back to us, but it makes more sense for checks and balances. But they bill, we set the rate on sewer fees. So the council there was a time where the council hadn't updated the sewer rates in forever. A couple of years ago, we had to. So the district comes in every year, we have a big meeting, and they're like, this is what the projections are, and are you meeting your maintenance requirements and fee structure? Essentially, are the costs being covered by the fees? The last meeting we had, I think we're going to have to up the fees again, but they compare us to other municipalities. We're very much in the ballpark, if not even below other towns. So it's likely in the near future we'll be coming to the council to set another 3 years of rates. The last time we did it was two years ago for 3 years. And the council kind of took a middle of the road path to just gradually increase it. And that's, again, going back to that, like that 3% increase every year. If we can just gradually keep those rates in line with the expenditures, I think nobody would complain. The problem we had last time was, I think it was like 14 years or something, the town went without raising a rate. And it was a huge spike. People noticed it and felt it. The big conversation, and this could be several workshops, is the plant only has so much capacity. We own a certain percentage of that capacity. Gorham was very smart 30, 40 years ago to buy up capacity. And eventually, that capacity may get eaten up by our neighbor communities. We still have that allocation, but this gets into this whole, like, can they rent it from us? And someday, what's the future of that plant? But right now, we have a ton of capacity. We're doing fine.
Thank you.
Any of my department managers, if I go off the crazy train and say something that's not accurate, just like, I don't know, throw something from the audience. 'Cause that's happened before.
So do we want to continue on to the revenue pages? If we have any questions about certain revenues. I was just going to ask my standard question about revenue sharing, and just if you can just give me an idea of your anticipation of how much that's going to be and why you put that in there.
Yep. And when I look like I'm scrambling to find something in the book, it's because I'm used to working on the spreadsheet, so let me just bear with me. Revenue sharing, the state has a legal obligation to contribute 5% of its collected revenues to municipalities up until, I think it was 2022. They started phasing it. They were like in 2.5%, and the legislature finally met the statutory requirements. So that has been going up. We are doing well. It's actually projected to increase again for us. Now, I trust this revenue stream as far as I can throw it. There are some municipalities that will take every revenue projection the state gives them as gospel. They'll budget right up to the penny. I've never been of that mindset. My predecessor was not of that mindset. And I think you'll see most communities are not of that mindset, because the state can giveth and the state can take away. And it happened during the recession, 2008-ish, that the state carved up a lot of that revenue and towns lost it. We are about $1 million under, maybe a little less than $1 million under what they're projecting, and I've kind of consistently held that. So any excess revenue that we get, goes into our general fund and is helped to use offset capital part 2 or money that we need to set aside for the school department.
Just one clarifying point, just so everybody understands. Obviously, the actual number for 2026 is the number that, like, to date, not for the whole year.
Correct.
So I just wanted to make sure that, because otherwise, when you look at it, it looks like we didn't get enough, but we're not done yet, so.
Last year, it looks like we brought in, not this current fiscal year, last year, almost 3.1 million. And again, I get it close. The projection that the state had, I'd have to look it up, but it's even higher than last year. And part of that is they have a part 1 and a part 2. A part 2 is they have this other formula based on a variety of factors. We've been doing very well in that camp. I think it's a couple $100,000 extra we bring in for that. And shielding our value compared to other municipalities helps us too with TIP districts to get a little bit more revenue.
So to make sure I understand, and I apologize, are you talking about the less revenues line towards the bottom? Oh, I'm on a
Oh,
different
no,
page.
no,
I'm
sorry, I skipped over those 2 pages.
So I think Susie's on
Yep.
page 11,
Yep,
near the bottom, revenue
Okay.
sharing. Revenue sharing is one of our largest non-property tax revenues. Excise tax would be up there, as well as one of the large ones, building permits.
I just want to point out at the top of page 12, I noticed we have a couple pilots. I know payments in lieu of taxes have been in the news lately with Portland, and I think it's worth us examining a pilot program as well. Just a plug.
We dabbled in that maybe 8 years ago when Councilor Hartwell was here. We sent out a lot of polite letters and really encouraged, and we got a lot of no responses. I think it's worthwhile looking at. I don't want to pick on USM, but I would very much like to see their pilot contributions in other communities they're in, what Gorham's getting versus Farmington. And I understand the campuses are different, we'd have to reflect that, but UMaine, things like that. But if like UMaine Fort Kent is getting more than Gorham, I'd be very distraught to know that, and I think we need to research it.
And this came up at the last council meeting, so can you speak to the cemetery maintenance fees, what that revenue is coming from?
I believe this. Can you tell me where it is on your spreadsheet?
Boy, near the bottom of page 12.
Okay. So the finance director will whisper in my ear when I don't know something the way I should. So that's the interest on trusts. Like, so if we have a family trust or we took over a cemetery and they had X amount of thousands of dollars in an account, that's the interest on it. We really don't have a dedicated revenue stream. What we have is when someone buys a plot, it's that fee is structured to compare against other municipalities, not necessarily provide for long-term maintenance. So I think to answer your question is I don't have a revenue stream really that's substantial.
Yeah.
Everyone that's come in to talk to me about cemeteries, I try to be very honest and blunt with them that it's something that we need to maintain. The council has thrown some money at it in the past. We always have a very tiny amount, and then Public Works does what they can, but it's at the bottom of the pecking order as far as, when it's between a firefighter position and funding a cemetery, the firefighter position is going to win every time.
Yeah. Thank you.
But I think a lot of that too, Public Works does general maintenance. Yes, is mowing the cemeteries rough on everything in there? Yep. But a lot of that I think needs to be a capital thing. Like we go into a cemetery, spend 20 grand, just do the whole cemetery. 20 years from now, do it again. And you saw that like the cemetery walls out on South Street, Eastern Cemetery. We did a lot of work. That was a capital project, and it wasn't a small sum of money. It was substantial a couple years ago.
Thank you.
A couple questions. So we mentioned, so you list that the non-property tax revenue is 15.6 million. And so the funds needed from property taxes are going to be 10.5 million. The 10.5 million, does that include money that's going to go into the TIF accounts? Like, so the money, so yeah, so like the property tax bill comes in for the TIF account,
Yep.
just like anybody else's TIF, just like anybody else's property tax bill, and then they pay the money and then it goes into the TIF account?
Correct. Yeah,
Yeah.
you get a tax bill just like anyone else.
Yeah.
And it's carved out that this is in a TIF district and is allocated towards that TIF district.
So are we counting the 10.5 million
a good
in
question.
property tax revenue as
So when
is
you-
that TIF revenue, or is the,
Look
yeah,
at the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
For the real estate taxes needed, that doesn't include the TIF, right? Or does it include the TIF? How are you calculating that? We're transferring it in.
We take the money
But on the spreadsheet, they're seeing we're rolling that in as non-property tax, right?
I think because looking at the line items for revenue, there's not like a TIF line item,
Correct.
and
So-
it adds up to 15.
So we're collecting that money and then
Yeah.
we're rolling it in as non-tax property tax value.
Okay.
So that number would not reflect that.
And the reason I'm asking about that, and like I said, I know we got a long marathon here, but I think at the beginning here we can have some kind of more sort of strategic discussion, and we're going to keep having these fiscal sustainability committee meetings. But obviously, property tax revenue is by far the largest revenue stream, and that's buildings primarily. Parking lots don't generate very much property tax revenue. Open spaces, they're obviously valuable. They don't generate a lot of property tax revenue. Buildings generate the property tax revenue. So we can keep trying to, slice more and more out of our ever dwindling budget if we don't want our taxes to go up. If we don't want our taxes to go up, the other option is to have more buildings get built. That's by far the best way for us to generate more revenue. And we have, when buildings get built in the TIF districts, we get the revenue, and we don't get penalized from our state subsidy formulas. So like the battery storage, great example. I mean, that was like almost $700,000 of additional property tax revenue, plus additional, I think about the same amount on the personal property side, in the Betty reimbursement we got. So, and lo and behold, our mill rate only went up by 10 cents because of that battery storage value that was created. So allowing more value to get created is by far the best way for us to mitigate our tax increases. So we've got the map of like the village TIF district, like that's where buildings should be going. If we really care about our property taxes, like that's the trade-off. So I'll leave it at that for now.
True story, when we went to design the village TIF, there was a map and a marker. Because the state has to approve this, and we're like, whoo, big marker, big circle, and the state's like, nah, it needs to be smaller. So, but to your point, we were trying to capture and shield projected development. Like the Roby Heights subdivision, about half of that project will be in the village TIF. The line is kind of right in the middle there somewhere.
Right. And the TIFs aren't forever either. So like, if we want to take advantage of it, like.
Yeah, so the long term, so the village TIF can be 30 years. It's like it's got like 25, 24 years left on it. Well, in 20-something years, the town needs to bring on more TIFs and prepare to wean ourselves off of that TIF in 20-something years. Now, it may be none of us that are doing that, but that's just something that the town has to plan for. In most TIFs, as far as revenue and the sheet that we just handed out, the village TIF, I'm very comfortable, is not going to disappear anytime soon. But a one business TIF should not be used to fund positions, and if that business disappears or drops substantially in value very quickly, we don't want to be on the hook for ongoing expenses.
Right.
So like a battery storage facility, I feel more comfortable using that revenue to fund one-time expenditures. A fire truck, a road improvements around that facility, stuff like that.
Yeah, a perfect example of that. So our 2022 revaluation of properties, all the home values doubled, the like industrial buildings decreased in value. So like, to your point, like if we want to be trying to count on more and more dependable value moving forward, we got to think about allowing more and different types of housing, particularly in and around the village.
So when a TIF runs out, 20-year TIF is done, what happens? I mean, we continue to collect the property taxes?
Correct. Yeah, but
it just adjusts the state.
The value goes back on
valuation.
the books. So like the village TIF, the town will have to bring other TIFs online, and you can actually ratchet down TIFs to your dependency on them at any time. So the council could say, we're only going to be 90% dependent on it and give some of that value back to the state calculation. So it's not like it's a one and done overnight. We can slowly take ourselves off the village TIF. But yeah, essentially that value, all of a sudden it's invisible, or it was invisible, now the state can see it and it's calculating the formulas. The other thing is the state is constantly messing with these laws.
Right.
So it doesn't mean that 25 years from now, the laws that we're operating under right now are going to be the same, and something we just have to be aware of.
Well,
We've
the one-
also had some TIFs renewed. Some businesses have renewed their TIFs.
Right.
So when it comes up, I think ODAT did that. They,
Their
renewed.
credit enhancement agreements.
Yes, yep. But you can, obviously, if it's the same business,
A lot of the TIFs are 15 years, and we just do that just kind of as so you can touch base in 15 years and renew it for another 15. We have one. Yeah, I think we have one coming up in a couple of years. Martin's Point is coming up for renewal.
And
And Nappy next year.
a point to clarify too, that, so there's pros and cons. When the TIF goes away, we can then take that property tax revenue and apply it towards the school budget. That's the one catch with the funds that go into the TIF accounts. We
There's
can't,
restrictions on it.
yeah, it doesn't go into the.
The
Right.
state's been very careful to carve out schools.
Right.
We can get a little creative with that.
And
if
you've done a
it's-
good job of that.
Well, we try to, like, the schools are in our village TIF. So improvements around the schools, infrastructure, things like that are very much eligible. A lot of the TIFs that we have up and coming, their credit enhancement agreements are going to expire in the near future. Generally speaking, I don't see a lot of towns giving that credit enhancement for another 15 years. So in a lot of cases, some of these smaller TIFs actually might double.
Right.
As far as the value that revenue we're bringing in.
So on something like that, we could renew the TIF, but drop the credit
Absolutely.
enhancement?
Yeah. And a lot of towns will do that. Because the hypothetical purpose of credit enhancement agreement is to help the business build and get in your community and establish itself. You really have to make a strong case of why I still need this 50% discount on my taxes.
Just since we're talking TIFs, and I've been looking at the sheet that you passed out, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So the kind of middle column is showing annual revenue from that TIF, correct? So like the downtown, which I think is also the village TIF, is 3.7. The right column shows where you're spending that money or where you're allocating that money on an annual basis.
We could fluff this up if if we wanted it out in the public, so it's easier to understand. This is an internal tracking document. But something I think we've shared with the GEDC, maybe the Fiscal Sustainability Committee, I don't remember. And the value that's captured is dependent on the mill rate.
Yeah, actually, this would be good to share with the Fiscal Sustainability Committee. I'm not sure if they've done that yet.
And I will say that we now have 2 members of the public in attendance. So I'm glad to see that. We've doubled the
right.
amount of the public in the room. It's not municipal staff, but for anybody watching, these are open to the public.
Right.
I think this would be great to share both with fiscal sustainability and with the public. I mean, I think the criticism that we hear sometimes is TIFs are used to fund pet projects. And when you look at, what we're actually spending money on, some of these items, especially in the village, like there are some fun things that are great for the town, but there's also some, just vital services that we have to provide, and they're being funded through a TIF. So I definitely advocate for sharing this.
Yeah, well, in the public eye, I think one of the big misconceptions is if there's a TIF, that means there's a credit enhancement agreement. That's the big thing. The credit enhancement agreement is literally tax money that's going back to the property owner that the rest of us are all subsidizing. TIF with no credit enhancement agreement, generally a win for the town. At least today's town. Maybe 30 years from now, town have to deal with it a little bit, but you figure out how to deal with
You
it.
figure it out, and And really, I mean, Gorham's going to be a growing community. I don't see a future where we're not growing in some capacity. There will be potential to capture more value down the road. I mean, a lot of, I'll say just in revenues in general, my philosophy, other than our small revenues, so if we're budgeting like $1,000 for something to try to be accurate with that, I tend to, on the larger items, I tend to always be conservative because I just don't want to be in a position where I'm coming to you mid-year because we budgeted right up to our estimate that we're laying off 6 people because we don't have any revenue coming in. So they're designed to be conservative. They're designed to be bringing in more revenue than we're projecting. And again, that we don't just spend that on whatever we want. It goes into our fund balance and is used according to those policies.
You have a question?
Yeah, I just missed talking about trash from last year, so we'll talk about trash real
Okay.
quick. I just wanted to make the point for anybody who is coming into this year, maybe for the first time, that, you know, we put the trash out to bid, trash and recycling last year. There was no option to continue. That's the reason for the change. And then you're phasing in the loss, and I mean, it's going to be almost $750,000, I believe, in the trash tag. So just that we didn't change and drop the revenue because we wanted to. That was something that we had to do.
In roughly, that is about 15 to 20 cents on the mill rate, depending on, so I could keep the mill rate artificially lower this year and project the revenue, but it's just going to be a bigger hit next year. And I'm hoping, or we believe that we can absorb a little of that, but really at the end of the day, yes, you will be paying a little bit more for that specific service on your tax bill, but you're going to be paying a lot less for the tags.
Right. The
Businesses-
tags are going to go away.
Yeah, businesses in town are going to be subsidizing that service. Property owners that are residential that don't use the service now, everyone will be subsidizing that collection service. And the totes were, Terry and I just went over this, they're almost, we budgeted last year, but almost 800 grand for all the totes and the rollout. I mean, they're not cheap. Yeah, we're watching the market. We're trying to get the best buy on the totes as much as anybody can watch the market.
Everything's going up in the market,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Watching the market, everything's going up.
Said too bad.
I just have a question, and Madam Chair, you had mentioned the actual budget that we're looking at in our budget book, because the fiscal year hasn't ended. So how much of the year has gone by in these actual?
That's a good question that Sharon told me and I forgot already.
It's dated, I mean, which is probably around the end of March,
End of March,
but there's still some
Ish.
journals that want.
It's about 3/4.
but there could be some revenues that weren't moved in that still have to be done. So about 3/4, give or take.
Thank you.
Next year, we'll put the date on there.
On to page 14 and administration.
Could we do one more on
Yep.
13?
Oh,
Sorry.
Yep, no, that's fine.
So way towards the bottom, the transfer and the special revenues. Can you just help me understand what that is? I think the 2027 number is 4.9 million, almost $5 million,
That TIF?
and it's increased almost 1.1.
What are we?
That's the tip.
That's the TIF, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Transfer
Yeah,
to
TIF.
equal
I just want to make sure it wasn't anything else. TIF, basically.
Yeah, it's equal to-
So again, going back to Councilor Sims' question, that's the transfer of the money once we've collected it back in, so it's not with the property
From the
taxes.
TIF
Yeah.
revenues, that's just moving it in, okay.
Yeah. So that's, I mean, it's literally, it's property taxes that got paid, and then we're putting them into the TIF account. So
Different
we're,
bucket.
we're putting it into a different bucket, and we're calling it non-property tax revenue, even though arguably.
I mean, it is property tax, it's just,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
very defined property tax.
And the interest income number above that, that's just money we have laying around, we've got in a bank and we're earning
In the
interest?
various sweep accounts, I can tell you that has been all over the place here in my career here. I mean, I think we had it as low as under 200 grand one year in the last 10 years, and then that's one of those revenue streams I just don't trust it because I don't know what's going to happen. But as you can see, we've been doing fairly well with that.
If you knew what was going to happen, you'd be in a different job.
I would be in a different job, making money off it, yeah. But we don't know, but it's, I think the town does a pretty good job of, in the finance department, of maximizing, and we do that every couple of years, we look at it, maximizing what we can get for interest on the accounts.
Okay, thank you.
And so at the way near the bottom, the Betty reimbursement line.
Yep.
So that is the 50% that we get back for things that are Betty eligible.
Correct.
So if Betty didn't exist, we would have roughly 2 million more in revenue.
If Betty didn't yeah,
Well, 1.2,
yeah.
1.3.
If that property was being assessed as real estate property, yeah. I think there's different ways of looking at that. So we had talked, and I think it's an excellent idea. We get the assessor in for a workshop, just as a high level, go over all this. We're getting, I think, 51%. You remember?
Yeah.
Tom's mouthing off in the audience. I know he was in on that. I think it's 51% reimbursement because we've actually triggered we're in a percentage of our overall valuation because of the battery storage plant.
Right.
So like if you were a mill town and you had like a mill that was eating up a huge chunk of your value that was in Betty, you would get a higher percentage reimbursement. But we've just crossed that line a little bit.
Yeah. Well, and I think the vast majority of the difference in that line item in Betty reimbursement between 2026 and 2027, or 2025 and 2026, is the battery storage.
It was a good chunk of it. It was a couple $100,000.
Yeah.
But it would be 2 million we'd get
Exactly,
back.
yeah, it would be, yeah, it would be more.
Yeah, this is 50% reimbursement.
Correct.
So
yeah.
fundamentally, the business is paying nothing
Right.
for that program, and the state's
Our state taxes.
reimbursing us for half.
Right.
So the taxpayers of the whole state of Maine are paying half that bill.
Right.
So it's just, again, depending on the value of the program and how the state perceives it, but yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Just a handout, basically. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we can turn it over to you then.
Moving
You
along.
can keep talking.
If it's okay, just because our IT director, I think, has to get off to the airport with a family member, do you mind skipping administration and we go to IT or technology, which is right after, page 16? We now have 3 members of the public. I just want to call that out. Very happy to see that. Just realized I have a bunch of junk here. And you may have no questions for the department managers, you may have a ton, but traditionally we ask everybody to come up. So going way back, and I say way back, probably 18-ish, we shared IT services with the school. Like any shared position, there's winners and losers. No fault to the school department. I think we were just an afterthought. Technology just wasn't as, they serviced our needs, but there was more of a demand to, especially in the day that we live in, to emphasize technology. So we hired a full-time person. Last year, we got an IT technician. The council approved that in the budget. We have somebody in that position, John, doing a phenomenal job with Ted. And I think what we've been trying to do is just build up IT, and you correct me if you disagree with any of this, to the point where it's a self-sustaining department. And we've transferred in a lot of our software and repairs and maintenance into this department as well. So I think I'm hoping that we're getting us to a point where Ted, and I know this, Ted is on replacement schedules versus before it was like we throw some money at it and buy some new computers. Now it's like, okay, this is what we have for stock. This is what's coming up for replacement. And as a fairly large municipality, we have a lot of technology needs, a lot of server needs. The other thing, as I'm sure you're seeing in your own personal and business lives, is the new model is subscription-based everything. So Munis, we're still having to carry Trio, our old software, for a little bit. But everything we do, I mean, PD has software, community development has software for the code office. I think we have cemetery software. That's the name of the game moving forward. So I'm happy to answer any questions, as well as Ted. And it's I try not to call out departments in front of other departments, but it's a department I don't think we can choose to ignore in the future versus other departments, their needs anyway, because we have to maintain this infrastructure and we have to be current in it.
I do have a question. The numbers look good to me, but my question is risk. I mean, do we have anybody trying to scam us? Do we have enough protection, firewalls or whatever to make sure
Yes.
somebody doesn't hold us hostage and ask for a lot of money?
Yeah, we are constantly trying to be scammed all the time. So one of the first things I did when I got here was I put an email filter in place. That's been huge. We get a lot of phishing emails, we had one slip through the cracks a few weeks ago, but just prior to my getting here, you had 3 back to back to back. So one over the course of a year is not that bad. One of my projects for this year is replacing a current firewall, so that we'll have more security protection. If you were to actually look at the logs of the firewall, you'd see that we are constantly bombarded with attacks, specifically from Ukraine and Iran every day. It's all day, every day. And so we need to stay on top of this infrastructure. And so that's a big part of my budget this year, is upgrading that.
The other thing Ted's done, much to the displeasure of our staff, is we have more trainings. We had a software that would kind of try to trick our staff. We had to scale that back because it was being too aggressive, not working right. But it's, as you can imagine, a lot of the weakest link is the person.
Yep.
Hey, thank you. Good work.
It's also worth noting, with the current climate with AI, that has driven hardware costs just through the roof. Memory is ungodly expensive, so that accounts for a big portion of my increase in expenditures. It's just more expensive.
There has been some savings with subscription costs versus the way, you all used to do it, or we all used to do it, is you buy a platform, have it on a device. So some of that has been savings. We've been able to take advantage of some savings for some softwares. Like Cumberland County has it through the dispatch center for like text messaging. We're going to look at that soon from a town-based program. So it's more expensive, but we get a better product too.
We're also looking at things, we're entertaining getting a new web development company for our website. It'll be more aligned with our needs. It'll be quite a bit less expensive. And also, we have to keep in mind ADA compliance. We have to be ADA compliant with our website by April of next year. That's more of a content thing instead of a technical thing, so it's a little bit outside my wheelhouse. That's also a big reason why I'm a huge supporter of, we really need this communications person. We need somebody that's actually monitoring the content, not just the mechanics of how the thing works.
Well, I attended a event in February at the Rue Institute. I think it was hosted by Greater Portland Council of Governments. I think there was a couple town staff there. It was all about municipalities utilizing technology to, help streamline things. So I think there's some opportunities. I think you're trying to collaborate with GPCOG. I know I saw there's another line item on the fire department. We're working with the Rue Institute. So I think the more we can harness these other entities that have greater expertise and greater networks, I think the more we can leverage that to our advantage, definitely the better.
Any other questions for Ted?
Thank you. I would just like to make a plug for, I work for an RSU where our IT department is actually against a ticketing system, and it surprisingly works really well. And I've been in places with ticketing systems, and I'm actively surprised at how moving away from a ticketing system actually gets things done quicker and cleaner. So I'm just going to throw in a plug, but I realize it is definitely the outlier. Because thinking about, over 3,000 tickets, but it's been really interesting to see it in practice and how well it actually works.
Yeah, I came from Portland Public Schools before I came here. I would question how big is their staff? Because if it's just me and one other person, if we're just doing this on an email or sometimes text message basis, we're going to get buried real quick. The ticketing system helps keep track of what's actually going on.
Yeah.
But I'm certainly interested in looking into it.
Yeah. And then Are you looking into any, because as we talk about subscription costs, are you looking into any free and open source alternatives that might not be just way worse versions?
Not yet. Right now, what I'm focusing on is really using what we have to the fullest extent. Right now, we have kind of like, when I got here, it was a little bit of the Wild West where people are just kind of buying everything. And it's like, actually, we already have this solution over here. We can kind of tie these things together. That's where I'm focusing on looking for savings right now.
Got it. And it sounds like you have to leave roughly early, so I'm going to ask a question out of order for something else that I was going to ask you about later. I know a while ago there was talk of body cameras, and I'm wondering if that got worked into this budget, and if there is I know one of the big issues with body cameras is storage of holding all of that video data. Is that in this year's budget? And then if so, is there a plan for?
I can speak to that a little bit. That's actually in the PD's budget. We met with that together.
Let me clarify that. The email I sent the council a while ago, which I hope you all read, we were able to, as far as budget, set aside some encumbrances, money left over, to head towards what Ted will describe in a second, a more cost-effective solution than the typical, the other brand that a lot of municipalities use that is ridiculously expensive. So they're trying to roll out, and it's not in here as far as extra money, a more cost-effective solution that I think that officers and management support too, because it protects the officers as well. But do you want to describe that real quick?
Sure. So the one that he described that we're not going to is Axon. Lots of municipalities use that. That's completely cloud-based. We're leaning towards going towards Motorola. We use Motorola, I say we, the PD uses Motorola dash cams already, so we already have some infrastructure in place, and it allows us to use our on-prem server. In about 3 years or so, they're phasing out their on-prem solution entirely, and then theirs will be cloud-based as well. But at least it'll still get us in the game, and then we can ramp up to when we do need the cloud service. At least we don't need to buy all new hardware as well.
So there's not a local storage option available.
There is right now, currently.
Right, but
in
it sounds
3
like
years, there will not be.
Okay.
And that'll be industry-wide, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
So we may get into this, and it may cost us a lot more money, and but I think it's something that it's becoming the standard, and we need to catch up with it.
Yeah. I'm just always very skeptical of cloud-based things, especially with government data.
Sure.
Because, for anyone watching at home, the cloud is just someone else's computer. That's just, but it sounds like it's unavoidable. Anyway, okay.
Just took the imagination away from it that it's a cloud. And
I know. Yeah.
Right. Any other questions for Tad? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
Okay, do you want to hop back to administration, which would be your page 15?
Yes.
So administration covers my office, which is also executive assistant, human resources. This is where the new communications coordinator position was plugged in. At a high level, I should probably address this too. For umpty-ump trillion years, Gorham and I continued this, and this is the first year that we've deviated from it. Sharon and I had a pretty in-depth conversation about it. The town would budget any COLA increases as a separate line item and apply them after the budget. I think there's a couple of reasons for that. Probably one, draw less attention to individual positions, because a lot of municipalities bundle their positions so you can't tell who's who during the budget process. I understand why they do that. Part of it was keeping the COLA more of a secret from the staff, because I don't think it was commonly known what the COLA would be until after the budget process. And part of that may have been a union thing as far as negotiations. So we debated it. The COLAs are in here this year. What you would have seen last year and prior years is 0% for everybody, but there would have been one line item in there with a lot of money in it that would have been applied to produce those non-union COLAs.
So just to clarify, cost of living adjustments are captured throughout this document
Correct. And
for every department.
For every department.
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah, with the exception of PD, which is going through a negotiation process right now. We should be wrapping.
So we haven't determined that one yet.
We haven't determined that one and don't know precisely what it's going to be. The other thing is when you look at a department, the benefits and insurances and everything else are a separate line item. So what you're looking at are salaries essentially, which is, as most municipalities, the school department, everyone makes up a huge percentage of our budget, the majority of our budget. My administration's budget is kind of a catch-all for everything but the finance office and a variety of other items associated with operating the town manager's office, finance, and happy to answer any questions you have on that. We do transfer in, so you'll see on all of these, you'll see a note at the bottom with the amount of TIF revenue that's transferred in to offset something.
Just one other clarification, and for all this, so this is salaries, is benefits is captured overall at the, not within departments?
Correct. There's a
Yeah.
there's a separate
Yeah.
town-wide for benefits later on.
What is a music license?
So that's interesting. So we have to pay in order for events and summer concert series, whatever it is, and municipalities have been numbed on this, and I say numbed, sued. If we do not pay, I don't know how it's, who is it? Okay, so there's basically companies that represent the artists. We pay a fee in order to be able to, throughout the year, use that music and their rights to that music. But you'd be surprised, I know a lot of municipalities that didn't do this, and then they go hunting for them and they sue them. And then essentially then they'll settle with them for whatever, 10 grand or something. But we have to pay for the rights to use that in a public forum.
So basically, a payment to not get sued.
Yes. Yes. And it's been debated about cutting it in the past, even though it's a relatively small amount, but then like clockwork, some town will get sued over it. So in Maine, it's not like it's a national thing. And, some town you've heard of has been sued over it. Well,
This sounds like a mob activity, a protection racket. Pay us a little money, we want to.
I think bars have to do the same thing in
Yeah,
restaurants.
yeah.
If you're playing music, you have to pay the artist to use it. Whether it's right or wrong, you do. So a question for you. So the communication position, I get why that's so important, but I worry about the timing. I just see, like with the trash tags going away, I see fuel going up. Everything's going up. Inflation seems to be going up. I see us getting to a point where taxes may go up the next couple of years a lot. So have you looked in the communication person as either a part-time person or potentially a consultant to help with it so that we're not paying for the whole freight of another person until we understand it a little bit better?
I think that's something we think about on every position. The part-time position, my experience in this job market is it's very hard to attract somebody with a very good skill set or an internal candidate even with part-time. So you're not offering any benefits and you're offering half the salary. The consultant, we use consultants all the time, but you're paying a premium for them. So every time, you could probably do a contract with somebody, but then you're dealing with a company, it's a third party, and that time is more expensive per hour. You're probably using less of it and more strategically. So I think it's an option. I think the standard more the municipalities have adopted is hiring somebody, work with the staff that's, in the building, chasing departments down, out on a job site, things like that. But not to say that we couldn't do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I went to a meeting actually with some other chairs of other towns, and I was asking how they did that. And a lot of them had shared positions at first.
Yeah.
And then one municipality stole the person full-time. So, and then left the other municipality looking for another person. So they've ended up with a full-time person at this point. But some other towns, I think I mentioned it to Ephraim, if there were other towns that wanted to share a position, obviously we'd do that, but.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion, and I think maybe this might be another one where, like I said, it might be worth just checking in with GP-COG. You know, they obviously, I'm sure they have some sort of insight as to what other municipalities are doing with addressing similar challenges. But I think the idea of a shared position is an interesting idea.
The meeting Chair Phillips was referring to was a meeting hosted by GP-COG.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
About
Yeah.
communication
Right.
people, yeah. And what we learned was just most towns around us have a communications person.
Yeah.
Save that thought for GP-COG. I just don't want to blindside anybody later in the budget. I had some questions for the council on GP-COG.
So would this be for the whole town, like municipal building, this person? So like not including police, fire?
Oh, I think the thought process, and again, so we take a shot, we take a guesstimate on the salary. They could be brought in lower, even higher in some cases, if we have the money to cover it. But yeah, this would be the thought process, and I think what's been talked about is, yes, there'd be somebody probably housed in this building attached to my office, but works with every town department, including the school department, on getting their messaging out, and probably focuses to some extent at high-level messaging, and then just the day-to-day stuff. I'm going to go out and, when the public works crew is out trimming the crosstown trail, I'll go out there and shoot a little 10-second video and get it on Facebook or Instagram or whatever the cool kids are using that week.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to put in a plug for right now. Our Public Works Department does a really good job on social media.
So I have to
But-
rein them in every once in a while. So they want to go out there and just take on the world. I'm like, ugh. And I think that's a position, a consultant, that's part of that job, is making sure we're not doing a little too much, a little too aggressive, understanding that when you're out in these media environments, it's the Wild West, and structuring our messaging in a way that it just doesn't blow up all the time. But they do a great job with it. Try not to look over there. I don't want any angry skulls.
Yep.
I do have a question, and it may have turned up later anyway, but it has to do with the community television, and just because we're on communications. And the description was the monitors that are in this building. Who's in charge of the digital sign that's outside of the public safety building?
So, a couple people. That one's the bane of my existence, and not. That has a software that has to be installed on specific devices. So right now, I believe Jess and the administrative assistants down at PD can control that sign. But that's one, and that's, again, the whole everything. And I'm not, probably last year is when I put my foot down. I'd be driving through, and it's like, reminder, no studded snow tires. I'm like, we have so much more information to convey. But that was just in there. It came up. And but utilizing all the tools available, so that I envision this position working with GoCam to say, okay, we have all these monitors here. Georgia Ben, what do you think we're going to capture for somebody standing in the line at the clerk's office, and how quickly can, what is our messaging, and how can you help me do that? PD, how do you help me? I've got these 12 different messages I want to get out there. What are we going to optimize people driving by or sitting in traffic to get that message board to say? The manual message boards, rec controls one, but maybe there should be more town business on it, and that's the coordination factor. Right now, it's me picking up the phone and say, change the damn sign, politely, or Jess does it, and then they put a new message on, but no one's just tracking all that.
And this person would. Okay.
All right, if we're all set, we'll move on to the town clerk's office.
Hey, Lori. Sorry, choke down a sandwich. Sorry.
I did chew at that
Everyone
point.
got to eat before except me.
No.
So, I will say, I say this all the time. Hopefully I say it enough. Clerk's office probably has the most vital job as far as protecting democracy and how our government works in the whole town. So, the clerk's office is a catch-all for everything as far as the bureaucracy of running a government. Lori and her staff and volunteers do a good job with that. And, obviously we've seen how much more demand there is on elections and that process and recounts and all those things. And despite the limited resources they have, they do a great job with it. In general, a lot of the tweaks in Lori's budget were, some of that was a reflection of not having a big presidential election lined up, this year. Do you want me to mention the lead hour? So another thing, it's not a reflection in this budget, but Lori and I have been having conversations that probably this summer, the 4-day work week is very, very much now the norm in the municipal world. That being said, we have expanded the hours in a day and actually increased the amount of hours we've been open with the 4-day work week. I understand the pushback on it, and all municipalities have. The clerk's office will be rolling out a stay open late, 1 hour, I believe 1 hour, but we haven't fine-tuned that this summer. So we don't know. We're thinking Tuesdays, but we will get that out ahead of time. If we had a communications coordinator, they could just hammer this messaging. But we think we can do that without a financial impact, which was the big thing.
7 to 5, couple days, and then.
I think we're going to shoot for
the 9 to
one day having
9,
just
yeah.
extended hours. And then obviously the clerks will have to just
Yeah.
rotate their schedules a little bit to stay within the budget.
Yeah.
So.
I think that's good. And even if you only had like one person on towards the end of the day, you still just have somebody there. You might get a rush that last little
Yeah,
bit.
I think Lori can speak to it, but it's sometimes the clerk's office is just not very busy. It's not like they're not working and doing other things, but, and then there's peak times where there's a lot of people, or certain times of the month when everyone's trying to catch up on things.
Has there been any thought of like maybe like a half day Friday, like 9 to 12 or something? Is that something that
So it just costs a lot more money.
just costs a lot more?
And
Yeah.
it's not as, the other thing that is we have to be competitive in our job market. The job market as a
get
whole,
it.
we've done the comparisons
Yeah.
to see if it's still viable or still relevant, is the huge chunk of municipalities offer the 4-day work week. Right, wrong, or indifferent, that's where the market went. We could go back to that, we'll lose employees, I mean, a 5-day work week. And the monetary constraints are we'd have to reduce the hours again. So we did, when we went to 4 days, increase the hours we were open in a day. But a reflection on it is a lot of municipalities still with a 4-day work week offer something that if you get out of work at 5,
Yeah.
you can get in and register your car or something like that. You don't have to take off time from work. And that's what we're trying to accommodate, really.
Is there a lot of activity 7 to 9 in the
Oh, we
morning?
have a lot of activity.
Yeah.
We have lines at 7 o'clock.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
But people on their way to work, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do we get many complaints that we're not open on Friday?
When we first did it, yes, when all the towns kind of jumped ship at the same time, Biddeford led that charge. I have received less now, and I'll occasionally check the cameras on a Friday because the school department's here. And it used to be like people were coming in all the time. It's very infrequent now. People have kind of, anytime you adjust a municipal schedule, it takes years.
Yeah.
There was, my first couple of years here, people were still trying to go down to public safety to find the municipal center.
They still do.
Oh, they still do. But I think it's less frequent than it used to be, but it just takes years for people to, despite mailings and magnets and whatever other scheme we came up with.
Well, this might, another thing for the communications person, I mean, like, once your car's registered, the following years, you can register it all online, right? You have to come in. So I think that might be one things that can get, transactions that can occur digitally without a person having to go into the office.
This year it was hard because they had to change their plate, so
Right.
everybody had to come into the office.
One of the most antiquated things that the state could change, and this is just my town manager rant, is updating how they process motor vehicles for the modern world. It could alleviate so much strain, not to say that we wouldn't have clerks and have work for them, but the way the state has, it's the state system that we have to accommodate. And for years, decades, they had these antiquated printers you had to order from a third party because the state wouldn't change the way they did it. So any future state reps listening or current state reps, please, and I've talked to state reps about this, and there's pushback because there's costs on the state side, but that is low-hanging fruit to help municipalities and modernize the system.
There you go.
I think I got more complaints that there wasn't a late night open,
That's what I got,
till
yeah.
6:30.
Yeah,
Because
the
that's when people, Friday didn't matter to them
Yeah,
because
yeah,
they
that
were
makes sense.
working. It was, I'm gonna get out of work, and went to the clerk's office, and they thought they could go at 6 or 6:30, so. So that'll kind of help with that.
And we see that a little bit, like if I'm here for a night meeting or we're just staff are leaving after the clerks, you'll see some stragglers come in just trying, they're like, oh, I got here at 5:15 and they're just trying to register their vehicle. So.
I know Buxton does Wednesdays 11 to like 7.
So we charted everyone, and I have a graph somewhere, a spreadsheet somewhere. Buxton's a little all over the place, but like a contemporary, a modern, or I shouldn't even say that. I don't want to call Buxton not modern. A similar sized municipality like Wyndham offers a late night.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Is that something that you would consider? Like on a Wednesday, do 7 to 7? Because that's the biggest complaint I'm getting.
We're
is
going to
that
do it.
somebody
Yeah.
gets out of work at 5, they cannot scream here to get here, and they don't have the opportunity because they have to get their kids on the bus at 7. So,
But if we do a little late one night, we don't need a monetary adjustment. It's just an adjustment of the staffing. And it may actually be beneficial for the staff because there's a little bit more flexibility in their workday. They could, run an appointment and then come in later and stuff like that.
okay.
Thank you. Our list of registered voters went down
Yep.
from last year.
Yep, so,
Why?
so the state did a purge. If you don't vote in 2 elections, 2 big elections, they will delete you from the
You mean
voter
like
list.
presidential elections? is what
It
you're
was,
saying?
yes, yeah. So I think it was after the 2024 presidential election, it was like maybe last spring, last summer, they did a big purge.
Do they do that every?
Every
4 years?
4 years.
Okay.
Sometimes, I think it's been 8 this time, they said, but
Okay.
yeah, we'll do it. So this is of active voters. They took
Thank
it
you.
on active voters.
Question from the stats, more than the monetary changes. 29 properties foreclosed in this last year. Just from a process standpoint, how does that work? Like how many years do they have to not pay taxes before we foreclose on it? And then kind of what happens next?
It's about 2 years.
18 months.
Yeah, 18 months-ish to foreclose. The foreclosure process, well, it's changed in state law, but everything has to happen perfectly, meaning everyone has to sign for the notices and things like that. So there's often like it's foreclosed on paper, but then if we go look at the attorney's like, you need to get more notice, and we have to send certified and non-certified letters. The process is, the process Gorham has had is the finance committee usually once a year looks at them and says, do we want to take any action on it? Some cases, there might be there's laws that protect seniors, but there may be a reason the council doesn't want to pursue selling the property. The law that changed a couple years ago as a result of a Supreme Court action is basically, it used to be the town could keep the property if you wanted to. You're like, oh, this is going to be a great town park, this piece of land, and we're just going to keep it. And tough luck, property owner, you didn't pay your taxes. Well, now the law is we can keep it. We have to pay fair market value, either through a realtor or a public bid process, whatever the former owner wants, and they get the proceeds minus our taxes and fees and legal expenses and all that. So Gorham is because we're a growing community, we don't suffer from some of the same problems. We have foreclosures, but typically they resolve themselves quicker, or people are more likely to pay the taxes, although, as you know, Councilor Willis is well aware from some of the ones you've had to deal with prior to being a councilor, there's some properties that are just run down and they become a problem for the town that we have to take action on.
Is the 29 truly like residential real estate properties, or does that also include like personal property? I think we've looked at that at finance in the past. There's been some trailers.
I think that includes trailers.
That's everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a good chunk of that is trailers, and that's like a musical chair game of where did they go, and they might not even be there anymore.
Yeah.
But I think we had one modern home in my time. A lot of it's land, but it's not like a house on Main Street forecloses, because there's always such a financial interest from whoever is tied to that property, the mortgage company, the owner, to they either offload it or someone else takes care of the taxes.
Yeah, I think once it goes on a council agenda, it inspires people to come out and pay for the property.
And ultimately, as you all know, it's not the goal of the town to just try to take people's properties. So when someone comes and says, oh, I'm getting close to it, and I talk to them, like, we're not going to kick the door in on your property. If a property is foreclosed on by the town, and if it's vacant, like a home, it goes on our insurance. If it's not, we have someone's still living there, we don't have any liability with that.
If it goes on our insurance and then it's sold in the future, do we get to recoup that?
I don't think
cost?
we've done that yet, but I think we could,
Okay.
because it could be a fee that we incur, or cost we incur. My gut reaction is probably.
Yeah.
And I have a question around, because there are only 5 positions that were requested and not funded. You talked about the people coming in to the town clerk's office, but how's the staffing? Like, have there been issues keeping it fully staffed?
No, I don't think so. We finally,
Yeah, I think that the clerk's office has done better than most departments as far as the workforce that's available. And we've had vacancies over the years and that have been filled and have worked out for the most part. And there are, later in the budget, so we have the 3% COLA. I do have some money tucked in there for market rate adjustments for non-union positions. It's not a ton of money. It's a large amount of money, but when you put it town-wide, it is not a lot of money. But in all departments, we try to keep up, and the same with the union departments, we try to be close to our neighbors, but we understand there's pay leaders, and we're not a pay leader. And never probably will be. But stuff like that is what we struggle with, I think, more than, getting people in like the clerk's office.
And I know it's ebbed and flowed as far as getting part-time people in a full-time position, but for now, you're staffed as well as
yeah, I have
you'd like
only
to
one
be.
part-time now. The rest are all full-time.
There was a,
There was a time, yeah.
10 years ago, the majority of your staff was part-time, and that was to save on not paying benefits. But the council was very supportive of transitioning those to full-time over the years.
Thank you.
One of the other things just that I know we struggle with in Gorham that's come up a few times is not just pay, but towns that pay similarly but just aren't as big. And so it's like, okay, you work here, you get the same amount of money, but you just have a third of the work. I know that's something that we struggle with, being a growing large municipality.
I think we struggle with that a little bit. Having worked in smaller towns, though, I will say when you have fewer people, you're doing a lot more work. or you're not doing a lot more work. More tasks that are random are being thrown at you versus when you're a larger municipality, you can be more specialized. So there's pros and cons, but I'll pick on Scarborough. Scarborough has billions more in value than we do. They were never probably going to be on par with all our positions with what Scarborough's paying.
Right.
But we keep them in for the averages, but we look at, everybody from a Buxton down and sandwich them together and say, where should we be? And I try to be in the middle or the bottom third.
Actually, because you brought up Scarborough,
I always pick on Scarborough if I have a chance.
they have one polling location, correct? And we have 3. As we look at, is that 60 election workers?
Right.
Have we considered changing wards, ward sizes, election locations?
We started with 2, and then we went to 3 because North Gorham wanted to have voting up there.
Got it.
Like to have one.
I think size of facility could be a problem though. I
Yeah.
mean, even
For the high school.
even using the high school, I mean, if you get a presidential election, and then of course it's political that each part of town feels they're losing something. I think it's something the council, actually, I don't even know how that works. I think we looked at this a couple years ago. We could look at it, but as far as an economy of scale, it's expensive, but it's not that expensive.
Okay.
I think more of it is the inconvenience on the school department using their facilities, which they've been great with. But the middle school, Great Falls, you can't have kids there while you're voting, especially at Great Falls. You can't kind of separate the facility.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, that's one long history story that we could go through about polling stations, whether there's 1, 2. I think as we grow as a community, people want to get in and out. So I think that's why we created 3. Also, yeah, definitely North Gorham is not coming into the village to vote. So if you want to have a long conversation about that, we can put that out there, and then you'll see this chamber full of people that have thoughts about that. So I think while that's an excellent cost-saving idea, I don't know how we do it. I think is there parking requirements or something, Lori, about
Well,
I mean, based on the number of voters, there's some weird thing that
No really
triggers.
state requirements, but I mean,
Yeah, because we used to use Little Falls.
yeah, and there was no parking there.
And then there wasn't enough parking there, which I thought was weird, but I didn't know how they calculate that, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how they calculate it either, but.
Yeah. Any other questions for Lori? All right, thank you.
Are you good? Want to take a break? Keep going? Go right down the sheet?
Does anybody want to take a quick break, bathroom break, coffee? No, keep going? Okay, we'll keep going. Okay, yeah. We'll
Okay,
keep going.
so if I flip my sheet correctly, you have what, community development?
Yep,
in your
look,
book?
he's already right there, ready to go.
Like that. So, planning is one of those departments I picked on. I picked on a lot of departments this year. I will say, anyone that says that something cannot be cut out of a budget, I don't think, any budget can be cut more. That being said, we have gone through, much to the anger of Sharon, so every time I make a change, she had to go back and fix it. So we'd highlight it, and there's more work for her, but I mean, I probably went through this each department line by line, maybe 8, 10 times, and made, $50, $100, then back and forth, up and down. Tom was the recipient of one of the negative actions this year. Most of it, though, was architectural and engineering allocations that we haven't, actually, we transferred some of that, didn't we? We transferred that? Engineering, we transferred that live, that was somewhere else. But I think planning has been pretty consistent overall, right? So planning encompasses Tom's staff, the administrative assistant, planner, community development, oversees the code office, assessing through our admin, not the assessing program, and economic development, which have their own separate budgets.
Yeah, so we're actually going to be talking about the next few pages with Tom, so if anybody has any questions on the next few pages, just because it is code and assessing and planning.
Tom may disagree with me, but I think we've brought the staffing in community development in a bunch of different departments over the years up a little bit from where it used to be. So now they have a lot more capacity to tackle a wide variety of projects. I think before there was some understaffing going on across the departments.
Tom, are all the positions in code full?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
So we have two code officers and one building inspector,
Correct.
as far as going out inspecting positions.
So what is in the contracted services? What does that encompass?
I knew that was going to come up. I got to get the code.
Page 25.
Are you on assessing? That's the county assessor, right? Versus having it
Yeah,
in-house.
which one are you on? Assessing? Assessing, that would be the contract with Cumberland County,
For,
the assessor.
okay.
So I think it was out there in the public. It was definitely out there with council. We had looked at possibly sharing assessing services with the town of Wyndham this past year. Actually had a great dialogue with Wyndham. It wasn't a bad conversation. Ultimately, it's not where Wyndham wanted to go. There would have been a savings for them, an increase for us, and we would have had more in-house personnel that we could have eventually built up to our own assessing service should we wanted to. That fell apart. We're continuing to look at sharing things with Wyndham, but as a result of that, we went back to the county, and county manager almost had a stroke, I think, when I was talking to him that we might go to Wyndham. But they operate their program as an enterprise account, so you basically pay in what the cost of the service is, and it's just kind of more or less separate from the county budget.
And that line item is in addition to the tax we pay to the county.
Correct. Yeah, so if Portland doesn't use that service, they're just paying normal county. It's not assessed to the other municipalities, in theory. We did talk about, we had a meeting, was it this week, last week? This week, about more guaranteed office hours. So we're trying to address some of the concerns we had that made us look to Wyndham. Get an assessor in the building, fixed hours. When they started the program, that's what they did during COVID. They kind of like, we're out. And they weren't trying to do it. They're just getting pulled in 12 different directions. The county also moved their assessing services out of downtown Portland to over at Northgate, where the new county building is, that they bought with ARPA money. They got a lot more ARPA money than we did. They're a little bit more out of the downtown area now. The assessors are going to have some fixed hours here. We're going to offer more options, Zoom meetings with them, things like that. So rather than just be like, call Portland, try to work more to get them to that level of service. But at the end of the day, we are still contracting for our assessor in this budget.
Question.
Minor question on the community development code division page, the description, last paragraph, it says the 2 administrative assistants. We only have 1 administrative assistant for code, and then there's 1 for assessing on the page before. So
They're basically the same position. They work before, if you remember how it used to run, there used to be a code admin and then there was an assessing admin. We have since done away with them being individual department assigned, and they both do the same function. So technically they should read the same, that there's really, I guess, 2 admins and they support both code and assessing department.
But as far as the description, we actually caught that one and we're like, which way should we explain this? So you asking the question shows us that we chose the wrong path. But yes, they're essentially the same. There's no more.
Page 24, there's
admins,
1. Page 26, there's 1. That makes 2, the way that you've written it there. Yeah.
And as you're probably all aware, we had some very dedicated employees in the past, but they were very specialized. Like, this is my realm. What Tom has worked very hard on is everyone is kind of supporting everybody. And it's easier when you have new employees to just start from scratch doing that.
I do have one question relative to the assessing. one of the last line item in the capital budget is statistical assessment adjustment.
Yes.
So that's obviously in addition to what we pay to the county annually. This would be an additional fee.
That would be a third-party contractor.
Okay. And that would be one where, I mean, we're going to have to do it at some point. We could do it this year. We could hold off a year.
Do it in the near future. It may be something
Because last time we were at the point where the state was like, you have to do it, or else like you're not in compliance, right?
Yeah.
We're not quite there yet.
We've
but-
dropped faster. Like Falmouth did a reval at the exact same time we did.
Yeah.
Almost broke Cumberland County's back.
Oh, wow.
And their office just couldn't take it. It was too much, two large municipalities at the same time. Falmouth has dropped substantially. Again, we're apple and banana as far as municipalities, but their decrease is minuscule compared to ours. We're dropping like a rock. What I do not know for the future is when is that going to slow down? And that's why I think we need to be prudent that maybe we get ahead of this. It's already been almost 5 years since we started the reval process. I think that gets lost. We committed to the reval in 2019. The pandemic hit, it slowed it down a little bit. And then 21 was when most of the data was captured. Time flies, and the old rule of thumb used to be 10 years.
Yeah.
For a town that wasn't like growing out of control or wasn't growing exponentially compared to every other. It was like 10 years for a rural community was the average. A Gorham probably should be like an 8 or 7. So what you're talking about is like a mid lifespan adjustment.
Right.
When did you say we were at? What's our ratio?
We're going to be able to certify to 86% this coming year. The assessor can up it, I believe, 10%. So we're probably already into the 70s.
So gaming out, like, is there an opportune time to do it? I mean, like,
Well, it has to be, you have to capture it for the April 1. April 1 is the cutoff for all value for the next year. The question for us is going to be, are we going to do, and why I'm talking about it, statistical reassessment is not a reval.
Okay.
It's a
different.
company going in, it accomplishes some of the same goals, and people's properties may be adjusted, but they look at the data and they go out and visit maybe 50 to 100 properties. They're not going out town-wide, knocking on doors, stuff like that. But they're basically just looking at the data to make sure it's fair and equitable again, and then meets that state criteria that home sales are in the ballpark of the assessment. Where was I going with that?
And presumably.
So it may be this year or it may be next year.
Right.
That's probably a topic of conversation we should have at that workshop with the assessor.
Okay. And that would presumably be one of the things, if we did have an assessor on staff, this would be one of the things they could kind of be doing on a regular basis.
So Cumberland County, yes, there's varying viewpoints on this. Wyndham does in-house reassessments.
Yeah.
With their in-house, they have a lot of staff compared to, they're very well staffed. They every year make adjustments. If you are very good at that and know what you're doing, yes, you can do that for a while.
Yeah.
But you got to remember you're paying the staff to do it too. So we could pay a contractor to do it, or we can have the staff on board. The hard part for us is getting the staff.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of assessors out there. We may actually pay more than the contractors. So, but some towns do that. Cumberland County does not offer that as part of their contract.
Any other questions? All right, I think we're good with Tom for a little bit. Does he have to come back up for economic development, or?
Do you
no?
want to do economic development? Why?
Sure, yeah.
I just noticed the next page was 28, and it was the municipal center, but I didn't know if we needed to talk about that.
We can skip to it if you can find it.
Yeah, is that the only other town one? We'll do that.
Which page is
We're trying to go to,
It's towards the back. $79.
that? No, way out. Okay.
Economic development.
could move this to the front of the book next time.
I mean, in fairness to the departments, we should probably just change the order because it's always the same every year.
Yeah.
So economic development is 100% funded through TIF revenues, a variety of the TIF districts. That's a clear-cut TIF eligible expenditure. 10 years ago, we had a part-time economic development director. We phased in a full-time economic development director in 2019, 2020, and then we're like, here's pandemic, have fun. So Kevin had to deal with that. And then we have added 2 years ago, Nina's position as a specialist in that department. The reason you see employee benefits in here, and that's everything, is because that has to be transferred, that has to be taken out of the TIF, and it's separate from the payment of the other benefits. So they're not getting anything different than anybody else. And with all benefits, we budget the cost of it, and the worst in their case, it's the worst case scenario. It's a little different with the general, but because it's coming out of TIFs, that's the worst case on all of it. And they have a variety of activities, engagement. You also see GDC has a $5,000 budget that's been in here since before I started, and that's also funded with TIFs. So if the TIF funds are not used, they are rolled back into the TIF district. So they don't go into the general fund, or they're not supposed to.
Any questions?
I think this department is just something I want to hear more from throughout the year. I feel like this is, I want to know what's being done more. I know we talk about, the grant programs, but then I never see the other side of it, of what did this actually do? How are we actually developing the economy of Gorham?
I think one thing, the department is very good, or we are very good at updating the GDC monthly on a lot of that. They have it's like a 4 or 5 page breakdown of every engagement, what business they talk to, things like that. It's probably lumped in with the GDC minutes and agendas, but we can do a better job of carving that out and getting it to the council, and then maybe having a workshop or two from time to time.
Yeah, I think actually it might even be, we could even discuss this in the Capital Improvement Economic Development Committee, but let's get some specific metrics to be like, okay, so what's our return on investment here? I mean, presumably you would think that the return on investment is additional property valuation. I mean, that should theoretically be the goal of the economic development folks. They're increasing our property valuation, which is helping us spread the property tax burden amongst a larger pool. So I would think ultimately at the end of the day, that's really the goal. But
I would say that's one of the goals, and Tom can maybe speak to this. It's the most economical goal.
Yeah.
But I think one thing that has been received well, or at least I've been told has been received well, is the engagement in the business community. Mm-hmm. Versus we were not very good at that before. So it was like, here's your tax bill, thanks for being a business in Gorham. Versus they're out talking to people, engaging with them, trying to connect them with other people. Kevin's active on the School Business Roundtable, some stuff in the school department. And I think trying to bridge a lot of those gaps of, this business is looking to do something. I know somebody else is doing something. Let's connect them, which I think is a net positive that hopefully results in that value that you're talking about. Yeah. Do you want to dabble on that?
No, and so again, economic development here is to move the town and the policy that the council sets, right? So we have the new economic development master plan. That's what we will be moving forward as a matrix to implement, right? So we can steer the town in a direction that the council is looking to move the needle, right? So having a full-time staff, I think economic development does a couple things, right? A lot more outreach, a lot more talking to people. You're going to start seeing, Nina just put together packets that are going to go out to new businesses of all the stuff we offer. So it's just starting to gear up now. The economic development is just starting to get its feet under itself because, again, it took a long time to get full-time staff, understanding all the process. We have the master plans coming online, so we know the direction Gorham wants to move in now, so we can start implementing that process.
I'll just mention while we're on the subject, I've seen it because being a business owner in the community, I'm not sure if it went to the council, but there's a thought exchange sort of survey that's floating around right now. I think they're on the second of 3 questions that it may be interesting to share with the entire council, because you can see a lot of feedback from different businesses. It's businesses that, operate and live in our community. It's businesses that just operate, but maybe they don't have a location in the community. And so there's some really good thoughts, and that was in partnership with the schools. I believe they're using their thought exchange to do that. And a quick question to the loans that we do for businesses and the interest that comes in on those loans. Does that interest just go into the general fund? Does that continue to build the loan program?
Revolving loan fund?
The revolving loan fund, yes.
So it used to go in the general fund. The council had an order in the last year-ish that it goes back into that fund. But that originally was funded with the first 15 years of the ODAT TIF.
And that's not really captured in here. It's just
No, not in the
that's
operating
just a-
budget. That's separate committee, separate fund
And
balance.
that's one of the specific things the economic development staff do is they manage all those applications and.
They help the committee, yeah. They are the admin support for the GEDC, that committee, and then do their own thing too.
Yeah, and I'll just give a plug. We've talked about Fridays. So the Gorham Village Alliance typically meets on Friday mornings, and that is a day that the staff typically is not working. We usually have Kevin and Nina at both of them often at those meetings. And so they are somebody that really stays in touch with the GVA and what that organization is doing in the village. And, we just appreciate the fact they show up on Friday mornings when it works for the rest of us to meet, so.
Quick question, the revolving loan fund, how large is that? I've heard about it, but I've never seen a balance.
Sharon might be able to look up the balance of that. Do you have that?
Yes.
I want to
About $1
say
million
it's
bucks?
about $1 million total.
Right.
And some of it's out on loans right now, but it fluctuates depending on how much has been loaned out and how much is in our coffers.
Yeah. The last update we got, there was only, I think it was about half of it wasn't being borrowed currently. It was
Yeah,
like-
but there's, the committee, I think, has done a good job in the last couple of years getting loans out. There was a while where I think the balance we had was over 600,000 or something like that, so we didn't have as much money out. And it's designed to bridge the gap on, businesses can go out and get a large loan, but sometimes not a smaller one, or may not be. There's always, we have it set up so we're not going to lose money, and we've never had a default on any of them. The committee is very great working with legal and finance on that. But I think it's just for the businesses that typically would have a hard time getting that. If that makes sense.
Who decides that you can loan that money out?
So there's a committee, and then it goes through a financial review process. I would imagine similar to what a bank does. I'm just seeing our side of it, but where they vet the loans, and they have turned a couple down before too. Yeah.
And the council appoints the people on that committee.
Okay. And it was funded, did you say it was funded by TIF money at one time?
Yeah, so originally the ODAT TIF, the first 15 years of that were allocated to funding that program.
The other piece, I think that's in the last year or so, that's really helped some small businesses in the community when they've had unexpected issues occur. They might have some machinery that stops working, or infrastructure within the building. That's a loan process that can be pretty responsive to help somebody get the money they need right away. So I think that's happened a couple times. We've talked about at GDC recently of some of these businesses that just needed some immediate funds and were able to get their hands on it. So I think that's a great piece for the communications director, if we have one in the future, to continue to publicize and just get the availability of that out there, because I think it's one of our best kept secrets in town.
For sure.
So the total amount of money as of December 31st was $1,075,000 rounded up, and $538,000, give or take, was out in loans. The other thing Tom whispered to me, and he's correct to remind me of it, is economic development has been one of our drivers in grants received. especially
another good
congressional
metric.
earmarks. It has, in the 10 years, well, probably 7, 8 years that the program's had a full-time director, not even that, 6 years, has more than paid for all the costs associated with that, just with the federal earmarks that we received, and then some.
Can you just speak to, for a minute, the professional development line? Was someone getting some sort of a certification that it went over this time? Page 80,
I think we
Fifth
budgeted
line down.
1,500 and you spent 23.
it's not a huge amount, I'm just curious.
No, I think that's one of the line items where you're going from trying to have one person get professional development to two, right? So
Okay.
we're transitioning that new position. Now I've got to start training give that person professional development throughout the year. So it's just that lag of getting that new person into that education line item.
And just for the council's awareness at a higher level, if I see a consistent, I'm not going to increase just something just to not question it, but if we see that, we're consistently spending $1,800 instead of $1,500 for the last 2 years, the budget is going to absorb that, obviously. But that's when we make the tweaks. I don't necessarily take a 1 year it could be a one-off, and I don't give the departments typically more money because of that. I know I should, but I don't.
Any other questions?
I think that information about the grants is very, very important because I view economic development differently than a lot of these other departments. So like when we talk about the town clerk's office, that is a service we need to provide. Economic development is a nice to have department. And so if we are throwing as much money as we have listed here and paying these people as much as we have listed here, knowing that there is a return for it with the town is, to me, that's necessary to understand why we're funding it year over year. So.
I see Councilor Siegel's debating whether I was going to respond or not. I would agree mostly that it's a nice to have, but when you compare, as much as you don't want to look at it this way, municipalities are competing businesses. Maybe we're not a business, but we have some of that characteristic, and we compete with each other. And although I would have a hard time competing with the Scarborough for any number of reasons, like they also have this big body of water out in front of their municipality they can tax people on. At some point, if we don't have a service, we are definitely at a disadvantage. But I would agree it is a nice to have versus the clerk's office is a statutory requirement.
Yeah. Well, like I said, not to go too far off on this tangent, but I think that, having some specific metrics for here's the return on investment. We raised X amount of grant dollars this year that we wouldn't have raised otherwise. We added X amount of taxable value to the town. I think that, my observation, one thing I think economic development and definitely in the Gorham Economic Development Corporation's charter, it's really explicitly only focused on like non-residential development. And I think that's one thing where I don't think that actually makes sense. I think businesses need people. So I think that having housing become part of the economic development efforts, I think makes sense because it's all connected. And again, we're seeing too, like you can actually generate a whole lot of net positive property tax revenue from housing. And in some cases more than you're going to be able to generate from an industrial business. So I think that's something I'd like to see us evolve in the future, but something for future council items perhaps.
A suggestion, maybe in the book, when you look at that overview page and it talks about, the number of miles of roads that we have, maybe on community development, there's one around the grants that we've received. So, that congressional grant as a example, the CDBG stuff that we just did, if that was listed on there, that may really illustrate some of the work that's being done.
The other thing I'll mention too on that, I'm happy to add that, is we try to, one of my staff, actually a staff member in this department, suggested that we, find employees that champion specific topics and issues. Economic development has a knack for grants, and we use them beyond the typical economic development grant area. They assist all the town departments in one way or another in grant applications for other things too, and work collaboratively. So, but highlighting, I think that would be great.
Is there a line item in our revenues for grant income?
No, because I just can never guess.
Is it just offset? It's just kind of, it's like your
They don't offset anything because it's for items we're not budgeting.
so the budget for this year, 15.6 non-property tax revenue.
Yep.
Is any of that grant money, or is that, okay, so that any grant money would just be bonus
Correct.
to reduce that?
Because we
Yeah.
just can't guarantee. Revenues,
Right.
we have a strong idea that we're going to get the revenue.
Right.
And they also help organizations with other grants that get facilitated through Gorham. So
Right.
CDBG, we worked with the food pantry to work with them to get the new, right? So giving them advice on how to best get their grants ready.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
when we go through this process. So that was one, and I know
Land trusts, maybe?
Land trusts, I know we helped with, I
Okay.
think group homes, we're doing roofs and
The van will do.
vans. We help with the food
Right.
pantry with the vans.
So that's stuff that doesn't show up in the town budget, but it's.
Exactly,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
that's grant help that they do for
Yep.
other entities.
And would you have also helped, they're not, the grants always, like you said, they don't always come through. And the GADI grant that they had tried for, was that something that the town helped with?
I think the GADI grant was a little unique. What we were seeing were some, which I'm finding now may have even had court injunctions against them, but executive orders, they were a little crazy as far as how aggressive they were in the history of these federal grants. When I say crazy, like, you will comply with all executive
Right.
orders.
Strings
What
attached.
does that mean? And you would never, ever see something like that before. I read something the other day, and I've yet to confirm it, and talked to some of the congressional staffers that maybe that language is being pulled out. But I know that particular grant, there was a huge concern with the way it was worded. But in the past, I mean, we're happy to use any and all town staff, the police department, anybody to help facilitate, specialized grants.
Thank you.
And Councilor Willis talked about it a little bit. What we try to do in community development, although we're technically open here 4 days a week, code office, planning, if there are events outside that are happening that we need to adjust for, if there's a big, there's an inspection needed or a pour for a big thing, a construction dues, we go above and beyond to try to facilitate as best we can those hours that may be, the building's not open, but can we continue to offer that service and then flex hours someplace else. So we definitely have that. That's been something the managers has identified to us to try to continue to help the community as we go to this 4-day work week thing.
And Tom, can you explain what retention is used for in the economic development budget?
So what we're trying to do is retain businesses, right? So businesses that have been here for a long time, whether that's, we're still trying to iron out programs that we can spend all those funds, but we're trying to have a line item there that how do we advertise businesses that have big events, like maybe they've been open in Gorham for 25 years or 30 years. Are there things that we can do to thank those businesses for being here for many, many years or decades? So what does that look like? And so those line items are for those programs. We're still trying to work on that. We've had a lot of conversation of maybe we just help them with advertising. We're trying to iron it out, but that's what it's for.
Got it, cool, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we're going to go back to page 28. If that makes any sense, to the municipal center.
Municipal Center. Might invite Kevin Wood up, if that's okay with the council. Our facilities director.
So we
It
can
was
talk
assured
about
me
how
he's
much.
going to work for the town for the next 15 years. Put my pitch in.
We're going to talk about how expensive electricity and things like that is? Is that what we're going to talk about now?
Kevin, I praise all of our municipal staff, but I think Kevin has a pretty good handle on a lot of these issues and has been able to do a lot without increasing a lot in the budget. But some of the utilities and things like that are outside of our control. But high level, this and then some of the, well, I don't know why we put in what order we do. We probably should change it next year. But this covers the operating costs for this building, which I think Kevin is definitely got a handle on now, and we didn't necessarily have a couple years ago.
I have a general question about generators in town. What buildings do we own that have backup generators?
This building has a backup generator. Central Fire Station has a backup generator. The outlying fire stations have backup generators. Little Falls Activity Center now has a backup generator. The library does not.
PD.
I was curious about that because of the library being a warming center or it used for other things, but it doesn't have a
There was an effort to install a generator there. It's a fairly large electrical service buried in the basement. There's no easy way to tie into that service.
Okay.
The original generator that was bought for there was put in place here because this one was not big enough and it was affecting this building significantly and it was old. So we reutilized that for this building. But the library is a challenge and it would be a lot more expensive to do that building than what was initially thought. And where do you put a generator that size? You don't want it out on the lawn in front of the museum. That's kind of where the incoming power comes. So there's a lot of variables with that building for backup power.
Thank you.
Have we recently in the past couple of years, looked into solar panels?
Constantly, and I get notified constantly about it, and I've had several discussions with Ephraim about that. The market is constantly changing in that regard, and even the solar people that are coming in to explain it say, we're not even sure anymore that it's worthwhile.
Yeah. It's just getting more expensive.
It's just the laws change continuously, how the revenue is generated from them, how the grants are out there to install them. I know the school is under a program and that payback isn't really there, they're finding now. So what we're finding is in the electricity market, it's so volatile and it changes yearly. So a lot of it, especially in the Northeast, is tied to natural gas. We don't have good supply up here, pipelines. So it's something that I'm constantly reviewing, but we're almost better off and I'm pretty vigilant about it, to shop around, and timing is everything when you negotiate contracts on power. We did pretty well for this year. Compared to the standard rate offer. And the other component to that is to actually control your demand. That's a big part of your bill, so we're constantly looking at ways to do that. So we do run our generators in the summer during the peak day. We monitor ISO New England, and we've done well reducing our demand charges by doing that. So it's just a roundabout way to answer your question. Solar, I've looked at it over and over and over, even putting our own field up at Public Works, and the payback just isn't there.
And we looked at it years ago before Kevin even came on board, and the payback wasn't there even then, and the logistical and legal issues with putting it at Public Works weren't viable. I think we even brought it to the council those years ago. But
I remember that, and it was, and even like the cost of taking it down or what was going to happen with the risk.
Yeah.
We were in the process of negotiating.
Yeah, we had a vendor we were optimistic we were going to work with, and it fell through for a variety of reasons.
Just as a micro example of that, we do have a small array on Central Fire Station that was put in under a grant. The system is less than 10 years old, and the system does not operate. It's defunct, and we've looked into repairing it. It costs more money to repair it than it could ever pay back in what it supplies for power. So you just have to be real careful when you put that type of infrastructure in, and it isn't what it's cracked up to be at this point.
I mean, obviously, this building has a large electrical demand, just given its size and the units. But this was one of the last major buildings to be LED retrofitted. That was a grant that Kevin and Community Development helped procure 2 years ago, I think, to retrofit most of this.
Last year, so that was a $75,000 grant that did all the LEDs in this building. Great. This facility, we've managed to get it back to a good baseline compared to where it was a couple of years ago.
I think that's a good point you raised too. Really our best trying to save money here is really just trying to reduce our demand, our usage. From a building perspective, I mean, we have a number of buildings that we own in town. Like, are we assessing, like, are any of these buildings costing us more to maintain than we're really getting back in value? Is that a conversation that we've looked at all, or?
Funny you mentioned that.
Yeah.
This is like Kevin's bread and butter.
Yeah.
If Kevin could carry a torch with this cause,
Yeah.
He would.
Okay, let's hear it.
So, and I've been pretty, putting a lot of pressure on a lot of people.
Let me answer the
evaluate
fire
this.
one. I'll do the fire one because
Yeah.
I can take the heat for it.
Yeah.
The Rue Institute, that was in an email, hopefully you all read, is doing some free work for the town to look at our outlying fire stations, which don't cost a ton to operate, as you'll see in the budget, but they're based on an older model, so they're going to work with town staff. Oh, and James popped in, look at that. James told me he was coming later too. I didn't mean to call him out, but at some point I get up here and talk so much I ramble. But the Rue Institute is going to do a study, and that's why Chief Fickett wasn't at the last council meeting, to do an analysis on which of these facilities make sense, which could be repurposed, what's our long-term costs with them. There's some other facilities that actually weren't discussed by the council not that long ago, one being Old Roby School.
Yeah.
Is going to start needing some work.
There's a line item in the capital project.
Yeah, and it's not like that's going to solve Old Roby School. That's going to
Right. That's
get it shored up so it
Yeah.
lasts a little longer.
Right. So that, yes, so I look at those buildings constantly.
Yeah.
There's about 30 facilities in town. 10 of those are major facilities. We've gotten 6 or 7 of the major ones back to a good baseline, but there are some questions about Old Roby School. We made some pretty good progress up at Little Falls Activity Center, so that's a good building now. Lions Club, preschool over here. Just buildings like those, how much do we want to invest in them in the future? Because they're going to need some work versus what they can, how well they can be used. So looking at them all constantly.
Yeah.
So.
Great.
All right. I don't know how you want to do this. Do you want to, just because we're not even like a third of the way through, I don't want to keep everybody.
My experience over the years has been aggressive to begin with. And
Right.
But a lot of these are
Just to lay-
like the Gorham Preschool Co-op building, very simple. So you tend to
Simple,
speed
yep.
through some of these.
And then there's the general assistance. I don't know if you want to, I mean, I know what that is, but.
Yeah, I
don't know if
can
you
talk
wanna-
about, so the co-op building, just for council awareness, is the old recreation building on the corner. It's used by the Gorham Cooperative Preschool, and they pay us a token amount to use the building. It's kind of a community benefit thing, and we do a little bit of maintenance on it. There's a capital item in there. General assistance is a statutory requirement that if you come in and meet the state's general assistance plan, that is governed, excuse me, not governed, we share that with the town of Wyndham. They provide us with basically an administrator and a half to service that program. But if I come in, I'm a resident of Gorham, or I live in Gorham, and I have needs, and they go through a checklist. It's not just like, is this person needed or not? If they're eligible, we pay for it. The state reimburses us back a percentage of 70%, right? 70? Am I making that up? 70%. And we've been seeing, so there, I think we had a peak a little while ago where we had a lot of demand, and in a short period of time that's kind of sizzled down a little bit. But even if the budget was even if our expenses were 3 times as much next year, we're obligated to pay it. So this is the one budget line, or one department in our budget that doesn't matter. If there's $10 million of need, we are obligated to pay it. So we take our best guess at budgeting it,
And
it fluctuates.
presumably the state revenue sharing compensates us for that in some way?
Yeah, there is always a local cost, but you'll see a revenue line item in the revenues that corresponds with the state giving us back what we paid out.
Okay. So the state compensates us directly for these payments, so.
Yeah.
Not exactly like a added cost to us. We have to
Well,
probably the front of
the
money.
extra percentage we pick
Okay.
up, yeah.
We pick up. Okay, we pick up 30%.
30%, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was push a couple years ago, mostly by the larger cities when they were dealing with an influx of new Mainers.
Yep.
To get up to, well, they often, make sure I remember this correctly, they maybe got more funding, but there was a push to bring everybody up to 90%, and that didn't make it anywhere.
Yeah.
So the program through Wyndham has worked well. Cumberland County offers a program like the assessing that they started a couple years ago. There may be a time where we outgrow. Gorham and Wyndham are just so big that sharing that doesn't work, but right now it still works and saves us a little bit of money.
And it's the contracted services here, is that just
That's
what we
paying
pay
the
to Wyndham?
Town of Wyndham.
Yeah.
Any other questions on that section?
Is that just 31?
What?
Or is it also 32?
We can talk about 32 as well, but.
I just have a question about 32 with the agencies, to pull one out. The Regional Transportation Program, isn't that like people that volunteer to help transport? I'm thinking about equity, like around the Husky Bus and that RTP is different from some of these other organizations. I was just curious if you have any idea if other municipalities fund RTP.
It's all over the place. I don't know specifically in RTP, so it's not uncommon in smaller municipalities that they have a list of 20 or 30 random
Yeah.
nonprofits that service their community in one shape or form that they give $500 to, $1,000 to, $1,200 to, or whatever it is. I know RTP is funded in part by a lot of municipalities. Gorham, at least just since I've been here, unless you were funded already as a, we work, like the GVA is a Gorham nonprofit, 501c3. Gorham has just never given out cash for those organizations. Not to say the council couldn't, that's why we listed in here. I think organizations know that we don't, and that's why we don't get a list. So a smaller town that gives out a lot of money, and I think some larger towns too, or cities, they will be inundated and bombarded with requests. These are just the ones that we get, and we put them in the book just so you're aware. Like in this case, if you wanted to give a contribution to RTP, you could.
Yeah, for me, that one just stands out among the other ones, like I said, for equity purposes, if it's a way to get people in rural areas, and we talk about how big we are, and we have the Husky Bus, but you have to get to a Husky Bus stop. I was just curious, that's all.
I'm happy to do some, so I didn't even look at their request, and I'm sure it's a generic one like we get for, Life Flight of Maine. I'm happy to look at it and see if it maybe fits requirements for TIP eligibility
There you
too.
go. Yeah.
Because if it does, that might be an easier pill to swallow than,
Yeah.
not putting it on the general mill rate. And not that that's going to move the.
I think you can
mill
make a
rate.
case for it being TIF for sure.
But I can do a little bit more research on that one.
I mean, I'm only one of us, but I would appreciate that.
Any other questions, or we can move on to the police department? We'll have the chief come up.
Chief, how are you?
I'm doing well.
You got too many accessories on that belt. Where do you want us to begin on police department? So I think PD, like a lot of other departments, had some requests for personnel. Did not fund this year, and I think it's not because they weren't needed. It was just in an effort to keep the mill rate down. At a high level, I will tell you that as Gorham grows, there is going to be an immediate need, probably first, and it's not picking on PD, but first in firefighter, paramedics, EMTs in the fire department. We can talk about that more when that department comes up, but then also PD, because at some point it's a population versus availability of officers and staffing component, just to handle your day-to-day stuff, not like we're going to be a crime-infested community or anything, but it's just an officer can only deal with so many calls for service in the course of a day. So I think it's just going to be a reality that we're going to have to face, like a lot of other departments this year. I don't think there's anything earth-shattering in the PD budget from my perspective. The chief might have a different opinion, other than we haven't finalized the union contract, but we're pretty close. We were supposed to have a meeting, but some people were sick last week, and I think we're pretty close to agreeing on salaries, hopefully.
Congratulations on Gorham being 8 years of the top 10 safest communities.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's awesome. But that kind of leads me into the question, are there metrics of how many police officers you need for this size town? And as Ephraim just talked, as we grow, we're going to need to add. I'm just curious if we can compare ourselves to a Wyndham or Scarborough or somebody else, just the number of people they have versus we have, so we can also maybe project into the future how many additional we would need.
So we often compare ourselves to Wyndham, right? There are neighboring communities similar in size and population. As an example, we're staffed at 26 full-time law enforcement officers. They're staffed at 30, I believe. So we are understaffed at this point.
Which is very similar to the fire department too. I think they're 4 or 6 higher than us on the fire side. So a good community, I'm not saying we just chase the community with more staffing, but a comparable size community, they're making it work with that number. And when you go out and look, I think you'll find that we're just a whisker below.
So is that our intention, or is it we're just not able to hire people?
No, I would say actually we're doing much better than a lot of other communities at this point in time, filling our vacancies. At one point we were down, matter of fact, last year we talked a little bit about it during budget season about how many positions we were down. I'm pleased to report to the council at this time we're down 1 position. I just recently met with an individual and gave a conditional offer earlier this week. So we're in the hiring process to fill that. There are very few law enforcement agencies across the state that can come forward and state that they're in the position that we're in. So we're doing quite well filling our positions for a multitude of reasons.
Okay. People like us, so we pay more, or are they like you?
It's
so
just
they
a
wanna
great place to
for you?
work.
I think, we talked a lot about it last year, but obviously not everybody was here last year. Law enforcement, there's certain career fields that have had pressure placed on them, and there's not enough law enforcement officers in the system, just like there's not enough firefighter paramedics in the system. It's like there's not enough assessors in the system, and they're all different. The chief, I think, and the department have done a good job. There are still departments out there that are lacking staffing and are still struggling. And I think it's a coordinated effort. It's salaries, the management, the union, the employees, all working together to, solve that problem. I'm sure there are national metrics on the police side, like there are on the fire side for NFPA. My gut reaction is we're never going to meet those metrics, but we need to be staffing at a level that we're not burning people out. And that's, I think, a struggle in public safety, because when there's a good job market for the officers or the firefighters, I can pick and choose where why wouldn't I go to a municipality on the coast that has a quarter less call volume, and I can work a little less, I don't have to be worked as hard and make the same amount of money. And that's the struggle, or more, yeah.
Right. And I know USM has a small police department, I think I've heard. Do you spend much time dealing with USM and their issues, if they have any issues?
No, not compared to what it used to be quite frank with you. From time to time, we're up there for assistance for calls for service, and from time to time, they come down. We have a mutual aid agreement with them. From time to time, they come down when we're in need of assistance. So we do help one another, as we do with all the surrounding law enforcement agencies, but it's not what it used to be.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I had similar questions, so yeah. Okay, this is just purely a definitional one. What's the difference between a robbery and a burglary?
A robbery and a burglary. So a burglary is you enter and you're simply stealing items from the residence. The robbery, there's some sort of threat of harm to an individual. Yeah.
Okay. It would be good for future years to have a table looking at seeing the numbers as they go up. I'm specifically thinking about the larger numbers, like calls for service. Are we seeing more calls for service, less calls for services, staying relatively the same?
Generally speaking, it's relatively the same.
Okay. And then traffic crashes. How are we, is that number going up, down, sticking relatively the same?
That's in the same ballpark, but as you can see, we do have a significant amount of crashes here in our community. Obviously, this is a high volume of traffic that flows through the community, therefore the number of accidents that we have. And if you notice, one of the positions that I put in for was a traffic enforcement officer, simply to try to, their primary responsibility would have been to handle those traffic crashes when they were working, and to hopefully do some enforcement to reduce that number for us, if possible.
So this is my follow-up to that, because I'm seeing, 4,659 traffic stops, and I'm honestly wondering how much those traffic stops actually do to prevent crashes.
I don't have a statistical number for you, Counselor.
I will say, though, I know we've had conversations, and the council has, about traffic calming versus enforcement. Traffic calming works better because the enforcement may work for a short period of time, and then people go back to their old behaviors, or they don't even see somebody else being pulled over. But the one area that I do think it helps is the community perspective. That I can't tell you how many times I have to have the conversation with. PD will go out when they can, but that's not what changes people's behaviors, but they still want it. They still want to. The other thing with the Gorham that people often overlook is we are a network of major roads flowing somewhere else. And that's like a Wyndham has a network of major roads flowing somewhere else. And that's where the majority of our traffic comes from. Not all of it, but we're going to continue to see that, especially as communities west of us grow. And there'll be more demand on the fire and police department just from fender benders and normal, things that just really we can't control with enforcement or even some traffic calming.
Yeah, I was going to raise a similar point. I mean, we've got 160 miles of roads in this community. So, I mean, it's impossible for us to enforce really even any sort of significant percentage of that. And I'd be curious to know how much staff time is used on that. I can imagine staff would probably rather be doing something else. It's probably not the top thing people are like fighting to. I want the traffic stopping duty. I'm not sure, but
It varies.
Yeah.
It varies on
Yeah.
interest, actually.
okay, interesting. But I think that, I mean, from my perspective, like the more we can do, and street design really has a huge impact on how fast or slow people go. So I think I'd love to see us looking more at how can we kind of just with even things like traffic, road paint and cones and hay bales and things like that. Some towns are doing some interesting stuff to kind of help make it so the traffic goes slower regardless of whether there's a cop car off to the side or not. So I'd see that as a thing that could help you all in your efforts because it's a never-ending battle that we're going to always be dealing with of people. Well, I do my own personal. I drive the speed limit, and there's always people. I get a line of people behind me, and I feel like I'm doing my community service, even though the people behind me seem to be angry about it. But yeah.
To your overall point, people want to see the department does a good job with community policing and being a part of the community and being out there. But when the staffing levels or the enforcement, if the officers are being dragged in 12 different directions, they can't necessarily always have that visibility that people want to see. The department does a great job, and just as a reminder, we absorbed the SROs last year into our municipal budget, which I think is a net positive for everyone. It doesn't put the school department in a position where they have to cut them, because they're just forced to monetarily. And then, we still have regained a little of that control. But short of the SROs, there's really no dedicated. The officers, correct me if I'm wrong, are not. You try to get them out of the community, but they're being pulled in 35 different directions for calls all the time.
That's absolutely correct.
Right.
From serious ones to, my neighbor's annoying me because their music is too loud.
Yeah.
So it's difficult for us to do any proactive enforcement or interaction with the public.
I think, in regards to what Councillor Sims is saying, it makes sense to have, a traffic calming budget within here. If there's ways that we can limit needing actual officers somewhere.
I think that would be in public works or engineering, not the police department, but, yeah.
Wherever it is. Yeah.
Now, you have a workshop so I'll be spending the rest of my weekend preparing for your workshop that I forgot about on Tuesday. But I think we can go over, I think the town has invested substantially. We had a brainstorming session with the staff the other day, and we're remembering things we forgot about that. Gorham's is leaps and bounds ahead of where you were in the core areas 10 years ago. But I get calls all the time from certain subdivision, Fort Hill Road, wherever it is, that please do something because I don't feel safe walking on the side of the road.
And I'm sure it's like 16-year-old boys,
Going out.
Oh, if I get one more call, Mrs. Dearborn, they're safe, but can you, so, I live near the bypass, and the boys just love to rev those motors underneath that bypass, and so, I get it, but.
I do have just one question, and then totally, like I said, appreciate all the work you guys are doing. Being one of the 10 safest communities is awesome stuff on a regular basis. Just given this year, we're a little more challenged. And I'm for one of, I want to see us have more housing development so we don't have to keep, being so, we don't have enough money to do the things we want to do. On the police cruisers this year, I know, so we're usually doing 2 a year. Is there a way to be like, hey, maybe this year we do 1 and maybe try to catch it up in another year, or that's not really going to save us any money, or what's our approach there? Is like the 2 cruisers a year is pretty standard, or is that something there's any kind of wiggle room on?
My answer, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, is I don't know if that's going to save you money in the long run.
Yeah.
Public safety vehicles are pushed a little harder. They're designed to be pushed a little harder. They're designed to have more wear and tear. But when a vehicle hits, like your own cars, if a vehicle gets over 100,000 miles, it becomes less reliable. The trade-in value, though we don't trade a lot of the cruisers, we tend to do hand-me-downs. And there's just more wear and tear on them. We do not, a good portion of municipalities, not all of them, issue a cruiser for an officer. And it's a take-home cruiser. That's something that in past negotiations had been requested, and I'm like, I don't have the money for that. The town doesn't have the money for that because we're just so far short of that. I know people drive by and they're like, oh, look at all the cruisers they have. We do not have a fraction of the cruisers that some municipalities do. So to answer the question, could we? But we probably shouldn't make that a practice if we had to. And Chief, do you have anything to add to that?
I would just think that overall, it isn't going to be a cost savings for the community. I think that probably, if you looked at it moving forward, that probably there'd be a significant impact on the maintenance costs that were associated with doing something like that. This has been a practice much longer than I've been the chief here. When I've sat in the number 2 seat, it's been a practice that the annual replacement cycle has been 2 cruises per year to keep us to the point where we were keeping good, safe vehicles on the road for our staff.
Thank you.
We also have maybe twice in the last 10 years done 3. So we've done more before, not historically less though.
You good, Councillor Sims?
Yeah.
Okay. Same sort of line of questioning there, and town manager mentioned it. It's something that I hear when people are being critical of the budget or spending, that drive by the PD and look at all the pretty cars they have there. So, you know, when we talk about 17 police cruisers and 26 sworn, police people on staff, just so we understand it, the rationale for why that number of vehicles and that number of people.
So obviously, as the manager noted, we don't have enough vehicles for each individual officer. There are shared vehicles primarily within the patrol division. So the marked cruisers that you see that are sitting in the parking lot, those cruisers are shared amongst the patrol staff. There could be a time frame where we have maybe 3 or 4 officers that are working, but there's a couple of cruisers that are sitting vacant in the parking lot for, say, as an example, a day shift. But that evening shift, to kind of keep the mileage down and keep things where they need to be so that they'll last longer, those spare vehicles that are sitting in the parking lot during the day shift might get utilized in the evening shift or the late out shift when those officers come in. So those marked cars are shared. The unmarked cruisers are primarily assigned to the command staff. We're all on call 24/7. Thus the reason for the unmarked cars for us and for the detective division, who as well are on call.
That's great. Last question I had, and it's sort of a thank you and then also a question from it. Reading this, the $31,000 roughly in savings from the VIPs, just appreciating all the work that they do. I'm curious whether from sort of a staffing perspective, that's a group that you could use more of, or if you're sort of properly utilizing the number of bodies that you have.
We're maximizing them, to be quite frankly with you, for everything we possibly can. They're a group that never says no. It's about 15 members currently at the moment in the VIPS program. Anyone that has interest in joining that program, I'll put a plug in right now. We could use some additional help. We were looking at doing a Citizens Police Academy this past spring. That's kind of the feeder program for our VIPS program and gives them the initial training. Unfortunately, we didn't have a lot of interest in the Citizens Police Academy this spring. I think we only had 1 person sign up during the time frame. So we're looking at possibly doing something either later in the summer or in the fall. But anyone that's interested, we'd gladly have you come on board as a volunteer. They augment the services that we're able to provide to this community. So,
thank you.
Yes.
I have 2 things. One is a definition of an acronym. Issued 1,173 VSAC.
violation, summons, and complaint. So it's basically a traffic ticket.
Okay. And I just wanted to, besides the feeder program, I want to give a shout out to those camps that you do in the summer. That's amazing. Also, the last sentence on the page says that there's a law enforcement club at the high school, currently have 1 to 11 Gorham High School students. I just wasn't sure, so that means they're up to 11
It's
students
a varying number. It's meant as an explorer program. Again, thought process behind this is get folks interested in the profession, right? At a young age, show them what we're doing, and hopefully as they become older, they become interested in the profession and maybe utilize it as a feeder program, whether it's for the Gorham Police Department or some other law enforcement agency across the state or nation, right? But yeah, currently it's between a 1 to 11 attendance to those. It's a club, but it's our Explorer program.
And I would assume also that, to put in a plug for the Aspire Gorham program, that if they had anyone that wanted to shadow, that you're available, your department's available for that.
Absolutely. We do job shadows and internships, unpaid internships, on a regular basis, whether it's through the high school for the job shadows program or internships through the University of Southern Maine or Southern Maine Community College. We're always taking on folks and partnering with them and teaching them about the profession.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Yeah. So being one of the top 10 safest communities in Maine, in the past year, has an officer needed to fire a duty weapon at some point during, just throughout the entire year?
Other than dispatching an injured deer, the answer to that question is, or qualifications or training, no.
Okay. And that is similar to prior years, right?
I think we haven't had that happen in quite some time.
Yeah.
To be,
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
I understand the need for training and for keeping up, but when I think about like the $10,000 spent on ammunition, even though over the course of the year they're not actually needing to use the duty weapons.
So just for clarification purposes, that line item is not only just for ammunition for our firearms, whether it's our handguns, our rifles, or our shotguns. It's also for other uses of force such as taser supplies, other non-lethal weapons systems that we have that are available at our disposal if, unfortunately, we have to utilize them.
Have we had to utilize them?
So I will say, I'm going to push back a little on this one. I think if some people are familiar with this world, and I know not everyone is, ammunition is ridiculously expensive, even in bulk. And you need to maintain a level of proficiency so that in the event, for any of these, not even the lethal tools, the non-lethal tools, so that in the event that you need to use it, just like a firefighter needs to maintain proficiency in fire attack, in SCBA usage, and medical expertise, not saying that they're doing it willy-nilly, you need to maintain that proficiency so that you're safe with it in the event that you ever have to use it, even non-lethal. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say. Furthermore, it's required by our certification standards that are set by the Maine Criminal Justice Academy. By keeping up on your training and proficiency, it also reduces liability for the town.
Okay.
But it's not uncommon that one round of ammunition, I know you're buying it in bulk, but if I went and bought a box of Cabela's, I could be paying 30 to plus cents per round.
Yeah.
So just to do a qualification could be, you can see how expensive this can get really quickly with 30 officers.
Yeah. Okay. And the other thing I wanted to mention, so the school resource officers being under our budget, I know we have neighboring towns that have
removed it from their schools entirely. I'd just be curious to see what the impacts are, because now we're a few years out and we can see how those schools are handling it, what changes, is it for the worse, is it for, like, which is what, it would just be, helpful to know so that we can safely say this is a continued good use of resources for the police department.
Maybe I can clarify the question too. You mean if municipalities have done that, is there any data? Because again, outside of the norm, is there any data that they have collected that show how that has affected the student population and the community?
Yep.
I mean, I think it's something we can look into, but my gut reaction for Gorham as a whole, and again, I think this is a council and a school committee thing, but my gut reaction is probably the community members want those officers there, but that's just my gut reaction. But I think data is very important too, if there's communities that have withdrawn them, to see what that looks like.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, I don't have any data at this point in time, to provide to you. But what I would say is this school resource officer program is something that's been in place for decades. I'm talking like 25, 30 years worth of time. And it's a program that we've worked diligently with the school department, with staff, with students, to build relationships with those students. They're not just in the schools, performing law enforcement functions. They're mentors, they're teachers, they're assisting the staff at the schools. One of our school resource officers, the one that's attached to the elementary schools, from time to time he'll fill in for recess duty when they're short-staffed, and assisting in those manners.
Build a school for that.
Yeah. So, they fill many of the roles, and furthermore, the programs that Councilor Cush mentioned with the Camp 911 programs, they're the staff that spearhead those programs. They spearhead those camps that we do. They take a group of students from the middle school every year on an annual rafting trip that normally they wouldn't be able to do, that funds are raised independently to provide the financial support for. So there's many things that they do for the community above and beyond just being in the schools themselves. So.
Yeah, I would echo that. My wife was an ed tech for 18 years in various schools, and she loved the resource officers. And all my time in Gorham, I've been here most of my life, the resource officers have been looked highly of, appreciated, done a lot for the town. So big fan here for resource officers.
And I can say, having had a couple kids go through the Gorham school system, that the middle school one was the most, the kids would come home and talk about him in a wonderful way. And, he had to do some pretty hard things sometimes. And, seventh grade gossip is very interesting some days, but, I think it's a good thing. I think we should, keep it and keep on moving with it, because it is a good program.
Well, and I would like to add to that, too, having been in the schools for 19 years, how much we appreciate the school resource officers and how they blend into the school, for littles, for kindergarten through 5th grade, which was my experience. But I also think that it speaks to the value that there's a scholarship program in memory of a person who was very important to this town and served as a school resource officer. And I can remember school budget meetings, and, this is a program that's very well respected in Gorham, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the chief? All right.
Thanks,
Thank
Chief.
you.
Chief. So I'm gonna bow out to use the restroom.
Take a break?
If that
We'll take a
works,
quick
but
break.
I don't know.
Take a quick break, maybe?
Yeah. 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to let everybody know that I am actually going to leave and turn this meeting over to Council Vice Chair Siegel. So he's going to run the rest of the meeting because I have to work this afternoon, so.
Hearts of Pine?
Yeah, the Hearts of Pine game, apologies. But thank you to everybody who came out, and I have already asked all my questions of the town manager, so, yep, we can take a break till noontime, is that?
Sounds good.
Yep.
As in the past, we didn't put the COLA in the budget. There are some line items that are just pools of funding. So like call company pay, for example, you don't know what that's going to be. Salaries for a police officer, I know what that is, down almost to the penny throughout the year. Call company, it depends how many calls, how many people show up, how much trainings there are, so on and so forth. We factor in COLAs almost every year for that anyway. So it just won't be visible.
Basically, if I got 3%, the call company, fire, police, everybody on the call company side would get the 3%. It's been that way for a number of years.
We just need to stay competitive with those
Correct.
wages as well.
I did just a quick question. I was actually just asking Chief before we got back on the camera here about the junior firefighters. And obviously one of the challenges here is, as you mentioned, Ephraim, we're all struggling to retain staff and recruit new staff. So always interested to learn about programs and anything we can do to support them for trying to build the pipeline. And it sounds like this junior firefighter program is one of those.
Yeah, currently we have 3 junior firefighters that came to us. They live in Gorham. They went to Westbrook Voc through the firefighter program at the Voc Center through the high school. When they joined us, 2 of them already had Fire 1 and 2 and was in the EMT program. When they graduate from high school, they'll be Fire 1 and 2 as well as an EMT. Then we have the issue of either go to college, or they go into Voc school, or they just absolutely going out into the working force. If they stay in the working force, they'll stay living at home probably. If they go to SMCC, they'll probably live at home. But if they go any place but those 2 places, then we lose them. Because they'll be, going to college or a trade program someplace else and have to live someplace else. That's how we get those people. Then we have another program that is called the Student Living Program that SMCC gives them Fire 1 and 2. If they don't come that way, they can get EMT that way, and they get a degree in fire science. What that program is we have 12 slots for that. Currently, we only have 3 returning next year. The same issue is they live at the station Sunday night to Thursday night, 10 o'clock at night till 7 in the morning. They're mandated to be there. They get paid for calls. They go to college over to SM during the day. And to be truthful, they only have 4 classes a week that enables them to stay. Some of them are rocket scientists and they do 5 or 6. Then we have the ones that only stick with 4. So that's how we get the student live-ins. And the problem is with them, they leave at summertime and go back home to work. We try to find them work here, but they just love to go back home. And they come all the way from Vermont, this side and everything. So we only have them during the school year, the 2 school years. And sometimes we get a very good live-in that wants to stay here. And we encompass them into the full-time program. We've had very good luck with that piece of the puzzle as well. That answer it?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
So I will add, just managing expectations, a lot of the programs that the department and departments in general, you correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, they're not as reliable, I think to the chief's point, as for any number of reasons as far as providing any kind of level of staffing as they used to be. They are a benefit. Yeah. A call company member is a benefit, but as you all know, you're here on a Saturday at a budget workshop. I'm sure there's 12 different things you also need to be doing. Call company firefighters, live-in students, and any other means by which we have to try to get somebody to assist in a non-full-time capacity in our public safety departments, primarily the fire department. It's getting harder and harder. So the writing has been on the wall for years. We talk about it every budget season. We're not the only town going through this. Towns that have grown a little faster or are ahead of us in our development, you see this. But these programs eventually become very small compared to the overall scheme of staffing. We will need more full-time staffing. It's there, it's coming, and what I would like to do is sit down with the department and some of our regional partners and kind of see what that demand looks like, and then chart a course there and say how many per year. Is it 2 every other year? Is it 1 every year? Is it, how do we get there? What does it look like? And that's why the chiefs are always trying to talk about regional efforts, because if we can slow that down or decrease the need, it's everyone's net gain. So.
Chief, do you get a sense like the ones that are coming up through these programs, we want to try to get them to stay. Any insight from you as to like, you know, what are there? I mean, my guess would be one of the reasons they can't stay here is because they're trying to find a place to live. It's probably I would say that's one of the bigger challenges. That'd be accurate.
That's the biggest challenge they have is to afford housing.
Right.
You know,
right.
single kid. And the starting out pay is it's equal around the whole place, but it's not a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's a big thing is
right.
You know, some of them, there's 2 or 3 of them that are students, they'll find an apartment someplace.
Right.
And then some of those will stay.
Yeah.
We've had some eventually buy houses.
Yeah.
It depends. Just the big thing is to find a place for them to stay.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, again, I think that, you know, one of my themes here, I'm going to keep singing the song as long as I am involved here. I just, you know, housing in and around the village, you know, obviously not just single family homes. How can we do things a little more efficiently? I think we can even try to get creative with some of the land that the town owns. That's not terribly far from the fire station. So just putting that thought out there.
But I want to set realistic expectations for the council.
Yeah.
We are not going to be able to solve fire department staffing,
Sure.
even if I had affordable housing.
Yeah, right.
You were talking about a fraction of the staffing in these programs, in the kids and available. It used to be something that communities could rely on. That well is drying up. And we as a community are going to be forced to have more full-time staffing, more paid full-time professionals versus, you know, the volunteers, the call company, the per diems. That is eventually going away.
Can you speak for a moment to the, I don't remember exactly, between the fire department and the police department about those sort of non-compete clauses that are out there as far as training or not, non-compete's the wrong word, but reimbursement for training?
So that's not in fire, not yet. That's been kicked around. I don't know if I don't think the law for the dispatchers passed last session right now. The state was looking at that for dispatchers because you would steal dispatchers from different dispatching organizations. Law enforcement, so many years, can you get 5 years out of the academy? If we have an officer come work for us, we have to prorate and reimburse that municipality for their cost to train that employee. There have been discussions at the state about doing that in other public safety disciplines. They haven't gone anywhere, but it's just PD. And we've done that from time to time where we find an officer that's up and coming and talented, and we're like, okay, it's $20,000 to reimburse that municipality. It's worth the investment.
So question, I have a good friend who's a fireman out in Massachusetts somewhere nowadays, and he tells me most of the time he spends is suicides, helping people who fall, can't get up, type of things like that, and not really fires. Do you have the data? Do you kind of monitor how often you go out to see what kind of events you're going to? It just strikes me, if we can't hire a fireman, if there's another approach or way, or we hire a different kind of person to go help those people who've fallen and can't get up, or suicide, or whatever else may be. It's a lot of non-fire stuff, because I see fire trucks go back and forth all the time. I assume they're going to a lot of traffic calls or issues. I just wonder if we struggle hiring people, if there's a way to maybe change the roles somehow to satisfy the need of people, if that made sense.
We obviously can produce that data.
I'm sorry?
We can produce that data without a problem. There is a lot of lift assist. We predominantly have an elderly community. 60%, I want to say, on my transports, residents over 65 years old. How we dispatch an ambulance, I want to clarify that if it's a minor call, it's only an ambulance. If it's a major call and the weight of the person makes a difference, it ends up getting a fire truck or a second ambulance. And there is some calls that we get, they call them echo calls. You would get everybody I have available at that call. And we dispatch certain number of people to the severity of the call. And it all starts at dispatch when you call and you tell them you need an ambulance, and they start this whole process of EMD in it, and they pin it really well to what the caller says to us. And they tell us what we're going for, and that dictates to us what we send. As far as structure fires, there's not a lot of structure fires. It's more EMS, and you would classify as a public assist. Public assist is anything from helping the person up off the floor. It could be water problem in the basement, carbon monoxide going off, smoke detector going off. Those are labeled at those classifications. And depending on what the dispatcher gets for information, it dictates what they get for response. But I can narrow it down to a lot better, whatever you wish, through our computer CAD program.
Yeah, maybe next year, just with some, historical trends, how many house fires, how many support things
We
like
can put, so the fire department reports to a national standard. There's major incident type classifications. We could easily do that, and we'll plug it into the budget. The one thing I want to emphasize, what I know the chief touched on it. We say firefighters.
Yeah.
They are primarily EMS providers. 70-ish. I'm looking for a nod. 60% of all the volume that the fire department does is medical calls. So when you see a fire engine out, yeah, they may be going to that. They may be going to a medical call because there could be another call while they're out where they need that. So it's a dance of which piece of apparatus they need. The most highly used pieces of equipment in any municipal fire department that does fire and EMS is an ambulance. Yeah. They're not cheap. The department's been pretty good in the town about replacing them. But there's been internal conversations on how to handle the call volume, the medical volume, but it's actually almost all your staff, even your call company, are medically licensed. Not all of them, but most of them.
are.
So it's the bread and butter of what fire departments do. And if you go to somebody that fell down, you don't know why they fell down. So they may get there. The alternative, yes, you could send somebody from Public Works to go pick them up, but maybe they fell down because they had a medical condition. And I just picked on Public Works because they're in the audience, but you know what I mean. So it is a problem. The demands for service and how the call types. This is a conversation that's been happening regionally. I know the county is looking at it, the departments are looking at it, and how to best utilize those resources. Because at the end of the day, an ambulance is $400,000 to $500,000. A fire engine, as you're seeing, is about $1 million. Plus all the personnel costs, you can only afford so much.
Right. Well, if there's, obviously you got to have some fire trucks, but they're they're like one of the more expensive line items. But so it's, I mean, if we can use the other, you know, if it, like, would another ambulance be as almost as effective as the fire truck? I mean, it would be cheaper, but it wouldn't be. There'd be particular situations where obviously you need the fire truck.
Yeah, I think we could go in the weeds on that with you, but
Yeah.
at the end of the day,
Yeah.
this is something I go in the weeds is on. At the end of the day, the question for our public safety professionals is, what type of equipment can we buy that tries to serve as many call types as possible, and what is the best way to optimize that staffing?
Right.
Right now, we know there's one medical call going on right now in Gorham. Gorham has how many medical calls a day on average?
Anywheres from 2 to 15.
Wow.
And I will say 40% of the time, we have one call. 40% of the time, we have another one
At the
right
same
after,
time.
during the same time as the first one's going off.
Yeah.
The first call, if it's just an ambulance call, takes out 2 people out of 4 full-timers we have. If the second one comes in, it takes 4. It takes the 2 that's on the original, takes 2 on the second one, depending on the severity of the call. It could take all my full-time staff and my per diem staff, and I could be left with nothing.
Yeah. Do you try to, and I know this, I'm sure you guys think about this all the time, it just occurs to me, like, you know, we got the public safety area there, we got the fire department, police department in pretty close proximity. Like, is there any potential for, like, continued, like, more sharing of resources there to, like, kind of help us be as cost effective as possible without sacrificing anything, or?
You mean sharing with the police department?
Yeah.
That's totally 2 different things.
Yeah.
Their expertise is in the PD field.
Yep.
They have a few that are EMT certified. And none of my firefighters, paramedics, or any of those are very well versed with the PD stuff.
I will say, though, that the agencies work very well together from the dispatch. So it's in the PD budget, I believe, the dispatch contractual costs from the dispatch center to PD to fire, they support each other. So, I mean, PD's aware if there's another medical call and an ambulance is sitting there and they're helping direct traffic, and I know that's not the norm, but they all work together to optimize those services that we have. But at the end of the day, you have a law enforcement officer.
Yeah.
Parts of the country have dabbled in that, and I don't think it's necessarily proven to be successful. Like, I'm a law enforcement officer, I'm also a medic, and I'm a firefighter.
Right.
Where the bigger conversation, the bigger bang for the buck it will have to happen is like us talking to the town of Wyndham, us talking to our neighbors. We're not in the same weight class as Scarborough. Scarborough just hires firefighters. They can afford to do that. Their taxpayers may not feel the same way, but when you look at their value and their budgets, that's what they do.
Yeah.
So we have to get creative on sharing resources. But I mean, we have dedicated call company employees. They're members of the fire department that are members of town departments or employees of town departments and things like that. So
Yeah.
now we talked about live-in students. I did cut $6,000, and you see under student live-ins. That was an incentive program to try to get the kids to stay for the summer. Hasn't worked. The money's been sitting in that account, and so I cut it, not the chief.
But the money isn't necessarily the issue. It's really more of, like, literally an actual place to
I mean,
stay.
if you're a college kid and you're living in a fire station throughout the whole college year,
Yeah.
kind of want your freedom. Right. I get that.
Yeah.
I just had a quick question on the unfunded items, the 6-bay garage shared with PD and Rec, looking at some of the bigger sort of like infrastructure needs that we may have moving forward. I'm curious sort of what that is and what it would be proposed to be, I guess.
That's in capital part 2 that it's a given that we leave vehicles outside and stuff like that, as well as Rec does, and the PD would be storing crash cars outside or in their garage and stuff like that. So back, I want to say 5 or 6 years ago, I proposed doing a 6-bay dry storage. Had minimal electricity in it for lights only, no water, no sewer, no nothing, just so we could get the stuff undercover and be able to get it out when we could. And it's been cut ever since, but
I'm
for
here for you,
obvious
Chief.
reasons, it's not. It's needed, yes, but It's just other things in town has a bigger priority for that matter.
Thank you.
That'd be like, kind of like, I'm just thinking in the same vicinity, so like you can kind of shared resources there.
Correct.
Yeah.
I share right now, we share a tractor together, me and
Right.
Rec and the PD that we use around the building.
Mm-hmm.
There's a number of other stuff that we share with each department. The PD sometimes comes, gets my pickup truck to, go pick up evidence someplace.
Yeah. Are there TIF rules against capital equipment, Ephraim, or is it you can?
No, it needs, equipment you can fund, but it needs to serve a district, have an economic development potential or a corridor. It has to be tied to the district somehow.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, the fire station is actually out of the TIF district. So it doesn't touch it.
Right, yep.
We did a little bit, but if they want to.
One thing I would suggest, honestly, moving forward, I think we should call this the EMS/fire department or just the emergency services department. I mean, if we're talking about a 60/40, like just calling it the fire department, I feel like downplays all of the,
Just,
like,
you might as well have just suggested to paint all the trucks like purple, like that's, I don't disagree, yeah. I mean, you have a point, but I think the public just needs to be aware that's the majority of the call volume. But
Yeah.
there's a rich history in our volunteers, the departments, the communities. I would not suggest changing because I don't want to get run over in the parking lot or something or have a bad fate. But you know what I mean. But I think as far as communicating to that public, we could do a better job. Communications coordinator, follow somebody around and be like, did you know that, this is the majority of what our folks do? Firefighters love to fight fires. I mean, do you have any firefighters that aren't just clawing at the walls, just trying to jump on a fire truck if there's a fire? But that's not what they do. That's not the reality of it. It's just...
Thankfully.
Yeah, thankfully, that's not a problem we have.
I have two things. One of them, again, a shout out, the Aspire Gorham program did a presentation to the school committee recently, and a young woman from Gorham that grew up listening to the alarms, went through the internship or whatever program with them and confirmed that that's what she wants to be. So great job with that. And you talk about us having to hire full-time firefighters, but again, similar to my question to the police department, what are we looking at for availability? Besides poaching each other's in the area?
Do you want
Are
me to
there
answer that?
firefighters available?
Doesn't matter. Why don't you do it just?
Okay. I think there's ebbs and flows, right? And what we need are medical providers that can be trained as firefighters. The firefighting part is easier to do. Am I wrong with that statement?
That's easy.
Paramedics have to go to school for a long time, and there's a big investment. They are in high demand, as well as advanced EMTs or people that can operate it at a higher licensure level. I guess there's varying. I think this is a problem statewide, but there's feeder programs, right? Some kids go to college for this, and they'll get job offers right out of school at a competing municipality. There are people that go get their EMS license and work in a rural town, learn to be a firefighter, get the certifications, and slowly work their way up to a Gorham, and then anything in between. So, like anything, I think the state of Maine probably has a poorer feeder program for fire and EMS than law enforcement. Law enforcement, it's a very clear path of how you get there. You need to go to the academy, you need to have a sponsorship, and we invest in you, and there's a couple ways to get there. Fire and EMS, there's like 20 different ways, and none of them are providing enough people. Is that fair?
Yeah, correct. The problem with medics is there's not enough of them out there.
Yeah.
And if you're down for the count, on an echo call, we need medics. And a very serious call like that takes 3 or 4 paramedics because they're doing the same stuff that you would get in the hospital, in the emergency room in the hospital and in a trauma room. With the exception of, we carry most everything that they have in there, except they have some more trinkets than we do, drug-wise and stuff like that. But the basic stuff that happens for cardiac arrest, we have all the stuff. And we need, it's labor-intensive to run a cardiac event. And medics, there's just not enough of them out there. I'm down 2 medics at this point right now.
That's why you see like Wyndham had the pilot program for a community or like a chase car, fly car paramedic. You may see that develop over time, that if you have a limited resource in this license level, we got to find a better way to do it. And maybe not every call is a cardiac arrest. So how do you reuse those resources well?
And how we do it in Gorham now is if I only have 1 medic on during the day or night, the ambulance goes out with either advanced or basic, and if it doesn't take a paramedic for that call, that paramedic stays in town. Unfortunately, if the call needs the medic, then the medic goes. And we would call an out-of-town medic if we have to have them. The problem is with that piece of the puzzle is it takes a little time to get them to the scene, or we pick them up on the way or whatever. We're allotted 2 medics per shift. Obviously, I'm down 2.
So one thing, if you're okay with it, I just want to point out things as I notice them too, to keep you on track, because as I know after lunch, we slow down, we have just as much to get through. Even though I just said we typically go fast, I don't think that's actually accurate. We do share a fire mechanic with Wyndham. That has been a very successful program for us. We split the costs, the equipment, the truck, servicing the apparatus. Ties right into the question of how much apparatus can we afford to maintain in the future, the age, all that good stuff. So that's a successful regional program. We share some space with Wyndham in the south, or South Wyndham, Little Falls Fire Station. Should be Little Falls, South Wyndham Fire Station. We're going to call it that. So those regional approaches are there, and we continue to try to invest in them.
Did you have another question, Councilor Cush? I can't remember.
Thank you.
There was talk a couple years back about some major OSHA changes to fire department requirements and necessities, but then I think there's been some shifts or what. Is there anything coming down OSHA related that's going to impact our equipment needs, training needs that we should be thinking about for future budgets? Because I know you're much tuned into this than I am.
I honestly think, this is just my high-level perspective on that. Yes, there was some stuff coming down. Yes, there's pressure on the feds not to push it. I haven't checked on it lately, and I think, it's my personal opinion, you saw a lot of rural towns freaking out over nothing. I think there was requirements, I think there was impacts, and I think like the Maine Fire Chiefs Association and other organizations are monitoring it, but I haven't heard anything lately. I'm seeing if Phil, I get a nod out of him if he's heard anything yet either. Yeah, so it's something we'll monitor, but I think a lot of the media attention is like, oh, we're gonna have to close our fire station. I find it hard to believe that our congressional delegation, the federal government, and the state of Maine would allow that, that we just destroy the fire service.
Okay, cool. Any other? Crazy. I figure we'll cover all the way to 45, so if there's anything about any of the fire stations or police station.
So I can, Kevin's here to answer questions too on the buildings, but the police station on page 41, there's a substantial capital item due to basically the fire suppression system failing in that, and the way it was installed led to a bunch of debris in the system, and it needs to be taken apart and flushed, so you'll see that in capital part 2. I don't think there's any real way around that, unfortunately. Central Fire Station, there's a lot of fix-it funds in capital part 2 as well for that building. But again, what you're seeing is the general cost of operating these facilities. And then when you get to the outlying fire stations, North Gorham, West Gorham, those are the stations, White Rock, that the Rue Institute's going to be working with us to kind of identify what's the long-term analysis, what does the response plans look like, you know, should we keep investing in them, you know, when the roof needs to be replaced, but relatively speaking, they don't cost us a ton to operate. We were getting more bang for the buck, I think, when there was live-in students in all of them.
Yeah.
Now it's hit or miss. You do have some call companies, so there's obviously value. And ISO ratings as well. West Gorham has had a lot of work done. White Rock and North Gorham, a little bit of work as far as the facilities. Is that fair? Yeah.
All right, we'll move on. Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir. So are you on 46?
Yep,
Is
we're
that
up
what
to
I'm taking it?
46, the public utilities.
We have a lot of utilities. This is where we talk about fire suppressions and fire ponds. We don't budget a fraction of the amount of money that we should to maintain the fire ponds in town. It's a token amount. A lot of this budget is supplemented, not all of it, but some of it, by a percentage from the TIP districts, like streetlight maintenance, the street lights in the district. So back, I don't know if it was pre-COVID or right around COVID, we purchased all of our street lights in town. I have not done a calculation recently, but I think it's saved us hundreds of thousands of dollars in the long run. Plus, we paid for the investment, I think, which was about $200,000 maybe at the time to buy all those lights. So there's still a cost. We still have to maintain them. The LED fixtures will eventually start to fail at some point, but it was a huge saving for us in the long run. And we have to rent the hydrants from the Portal Water District. So every time we add a hydrant, I cringe, but it's kind of the name of the game. Any questions?
How much is each hydrant?
I don't know. How much is each
Ballpark?
hydrant? Do you know?
When you have that.
Sharon will look while we
Yeah,
continue.
how many hydrants do we have?
I have
again?
no idea, to be
Yeah.
honest with you.
So there's no other, you have to rent them? You have,
Well, the district, in fairness to them, is providing the water and maintaining the hydrants.
Yeah.
So it's their property. We're renting the ability to use them from the district.
Right.
But every community that has these hydrants that are district owned is paying that fee to service them.
okay.
But again, just one of those costs we absorb as we grow.
Right.
Yeah.
The more you can build housing where there's already hydrants.
Exactly.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Every little bit counts.
That's right.
Page 47, contracted services, animal shelters, that's our costs to be a member of the Portland, what's that? Animal Refuge League. And I don't believe that might include a little bit of service, but everything above and beyond for an animal we eat out of our budget if there's fees associated with that animal. Dispatching, so this one I have to just at least brief you on. So we've saved a lot of money over many years being part of the regional dispatching service at Cumberland County. Our contract says we pay a 3% increase. I received a bill in the mail and this blew up and didn't end well. Because of the financial constraints that the county has been under, they are saying that, well, it should be 6%. Fight this, it's like 15 grand overall. What I told the county manager is you need to justify it that the town of Gorham is going to eat it at the end of the contract because we have a contract and you need to honor it. That's still ongoing. I have the 6% budgeted. What they were trying to do in fairness is not every town's contract came up at the same time. But again, why do I have a contract if you can arbitrarily change the price? So that was my blowout with the county manager. And probably not the hill we should die on as an organization, but we'll get that taken care of. The $406 a year per hydrant.
Okay, thanks.
The radio service contract is for a lease of a tower site in South Gore? Nason Road. For a repeater. Some of them we get for free and this one we don't. Brings us to Public Works. This is our go-to get it done department. Feel free to ask questions at any point. So the road foreman, we do not have a road foreman position right now. When Bob Burns left to be the window manager, we went out, advertised, Terry was selected as the director, and we had some progression up the food chain in the department. The foreman position was vacant. We looked at, okay, do we have any internal candidates at the time? And it was decided to, it was my decision to, and we crafted this in a past budget, so it was public, to roll that foreman position into an operator position. So several years go by, and now we're proposing to bring that foreman back for institutional planning, I guess, for the long term, maybe to grow a little bit of experience in a leadership role in the department. I have a half a year budgeted to try to keep the mill rate down this year. It's not dramatic. It might be 2 cents-ish. But we probably wouldn't hire anybody right off anyway. We'd really want to find the right candidate because this is somebody dealing with the crews on a daily basis and would need to jive with the department. We upped the rental substantially, and I think, I'm going off memory, I think that might be transferred in from TIFs, and that's mostly so we can rent, or we can have more rental available, but also for a second street sweeper that we rent. Takes wear and tear off our machine, which is getting up there in age. The department recommended more salt. I substantially increased that, as well as took an allocation for a percentage of the village TIF, which is primarily served 100% with salt anyway. There's sometimes applications for sand. That also includes pallets of salt for around buildings and facilities, things like that. And as you can see, parts for equipment, things like that, that just sits through the roof. You have newer trucks with emissions problems, with, I think anybody that has any experience in this field, it's not cheap to repair a $300,000 truck anymore. It's slightly ridiculous. And then we have the normal increases that we have. I'd like to think that the petroleum industry will level out. I'm just not very optimistic in this fiscal year. So that's Public Works in a nutshell as far as their operating budget. And then you have budgets for the main shop, and then the lower facility, which used to be the old facility that's used for storage and some small work, things like that.
I thought we had the gentleman at the Tuesday meeting about asked about the cemeteries, and maybe there's an opportunity when we hire the communications person. But do we have other communities looked at like maybe some amount of like private donations to help fund some of the cemetery maintenance? That might be something we could look at.
I think you could, and when I was in my last town years ago, they had some accounts, but I think it's different in every cemetery. So if you have, some cemeteries have accounts attached to them that we kind of use the interest, or if we have a major repair. So I think you just have to, there has to be an attachment to people to that cemetery to want to donate to it.
Right.
The dance that we have to do is we have to do general maintenance. There is a capital concern on repairing stones. We have to be careful that we just don't let volunteers go in and do whatever the hell they want. And I think that's where a group of volunteers are sincere about this.
Yeah.
But I had a bad experience in a cemetery in a not to be named town where no one said anything, and this person went in and is like, I'm going to clean up shrubs. Well, apparently it was the tree that was donated by the late clerk's family member, and it blew up, and nobody knew, and they went and cleaned out a bunch of brush, and it just has to be done very carefully. And for such a simple thing, we spend a lot of time on it. And I'm looking at Lori and Terry. Lori's department handles, the plots, working with Public Works, and then there's the maintenance and capital aspect. So is that fair?
100% fair, and we actually ran into the same situation with a overgrown shrub just a year or two ago. Thing hadn't been maintained for years, and under the cemetery rules, we have the rights to go and maintain that. As soon as we went in and took those down, we were replacing bushes that got cut down. So we have to be very careful, even on the stones. The stone's a touchy situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know that the committee said they need 45,000 to fix stones, and I'm not sure if that's enough, to be quite honest with you.
So I was the one that spoke with them, and none of them could agree. So I tried to, I told them to pick a cemetery, pick one. And so they picked one of the smaller ones, Sapling Hill, I believe. It didn't have as many overturned stones, and it was a little bit easier to manage. And I explained, start here. So they had gotten prices for each cemetery individually. And this one was like, I think, $4,800 to repair the stones that were there. Most of them were Revolutionary War that were falling over. I also offered at the Historical Society to help them research these stones to see if there was family here still. Again, going back to the repair of the stones, they are not their stones.
Yeah.
The family owns these stones. And it would be like if I just went in and, I don't know, kicked my grandmother's stone over. I don't own it. And, somebody came in and fixed it, I would be annoyed.
Yeah.
So I just, there is a line, and I think we can come up with a program with this. I just think that we need to start small.
Yeah.
Very small. Sapling Hill is a great one to start with, and maybe start there, get our rules in place. I will help in the research department free to try to get this moving, because I do think it is important, but everybody's busy. There are constraints with finances and such like that.
So on that point, again, I overlook it every year because there's so many priorities. We're going through departments shaving $100 out of accounts, just like the school department and the county and everybody else. The last thing on my mind is putting $45,000 towards a cemetery capital fund. That being said, if the council, this is probably something I should have brought up, I consider this kind of a living document, and I think the council's always treated it as that until you vote on it. If I take away stuff that you kind of are all like, yeah, we should have done that, we'll make the changes. I will identify those changes to you before you vote and say this is what it is. If the council as a whole is receptive to starting a small capital program that is managed by Public Works, and I say managed by like they're going to sign off on it, of like $15,000, $20,000, it's not going to move the needle on the mill rate substantially, but it might just get our foot in the door to start. And we're not going to make everybody happy, but if we can do some education on, hey, if your family's still in town and you want to have your cemetery, your headstone cleaned, we prefer you use this vendor and you need to run it by Public Works. There's educational efforts we could do. And then, of course, you have cemeteries where there's just no relationship to anybody left in town.
So do we have a sense? It sounds like there's a decent percentage of graves out there where there's really not a particularly close relative that's still around.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Even in our newer cemeteries, it doesn't mean you have a relative in Gorham per se anymore.
Right.
Right, or the family could have died out 100 years ago. But it's not. It would not be hard to research this stuff. It's not. It's a little time consuming, but within probably an hour, I could probably find a relative that belonged to somebody in the Revolutionary War, and we can go from there.
Just whatever you guys decide to do, just Public Works does not repair gravestones.
Well,
We are not in the business of repairing gravestones.
He did get
We would just be managing
Right.
a contractor to come in and
this.
or whoever
He
it
went
goes.
and got estimates from something Granite. I can't remember. They do specifically gravestones. This is where all the numbers came up from, and he did every cemetery. And they gave. That's where he came up with the number. And again, like Sapling Hill, which is where I wanted to start, was, I think, $4,800 to fix what was in there, which I thought was a small, to start with. Just start somewhere. Don't do it all at once. Don't try to bite off.
I want to be respectful of the council's time and your expectations of when you're leaving today, so.
Yeah, right.
Got a couple departments left.
Yeah.
Do you, let me ask you all of this without voting. As a whole, would you support a pilot in the budget not a one-off capital part 2 pilot program. So every year there's a little bit of money to be allocated for professional services at the cemetery beyond our general maintenance. You know,
I support it. I mean, I feel like we've put this committee together, and they've given us a recommendation that we should at least do something. $5,000. I mean,
in fairness to Public Works, every time somebody's met with me on this subject, and that's how the committee started, I try to set a reasonable expectation with them that this is not going to happen overnight. This is one of our lowest priorities in the town. I don't mean to be mean on it, but but if we can get there in a couple of years to really get into a program, I'd be happy. It's more than we have now.
I mean, I'd prefer to see us try to find some sort of way to do some fundraising for it before we start allocating. If we do it for one of the cemeteries, we're going to be expected to eventually do it for all of them. And like you said, I think you're right. We have to pick priorities. People that are still alive, I would say, is probably a relatively high priority. I'm not, saying that we shouldn't, be, concerned about the past, but I mean, we got limited resources here, so we got to be realistic about where we can put them. So.
Maybe Terry and I can get together between now and when you vote on the budget, and I can put a memo together and come up with maybe a compromise on how to address that.
Yeah.
Any other things in terms of stormwater compliance or solid waste and recycling or, cemeteries? And then
Stormwater compliance, the Martins Point TIF, going off memory. No. Sebago Brewing TIF helps offset that cost. That's probably something I'm going to look at more in the future because it dawned on us after we published the budget that most of the MS4 region is in our village TIF. Not all of it, but a good chunk of it. That's something that I preach every year, that those requirements are not going away, and they're going to become more and more excessive every year. And you're probably going to see in 10 years this budget double, triple, just from the costs associated with it. And
Which one's that?
federally, stormwater, federally mandated to comply.
And that's not really what's within our control on that. Yeah. Yeah.
We participate in the permit renewal discussions, but to be honest, we don't, a lot of that is out of our control.
Some of it's federal guidelines, some of it's local DEP, EPA guidelines, and it's hard even for us to follow the bouncing ball. We're trying to get the next year's permit cycle done, but nobody can agree on what the new rules are going to be. So we're kind of, Tom and Chuck are all involved in it, but it's kind of.
And that's state or is that federal?
A little bit of both, and a little bit of some organizations that have a lot of say, and there's just a lot of. We don't know where we're going right now, quite honestly. We know this year we do have some new rules that we're working on as far as outfalls and catch basins and stuff like that we have to do. We have no choice. And it's not a big deal, but Efren's 100% right. As we move down the road, our MS4 area is going to get bigger, which is going to require more of this regulation and more inspections and more everything. So this is not going away. It'll be here forever.
And that, so it's a particular area of our town that's within the MS4?
We have two MS4 areas right now. One is the Little Falls area, and one is basically in the village area.
Is it kind of like dictated by like density, population density? Okay.
So how you impair or could impair the water stream in that area.
Okay.
The other concern is that it may expand in the future. And this has been discussions all over the place about what municipalities, how they can actually develop. So it's like a lot of towns that in the middle of your river or your stream, the center of your village where your mill was eventually, that's your village, and it's more density. So it gets more and more complex as there's more requirements put on that development.
Yeah. So the more we can steer development away from watersheds, better?
I think that group, meaning like the stakeholders that that challenge those permits would love to see that. I don't know if that's a fair statement, but see more of that. And then,
But a lot of it is the way the stormwater is handled on new projects. In any project you get going on, Pheasant Knolls gets a lot of stormwater infrastructure and stuff that's required by law.
Yeah.
Anything's in town, Roby Woods, anything. I mean, anything we have going on, and there's new methods of treatment of stormwater that that's trying to be incorporated, and that's a lot of it. So when you get a project that comes in, you have to look at the stormwater, make sure they're within the rules, and try to steer them towards some new methods of stormwater management. We've done it right here for ourselves, the two stormwater containment areas outside that we put in last year, part of that new regulations.
and here's my pitch too, they need to be maintained, so when we cut the brush in them, we're not destroying local habitats.
Yeah.
That's actually part of the maintenance plan for the stormwater treatment system, so it doesn't pollute the rest of the habitat.
Yeah. So that's like over here in the high school?
Yeah.
And to the newer counselors, if any development comes in and skirts the stormwater rules, we end up getting fined. The town gets fined.
Well, correct. Not for everything, and we need to, if the town does not enforce or go through the process correctly, and why I want to preface that is, I think there's been some that have been brought to your attention that don't meet that threshold. But yeah, if we let a developer in a construction site drag mud out into the street and we ignore it, and it's in the MS4 region, we could get fined. So that's why we have to be the bad guys and go down and be like, hey, can you sweep this up, and can you put a stone or stone entrance? So there's requirements like that, to your point.
Just a question. We've had people from Lawn Avenue come in a number of times and talk about, I think, stormwater runoff. Is that fall into this, or is that a different area?
I could spend a whole day getting you up to speed on that one. I will say that case has been extensively looked at by multiple engineers, certified by multiple engineers, and it appears that maybe the state of Maine is looking to go after a certain developer for what they perceive as noncompliance. But my understanding is that the town has not been involved in that, nor has the town asked to be involved in that. But there's been a lot of background work done on that, but it would fall under stormwater, yes.
Okay, thank you.
While we've got Terry up here, do you mind if I go ahead and ask about like capital road projects and stuff? Does it have to come back up later?
I just want to hit just solid waste real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Next year, you're going to see the tags go away, so that's the actual cost of printing the tags, things like that. You may see that budget move around a little bit as we figure out how to get used to the totes. We're going to maintain the totes internally. It was cheaper to do it that way. We have to see what kind of impact that is on Public Works and how that's going to play out. But there's models out there. Wyndham did it a year-ish ago, maybe. We're going to follow their template and go forth. Yeah, I'm, whatever the council wants to do. Do you want to hit the capital projects?
Before we leave solid waste and recycling, a year ago, we spent a lot of time talking about the silver bullets. I'm just curious, a year going by, have we seen dumping in other areas pick up? Has there been any impact on you guys other than the positives of not having the silver
Very little
bullets?
impact, honestly. We were surprised. It's been very little impact. Our recycling rates have stayed fairly well the same as they were. The biggest surprise, we have had very little impact at Public Works or anywhere for more illegal dumping.
Did you get many calls about where to go instead, or?
A handful, but not, we didn't get inundated over it. And there's people right now that will come in right now, even though they've been gone for a while, and say, where's the silver bullets? And whether those people are from town or not, that's what we don't know.
I did have a neighboring manager joke with me, say, my people don't know where to go now, and about sent me through the roof. So
There you go, yeah.
Can't prove it, but I had a suspicion that some people from out of town were using it.
Right.
I will say, Councilor Wilson, it has people who live in multi-units don't have a way to recycle without the silver bullets. That's one small thing.
But they will soon when we get to the bins.
Well,
Anything over 3,
We're
2
looking
units
at
of
that.
liquor is not serviced by the town.
Okay.
But Eco Maine is working on a program for multifamily recycling, and we've touched base with them on it. It's in the very first stages of it, so we're hopeful that there's going to be at least a way for the multifamilies to somehow participate in the recycling part of the program.
And you're going to see that come back to the ordinance committee for that ordinance probably in the next couple of months. We need to start getting that ready. Well, it's mostly ready, but there was no rush because we're not going online until next spring.
Okay.
Do you want to move to some capital projects? I thought I heard you say.
Yeah, sure, or at least the road projects part, since that's Terry's wheelhouse.
Jumping over to roads?
Like 93? Yeah, in one version of it. I was just curious on the, one of the items in here is the North Buck Street rebuild, and is that paid for with the bond that we voted, or is that in addition to?
That's in addition to the bond.
So it's a separate part of the road?
Correct.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things, there's no reason to do that road over until that project's done. And that's what we.
Right, yeah. And is the, what was it, the bond that we approved was 2 million? And that was for 4 different projects?
Oh, I can't remember. What was the bond amount?
Yeah. Are those in here somewhere? Are they kind of in a separate account? Or?
So the bond, the payment is in here.
Right.
Under the bond section.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't have it on the capital list just because it's a dedicated project.
Okay.
Nothing else can be done with the bond revenue.
Okay, right. I see. So what's the timeline for those ones? Are they all?
I think a bunch of them are going to get done this summer, right?
Okay.
They all have to be done this summer.
They all have to be done this summer.
Permits. The Buck Street one, I believe, will be the first one started. We have a work window, I believe it's June 15th till October 15th that we can work, contractors can work in stream. All 4 of the projects have been bid out and have been awarded. The culverts have been built for 3 of the projects. The 4th project, which hasn't gone out yet, is the Wood Road, which is just in the preliminary phases of design and implementation.
And I will say real quickly, I say this every year, but on the road projects, I allow discretion of the Public Works Department on projects. So if something is more cost effective for us to do, or there's a scheduling reason, it's not like we go exactly down this order.
Right.
These are priority roads to fix, but if there's an economical way to do something, or I'm making this up, but there's a housing development proposed to come in the next year, we may hold off on something and try to get something out of that. So it's kind of a fluid document.
And in all honesty, with this year's funding, we're going to have to be very creative on where we go.
Okay.
We always try to get the best bang out of our buck, and we're not going to tackle one big project.
Mm-hmm.
If we can take that and instead of doing a rebuild somewhere, we're going to do some overlays and some other, smaller scale projects to get the best bang out of the payment dollars.
And speaking of timing of stuff, it occurred to me a couple of the things like the ballpark sidewalk and even the access road potentially. It looks like I guess that would be repaving. I know we were talking at our last capital improvements committee about some changes to the street direction and stuff around there over the summer for the next school year. So I was just curious to know a little bit more about like that. And maybe we could go into that at a capital improvements meeting. But
Just in high levels, so the next page 94, there's $430,000 proposed that to come out of TIFs. Is the same as last year for eligible road, semi-related, could be sidewalks, things like that within our TIF districts. So last year, Public Works did some paving in the industrial park, which was badly needed. Some work in the village. Some of these projects, like the ballpark sidewalk, could come out of that. We had some very favorable bids on South Street that I mentioned. It looks like we're going to be able to do pedestrian lighting all the way down to Running Springs Road. We might go over our budget a whisker. That'll come out of the village TIF, have some contingency. So it's beneficial to be able to have a lot of the work is done in and around the village or TIF districts, and we're using some of that money to offset the paving budget.
Okay, yeah. And just for what it's worth, on the ballpark sidewalk in particular, I'm walking up on my way here this morning, and I was just thinking about, cars. We had some neighbors saying like, hey, people go too fast on that road. I was just like, when we do the sidewalk on ballpark, like maybe we, it kind of eats into instead of expanding the roadway more, maybe just like the sidewalk takes up some of the existing lane and then we narrow the lanes a little and slow stuff down.
Yeah, without getting in the weeds, that probably we could at CIP.
Yeah.
Our intention is not, as a town, to really make the roads wider.
Right.
Without promising anything.
Yeah.
It might make it narrower, but that will be part of the design conversation with Chuck and Terry on that, so.
Yeah.
You have some ideas about what to do with ballpark, with the sidewalk, and some other contributing factors there.
Yeah.
Ballpark Road will not, in essence, be wider when we get done with it.
Cool. And that, less square foot, less pavement to manage, so.
I'm not gonna say there's less pavement to manage, but the travel way will not be wider. And when we go to CIP, we'll talk about that. 'Cause
Cool.
It's really not a.
Yeah, fair enough. Thanks.
So a question related to the cost of diesel and asphalt and everything, if prices stay inflated as they are now compared to 3 months ago and even go worse, do we overrun our budget or do we just do less projects to stay within the dollar number of the project?
Paving, we don't overrun our budget, no.
Okay.
Maintenance paving, like potholes, things like that, yeah, it could be absorbed into public works, but as far as paving, no. And that was a conversation we actually had, that if there's any year that maybe we don't throw as much money at asphalt, maybe this is the year. But we've had some good years. We were throwing $2 million when Capital Part 2 was ridiculously healthy. I don't know if we can continue that. We've had conversations about, years ago, the town did a road bond for major and just did a ton of roads. But that's a very delicate conversation of what's the asphalt prices, what's the market, what's the bond rate, But to answer the question, no. Like road projects, could a project overrun and eat into another project? Yes, but as long as there's money for that.
Okay.
So
These numbers, Charlie, on this list, they're best estimates based on what we know the day we put the estimate together.
Right.
There's some roads that aren't on this list, that after this winter, Jeff and I have looked at a couple roads and said, boy.
Houston Road took it hard this year.
Road took it hard, and that's in our radar, but Spiller Road is another one. But again, I think we do a pretty good job managing the road budget. We'll take the funds that we get given to us and we'll use them the best to our ability to what we feel needs to be done. You may see some smaller roads get shimmed and overlaid. You might not see so many roads getting rebuilt because it's just a lot more money and probably not the best way to spend that money this particular year.
Okay, thank you. I know all through the budget, everybody has put in additional costs for energy, and appropriately so. But it's an estimate. It could get far worse, could get far better, but most likely it doesn't seem to be getting better right away.
For us, the diesel and the gas, we have a pretty good contract with our supplier. Yes, it is affected by the raw cost of the material, but I feel we got a pretty good handle on diesel and gas at this point. But again, depends on what goes on, you never know. And the asphalt market is, I know what it was a month ago, but I don't even want to know what the asphalt cost is today, because that affects the direct cost of us to paving.
It's got to be the roof. And just one other question on the Roby Park contingency. I've heard a lot about Roby Park. I actually walked over there today and took a look at it for the first time in 20 years. So are we concerned the existing contract we have maybe is inadequate, or is this just to make sure we're safe?
I'm going to find a delicate way to answer this one. Like a lot of projects, we went with a low bidder that was a qualified bidder. I'm optimistic, and it sounds like it's either on track to be done by the contractor, or we'll know very soon if it won't be. That being said, it was always done on like most municipal projects, on the cheap. And why I opted to, so that's TIF funded, ask for that is to have a contingency. I'm not going to just give it to the contractor, but we want the best product out there because I think this is a, kind of a crown jewel in the middle of the village. We want that to shine, and I want the ability to not have it delayed. Now, we'll keep the council in the loop on that, but it wouldn't be too, and if worst case scenario happened and we needed to bring in another contractor, we know there would be more cost because those existing contractors that bid on it earlier were higher. So I don't know yet, but I want that flexibility that we don't fall flat on our face. But it sounds like we'll know very soon what's going to happen, and then there's going to be even firmer deadlines than before. You either meet it or you don't. But a lot of it's third-party work. Most of that out there, believe it or not, is kind of at grade, but there's some concrete work, little mini splash pad kind of thing. That's an unknown with the water usage. We took a wild guess at that. And the playable surface and the landscaping.
So hopefully this summer it'll be functional.
Oh yeah, it's going to be done this summer, or my dead body. So
some version of it.
Yeah, it needs to be done, and I think the community's been very patient, not having a playground in the middle of the village. It'll obviously, when it's done, you can see the material that's out there. It'll be very nice.
It looks great. I think once it's done.
Yeah,
it
will be beautiful once it's done.
plus to the town.
Yeah.
One last quick question on the road projects. The amount funded through TIF, is that literally just a function of whether or not the roadway is in a TIF district? Yeah.
Doesn't have to be a road, but yeah.
Yeah, whatever it is,
Or leading, there's a little bit of wiggle room with that, but leading into it, things like that. Yeah.
I just want to say I think this is kind of insanity to have a $25 million budget and then have $5 million in unfunded liabilities. No business would exist in this way without saying, hey, what are we doing to lessen our unfunded liabilities? I think we need to be offering ways that people can get around that's not giant heavy vehicles ripping up the road every single time. It takes 10,000 bike trips to equal 1 car trip. I think we need ways that we can get around, not just recreationally with a bike in this town, but transportation, because every year I've been on the council, this list just keeps getting longer, and I know there's more that aren't even on this list, and yeah, if we're at the point of 5 million, and I know every single town has this, but I don't care about those towns, I only care about this.
But I also would say that this has always existed. What I think has changed is the public's expectation of the product that they're getting. I think the demand has always been there, but what used to be a country road is now a suburban road, and I'm not okay with potholes and the road falling apart and things like that. So I think it's always been there. But again, just setting the reasonable expectation that may take decades or generations to change that. What the council has done, actionable items like we're not accepting, or you're not accepting new roads as frequently, things like that, and adding to that burden.
Right.
So, and I think our folks have been creative with trying to address the problems. The council's even looked at, you put a couple weight restrictions on some roads in the past. So, I mean, there's ways to, work around the issue and try to minimize the impact. And then there's just like last year, you have a bigger frost than you ever had, and just damages more roads.
Well, but I think that gets to also like just land use for the future, forward-looking land use. Like, it makes a lot of sense if we build housing right along the Husky Line, smaller dwelling units along the Husky Line. We're more likely to find people who want to live in a place where they might actually utilize the bus as one of their means of transportation on a regular basis. I mean, I think that's just, I think we gotta be thinking about that moving forward. Like, we definitely don't want to be expanding our roadway capacity significantly more. We're just adding on. I mean, yes, we've had 160 miles of roads for a while, but like all the material costs keep going up, the labor costs keep going up. I mean, literally just having enough physical people to go repair all these. I mean, if we had $5 million, could you fix all the roads this year? I mean, you have to go find the people to do it. So, I mean, it's just a resource. There's limitations there. So.
Well, I've got Terry here. Do you have any questions on Capital Part 2? So Capital Part 2, everything that went in here is the decision I made to put it in or not put it in. The department managers kind of prioritized them. Sometimes I took that recommendation, sometimes I didn't. But the past couple years, we have funded some projects and equipment in Public Works, but I think like last year, the totes took up a lot of money that we probably would have allocated to dump trucks and things like that. So it's just trying to keep those fleets semi-modern.
Just a question, when you say fund, is this coming out of cash flow or revenues? None of this is bonding, this is pure, we need to charge taxes to cover these expenses?
Correct. So Capital Part 2, and I should have recapped this. Capital Part 2 is funded by everything in our undesignated fund balance that is over 8.5% of the town and schools' operating budgets. So that's our policy, to keep that amount. This year, Capital Part 2 went down for a variety of reasons, primarily because the school department used more of their unassigned fund balance last year, and because we're in a budgetary, not gap, that we had to cover that because it's not there yet. Is that fair? I've tried to dumb this down. Sharon dumbs it down to me, and then I just try to come up with a sentence or two. Even I struggle with it. But we're covering that unfunded liability of the excess funds that they use. So ours dropped, our Capital Part 2 projections of everything above 8.5% dropped by almost 800 grand this year. Is what it is, and at the end of the day, that's, on their side, it came off the mill rate, I guess theoretically, but just something that we may have to, if that continues, we may have to rethink how we do capital projects. But most of our capital projects are funded through TIF right now. When I came on board, we had almost none funded on the mill rate.
Yeah.
So either TIF or this Capital Part 2 is how we fund, or bonds, fund capital projects.
And that, is that part of your your prioritization of like, okay, well, we can only do so many projects with the people that we have. If we can use TIF.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Let's use the TIF, right? 'Cause
If it checks the box, like the fire engine, I think definitely checks the box.
Yeah.
It satisfies the TIF funds.
Yeah.
It's cash. We don't have to bond it because it's TIF. You don't have to go to the voters for a referendum question. Checks a box. We did an ambulance last year. I think we did part of a pumper tanker, or a tank truck, excuse me. So yeah, any trackless sidewalk machines that are like almost $250,000. Anytime we can do it, I'm all about it. Yep. And in a lot of cases, I try to make footnotes, but sometimes they ask for more money than I gave them too. All right. Any questions for Terry while he's up here? I want to keep you moving because I know I want to be respectful of everyone's time. Thanks, Terry.
We are back to the library, I believe.
You had engineering facilities, page
yep.
62, I think. And it's up to whether or not you want Chuck or Kevin to come up. This is the operating budget, more or less, and I'm happy to run through it real quickly unless you want to bring them up for questions. Chuck's like, he's going to throw me under the bus. Charles Norton, our town engineer, I believe everyone has met him, but if not, here he is.
Does anyone? Okay. We keep comparing ourselves to Wyndham. How many town engineers does Wyndham have?
Wyndham has one town engineer.
Okay. It's typical for towns around our size.
Yeah, Wyndham, Scarborough, Biddeford, all similar size, have town engineers.
Right, just one though, not like
One,
an
some of them
assistant.
do have support staff for stormwater. Obviously, we have our stormwater coordinator, but some have larger, staffs. I'm not sure what municipalities do any in-house design work, but if they do in-house design work, they need a larger staff. Yeah.
Okay.
But at this point, we don't do that.
We do a little bit, but not
Do
like the
sketches
full,
for
not
the
the full
most part.
design of like a project.
And in your opinion, you're not completely drowning in underwater?
No,
Okay, great.
we have very good relationships with our consultant engineers, and actually, this summer I'll be working on doing a competitive or a qualifications-based selection bid for our on-call engineering staff. So we use our consultant engineers for project reviews, small grant application projects, stuff like that. If it exceeds, my capability to do in-house.
Yep.
And we don't really run into the volume of work that it would make sense to have on-staff engineers like that.
Cool.
Can I ask a question? So I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask this question, but I'm not sure who to ask, so I'm going to start with you. So when I go behind Hannaford all the way to the golf course and I read a little bit, there seems to be a significant amount of approved housing back in that area. Whether it's built or not, who knows? But there's a lot more volume. And as you also know, I think Gorham has a traffic problem already on Main Street, South Street, going out. Is your department, who in the town is looking at that and thinking of future infrastructure improvements to the road so we can maybe at least stay even with the level of traffic and not get buried in it?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's honestly multi-departmental. We're talking about it at my department, Public Works, Planning, because these developments that come in, if they reach a certain threshold, they have to go through a state process, which is called a traffic movement permit. They have to apply for and get a traffic movement permit through the DOT. And we're heavily involved with that. And it's not just, the standpoint of how do we add more pavement out there. It's, there's signal upgrades that can happen. There's intersection upgrades that may need to happen. We work with the DOT to kind of give them our opinion of what should come out of these traffic movement permits as far as what the developer is required to study, improve on a number of different things. So it's not just me, it's not just the DOT, nothing's really done in a vacuum. It really takes a lot of different players that come to the table when these developments come in. And unfortunately, there's really no silver bullet when it comes to the traffic problems. It's 20, 30, 40,000 cars a day coming through any road is going to cause issues, and it's not constant, right? You don't have a steady trickle of cars through any. There are peak hours that you have to deal with. So you go out on a road, it seems like it's a nice big wide open road, and there's only a couple hundred cars on there. Well, when the peak hour comes, there's 15,000 cars in that same roadway. So to answer the question, we're talking about it constantly here within the town, and we work with all of the departments to really evaluate when these developments come in.
Okay, thanks, Ed.
I
Good
will
answer. I just worry, as Ephraim has said earlier on, Gorham's going to keep growing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just we're in a location we're going to keep growing.
But I want to emphasize, it's not just Gorham that's going to keep growing.
Right.
It's cheaper places to build west of us, and that's part of our issue. And I will say that the DOT, our municipal staff and private consultants are a resource to be. They have thoughts and recommendations that are often not 100% perceived or received well by the public. And dancing around, there are some solutions to traffic issues, and then there's some solutions that create other issues, and none of them by themselves, and that's what we found as a community, are going to solve or mitigate the problem. There's multiple, from transit to extra road capacity, getting people off the roads you don't want them on, development, things like that. But I think the reality of the reality is the state has handed a mandate to municipalities: you will build and allow for housing, and we have to find the best way to manage it with what we have.
Yeah, and not to you could drone on for this forever, but I mean, like any place where people want to be, you're going to have traffic, particularly if everyone is forced to drive an individual automobile. So in the case of building housing behind the schools, I mean, so much of the traffic in that area is just the school traffic. So if you build housing close enough to the school where the kids can walk to the school, you just eliminated additional traffic. So those are the kind of things, like being smarter about where we put the housing. I drive my kid home from Westbrook down New Portland Road every day at like 5:15, and I have to wait for like 5 to 10 minutes to get through the village. So this is, again, managing people's expectations too. Like, if you want to live in a place where there's literally no one else on the road, you got to pay for the road all by yourself, and roads are pretty expensive. So we got to share the road unless we want our taxes to go up dramatically. So
I will, so the architectural engineer was moved in from Tom's, from planning. I think we transferred it over. I actually trimmed it a little bit, didn't tell anybody. He's shaking his head. He did not love that. The other thing is facilities and engineering is not a department where we are necessarily designing and changing things ourselves. They are the facilitators that are making the things happen, although Chuck does a lot of in-house stuff, Kevin does a lot of in-house stuff, but they're managing all of these projects, facilities, and getting us to a point where we can get grant funding, talk to contractors, developers, all that. So not necessarily the doing it ourselves part, although there is some of that. Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you.
So I don't know if James wanted me to say this or not. He actually drove from several states over to be here this morning. Just for us. So the library budget, obviously Baxter Memorial Library, and kind of under the library, we have the museum operations as well. And before I forget it, I think the electricity for the museum is channeled through the library, as well as some street lights, pedestrian lights we have tied into that too. We're pretty thrifty as far as our connections, so James has to eat that electric bill as well. But as the council is aware, the staff provide a ton of programming. The facility is used by the public all day, every day. And I think compared to a lot of neighboring municipal libraries, we don't necessarily give them as many resources, but they do a lot with what they have. Every year,
I'll ask a question if nobody else is. It's just an old building. I mean, I've been going to Baxter Library since I was 60 years ago. I know where it's going. How's the building doing? I know there was a big addition a number of years ago, but we hanging in there with the old building and everything?
It is holding up pretty well. I mean, the thing that really went recently was the windows, oddly on the extension, not on the old building. But yeah, those all were just like literally falling off the building. So worked with Kevin, and that was in last year's budget where we got most of them replaced. There are still some in the old building that need to get done.
Was that it? Was the renovation in 2000? When was?
2003.
2003 for the addition.
We're now so far past pre-pandemic that it's not on the your 6-year look here.
Yeah.
Do you remember what program attendance looked like in 2019?
I don't off the top of my head.
Okay, because I'm curious if we're at or exceeding what it was.
Just make sure, otherwise people at home won't hear it.
Oh yeah, I do not. No, but I can look into that for you. Yep.
Yeah, because that's a really great jump between 24 and 25.
Yeah,
That's
we've
an
really
extra-
been going just like up and up. I mean, as you can see, like every year, the pandemic was an anomaly because those numbers look huge, oddly, during the pandemic, but that's because it was all online and it was just counted differently than like people actually showing up to something.
Yeah.
And so since then, we've been building it back up pretty steadily.
One area that James can show me every year that we are lacking, and I try to do a little something every year, is printed materials. So just books, we had this conversation during the budget season. The cost of a book, and the library can get them a little cheaper than we can, but still just to buy a book to put in circulation, it's more and more expensive every year. So I put a little bit, and I think last year or the year before we had a little bit of a bump, but we're still lagging behind our neighbors as far as how much we allocate to that.
James, for our new counselors, can you speak to the requirement of being in the Minerva system, some of the requirements you have to do the requirements of book purchasing you have to do as part of that?
Yeah, I mean, there's an expectation that our budget does steadily increase and does not just go down over time to be in Minerva, yeah.
No, but wasn't there like the amount of holds we are required to?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yes. So if we have more than 5 of our patrons requesting an item, we need to have a copy of it. So for every 5 of our patrons that are on a list, we're obligated to buy 1 copy of that. And so you get some books like The Correspondent or Theo of Golden are real big ones right now, where we'll have like 20 or 25 people. And so, yeah, it's not the kind of thing that the consortium generally cracks down on, but if we were perpetually not meeting those obligations, yeah, they would crack down on that.
Yeah.
Do we have this, I thought of this in a couple, mentioned of the cemeteries, but just the library strikes me as one, it's such an amazing community service that people really appreciate. Is there an opportunity, like when there's like capital things that need to be improved, like do you ever try to do any fundraising for like some private donations to help out with that? Or is that something that we're allowed to do? Do we look at that at all?
I mean, that
Yeah.
does,
Yeah, I mean, you can.
you want to talk about the trustees? and
Yeah,
the
that's,
other-
so we have a friends group and we have a trustees group, and they both do
that.
fundraising. Yeah.
Great,
Yep.
awesome. Like, encourage people to look into that.
Yep.
Don't-
And we also get quite a few, I think maybe more than some of the other departments, of people just giving us money.
Yeah.
Like, they'll just send us $10,000 from their retirement fund.
Wow.
Because they like the library.
Wow.
Like that happened this year, where
Yeah.
somebody just transferred $10,000 over.
That's awesome.
And so, yeah.
That's great. Maybe, like I said, when we hire the communications person, maybe that could be a opportunity to look at.
I was just going to mention off that, like, I know sometimes when my mother passed, she was a big user of the library. In lieu of flowers, that we did donations to Baxter Library, and I think for a time, it may be done now, but they were using that to buy like popular books that were coming out that,
Yeah,
you know, they would.
yeah, we are still doing that. Yeah, that's how much came in. Yeah,
Awesome.
Is that we've just been every, few months, we buy a few more books in her name and put a book plate in there, and so we do that kind of stuff all the time.
Very cool.
So to the communications point, I think that's a great thing just to put out there as an opportunity, because it's
Yeah.
neat. I mean, every now and then I'll have somebody like take a book out from the library that has my mom's name in the front of it, send me a picture of that, and it's fun to see.
That's cool. Yeah.
And just as a note, anyone watching, you can donate any amount of money
Yeah.
to the government. We'll take it all.
Should do a telethon. Yeah.
I see the other department heads in the audience saying, "Oh, I wish people sent us money."
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll say just a big-time user of the library, especially children's programming. Great. All the children's librarians are very good at reading stories. We've developed some very high standards for storytelling reading, going to a lot of the story times in the area, and Baxter does great stuff.
Yeah, we get a lot of people even coming in from other towns to access our services as well, because we have a really good reputation, really great youth services department and adult services department. But yeah.
Well, and I guess before you go, I would just like to say thank you for the ability to be able to go to all the different libraries. Like if I sign up for a book club and then I discover that we don't have a copy of it, but I've been now to 2 or 3 different libraries around South Portland and Scarborough and Wyndham to pick up a copy. It says here it had to do with when there was the contract between the Minerva delivery people. But it's a great opportunity to be able to go around to use my library card in other spaces.
Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, we partner with, I forget the number, it's maybe, so there's like 60-some libraries in our system, and probably like 30 to 35 of those. 30. You can just, 30, oh, there you go. It's right there, yeah. You can just walk right in and use your Baxter card. So like if Scarborough has something on the shelf, instead of requesting it and waiting for 3 or 4 days for it to get here, you can just drive over there and check it out.
And you're fully staffed?
We are fully staffed.
I didn't see any requests for more people.
I didn't request, but yeah, we would be open to receiving more. We got a part-timer in our last budget, and that has helped, but we could certainly still use another. I think that gets me off the desk a little bit more than I used to be, but I still work the circulation desk more than any director that I am aware of. And Nissa, my deputy director, same thing. She's trying to design all these programs, and purchase all the books and all of this. And a lot of that has to be done while also helping people out. And that can be tough.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, in the interest of time, and I know who's coming up here,
Just say yes.
maybe 15 minutes for rec.
How much more do we have to do?
Well, rec, employee benefits, some random facilities, Little Falls, things like that. And then I think you're into capital part 2 pretty much after that.
All right. We kind of already talked
Go
about that a
Cam.
little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, which falls under rec.
Let's also include GoCam in this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, page 88, 88 to 90, because GoCam technically falls under rec.
Yep. So, high level, rec department does all kinds of crazy stuff, which Cindy can talk about. I think you're aware of a lot of it. You have what you see in front of you is the operational budget starting on page 69. I think most of you are aware, maybe not all of you, that rec operates essentially an enterprise account for programs. So if we run a program, we collect the revenue, that revenue can be invested into those programs or new programs within reason. I think it's healthy now. Pre-COVID, it was very healthy. COVID almost tanked the whole program. I'm not gonna lie, it got rough there for a little while. It's been built up. Cindy and crew do a good job of monitoring that revenue, and programs have to be successful. Otherwise, we're not gonna subsidize them per se. So Cindy can answer any and all questions. Her department has a lot of facilities and outdoor recreational areas attached to it, which we've tried to break down more and more as budgets progressed at, like, Cherry Hill, what our costs out there, Shaw Park, so on and so forth. That used to be more lumped together.
I know for a few years finding a site steward for Shaw Park was difficult, but have you found somebody that's been going well?
Yes, actually, we have a new couple coming this year who we have great faith in, not only coming for this year, but very interested in repeat. And I think we're going to level that off coming this year. So that's very, very helpful. If you don't know about the park steward, basically we trade you motorhome camper hookup in exchange for you living there, to keep an eye on the place at night, open and close the gate, because we've had years when there was nobody there at night, and bad things happen in there, and just the graffiti alone is one thing, let alone ripping up turf. Dangerous activity by the river. It's really, we've had a steward since we opened the park in 2005. And so the 1 year that we were really rocky with it, it showed. It showed that nobody was there. It is our security system there.
Cindy reminded me, I was last year or the year before, that park is one of the closest parks to the greater Portland area before Sebago Lake State Park that you can get to water access. So if you think about it, it's not that far out. There's a couple others, but it's you have a warm summer, there's a lot of demand on it just for those, water.
Question that's less budget related and more sort of planning from, we had the meeting the other day, the rec master plan that we're working on right now, and I just think it'll be interesting when the council gets a chance to look at that. We saw some really neat maps about where services are located, and also a population projection that was pretty different than what the economic development study projected, looking out over the next 10 or 15 years. So I don't think it applies to this year's budget specifically, but like as we're looking long term, some of the needs that this community will have over 10 or 15 years is very different potentially than what we, sort of need right now or have had in the past. And, just kind of keeping that top of mind and maybe, looking at some of those maps and what we have, because the playground is an example, correct me if I'm wrong, Cindy, but that is the only playground that typically is open during the school year, during the school day, right, for public use. So that playground that we have right now that's out of commission, we don't have another playground that's open anywhere in the town. And then when you look at where some of those available opportunities are, they're sort of concentrated in certain areas and maybe not in other areas, and that may be intentional, but I think this is the first time we've gone through this process, and so for me, it opened a lot of eyes, and I just think the other counselors should be looking at that at some point.
Yeah, David's referring to, some of those projections are going to be, where can a mom on a Tuesday at 10 o'clock go? Roby's going to be it. Roby always was it, and now Roby. Or you have to leave Gorham.
Right.
And yeah, that's, a town our size certainly should have more than one. But the fact that we have one is good. But you'll see some numbers that'll be like, whoa, that's ridiculous how many we should have.
Yeah. I'm asking this question now for every department, I guess, but do we, like with Roby Park even, is there like opportunities, like somebody wants to donate $1,000 to have like a bench or something like that? Because we kind of mentioned that when we voted on it, right? Like people can donate to that if they want to, or?
We've actually been working on, just this winter, pulling together, in Parks and Rec terms, we would call that a gift catalog.
Yeah.
And it would identify the master plan. It would identify, this is the bench.
Yeah.
If you would like to contribute a bench, this is the bench that's in the master plan. This is what it costs. You'd get this little catalog that would say, wow, I can say I want to give you a tree. That's great. We've already accepted one.
Nice.
But it has to be this species.
Okay.
It has to be, we've really whittled it down to what's appropriate in the park. You want to give a swing seat, a swing bench. A child swing seat, folks, that little bucket that's out there, those are over $300.
Yeah.
Just for that little black bucket.
Yeah.
Just the seat. So, yeah. And the Friends of Roby Park, the former Roby Park Committee, definitely are very interested in pushing this gift catalog and the rest of the items. And maybe it's some trail work. Maybe it's the bee hive, the high school bee clubs, the beehive exhibit, to turn that into an interpretive exhibit, and what it would take. So there's lots of things, and we are pulling together this thing.
Right. And that's something that'll be available to the public?
Yes.
In the near future?
In the very near future.
Cool. Awesome.
In full honesty, if you look at what we could go over this Tuesday, and we've got a list of projects we've done, but skate park, town, private contributions, Roby Park, mostly ARPA money, or ARPA town money.
Right.
Little Falls, recreation facilities, impact fee money, town money, public works, sweat and labor, because they did most of the work up there.
Right.
CDB, yeah, a little bit of CDBG, Tom, not a ton. You can get more next time. But a lot of these are now, we just cut a check for $500,000, $1 million to, Roby Park is going to be over $1 million for that.
Right.
So
But
fundraising.
not $1 million impact on the mill rate.
Correct.
Right.
But to your point, fundraising, private contributions, all that stuff has to play, because these are nice to haves, not necessities.
Well, that depends on who you talk to.
It depends. If you talk to the rec department, they're necessities. So also within Cindy's budget, as I mentioned, a lot of the fields, Little Falls Rec area, they do the Little Falls Recreation Center, all the pickleball courts, basketball courts, Shaw Park, Old Roby School, which we have some TLC and Capital Part 2 for. We have tried to do a cost structure this year for Roby Park. Some of that are estimates or best guess. We're taking a crack at that. Roby Gym, and we can talk about GoCam, which is under recreation in a minute. Any questions on any of those?
Probably not the right place for this question, but the old Little Falls School, at some point I'd like to understand why we still own that. We don't sell it, we don't do something with it, because it's been sitting there, we've been maintaining it for a long time.
Oh, you mean the old Roby School, not Little Falls Activity Center? The one up on.
I call it the Little Falls School.
Because yeah.
The one adjacent to the park, to the ball fields. It's the big building that's on that side.
I don't know, I went
The newer
7
one or
years
the
of
old
school
one?
there, the old one.
Across the street. Yeah, right.
Across the street's the old Roby
Yeah.
School.
Right, that's the
Right,
yeah.
and I guess that's the same thing with
I think
that.
you're referencing
You're
the
talking
senior
about both
center.
of them?
Is that the senior center?
Which
Oh, that's the Little Falls
Which one are you talking
School,
about, though?
There
Which
is
is now
the
the senior center.
old Roby building there, and then there's the Little Falls Activity Center, which used to
48
be.
Corn Street or 668 Gray Road?
Brick or white?
There's a brick one and then there's a white one.
Yeah, which one?
Which one?
The brick one's the activity center?
Yeah.
And the white one is the old Roby School.
Yeah.
Right, which people rent out for things nowadays. They're older buildings, they're gonna cost money to maintain. Do we really want them? I don't know if there's a discussion going on around that, but at some point it seems like as our budget goes up, why are we hanging on to old schools?
There was a little bit of conversation a year and a half-ish, 2 years ago, about old Roby School, the white one, about whether or not we should cut that loose. The council ultimately decided until such time as it costs us crazy money, we should hold on to it for the space. Little Falls Activity Center is used very heavily. Despite being an old building, Kevin's done a pretty good job of getting it more up to a better condition. That building's used a lot, summer rec programs, senior center, things like that. The fundamental problem with any of these older buildings is what do we replace the footage with, square footage with?
Right.
And for a community our size, we really don't have a lot to offer as far as rental areas, community spaces. It certainly should be a conversation about what's the best bang for our buck? Can we get some congressional earmarks? Can we get some grant funding? And is a more modern, single-story facility with a bunch of meeting rooms ideal? If one of the schools were to close down and consolidate 10 years from down the road, is that an opportunity like this school was and, it served its lifespan? So I think it's stuff that the council has dabbled in, except for old Roby School, which is really starting to show its age in the last year or two. Little Falls Activity Center, the brick one, has been brought up to a better level of condition we should be in a better position for a while for that one.
On the old Roby School, could we possibly get like historic preservation grants for that one? Have we looked into that?
Careful what you wish for, though.
Okay.
With that comes other things, but I think that building's been chopped up a bunch of times.
Yeah. And that's the one we're looking at for $40,000 to repair the roof this year.
Yeah.
And we feel like are we like, that makes sense to do that?
I think even if you wanted to sell it tomorrow, we would have material deficiencies in the building that somebody would probably give us a lot less for it if those weren't resolved. And it's going to start breaking the building down,
Yeah,
so.
right.
If the department managers came to me and said, I want to invest $500,000 in that building, I'd be like, yeah, time out, we're going to have a conversation. I see this as more just maintenance.
Yeah.
I don't mean to belabor this point, but also with that school, like there's actual programming that happens there, right? That you guys do programs that we'd have to find another house for if we were to sell that. And then I also think there are buildings and spaces that would make sense to sell, but once we sell it, it's gone forever. And this is one that is, connected with land that we're hopefully going to own for a long time, have uses for. And so if we were to sell it and we wanted to change that in some way, whether it's traffic patterns or some other programming up there, we would never get it back. It'd be 10
And that
times.
was part of the conversation the council had at the time is we have other stuff connected to this parcel. The same thing with the brick building, the Little Falls Activity Center. We have a fair amount of land there. And we've kicked the tires on everything. Economic development was looking like, could we get grant funding to put housing out back and things like that. So I see that as a continuing conversation, provided maybe we can get some space somewhere else.
Yeah, with the old Roby School, it's $24,000 in revenue, it looks like, in rental fees over the course of the year. I thought that's the number I saw from the line item.
Yeah,
14,000.
It brings us some revenue, yeah.
Do you think if we had like a communications person who made that as an option more available, like is there more capacity to do more rentals? Like if more people knew about it, do you think we could get more revenue in from that?
It's a great space, and it's on a shoestring right now that we're able to generate that kind of revenue in rentals.
Yeah.
But there's other deficiencies to it. Its accessibility is quite questionable, and even if you get to the ramp, you've come up a mountain.
Yeah.
And then to get off said mountain to get back.
Yeah.
So it's got some quirky things about it. But what's happening in it, let alone rentals, weddings, funerals, to be honest, we double booked it for tomorrow and today. And tomorrow is today. And so, yeah, we're kind of eating crow right now that we took care of another family group. But there's those little things that come and go are people that are in and out of our community feeling like they've never left. They never left Gorham. Our summer teen extreme summer day camp, 60 kids a day for 8 weeks. That's where they live. Line dancing. We've often had police in and out of there with trainings. It replicates almost a school or a school function or a setting that looks like they might want to train in. Canine training has happened. I mean, so many different things happen in and out of there. And that's what I think Ephraim's talking to about replacing that opportunity. You take that away, it's one thing. And right now the building, you know, it was headed to the wrecking ball in the 90s. The PTA at the time came to the council and said, give us a chance, let us see if we can save it. What's the worst that's going to happen? You're going to tear it down anyway. Well, they brought it back to what you see today. And other than some general maintenance, this is really last year, this year, since 2003, 4, 5, that we're really starting to see that, okay, oops. So the building hasn't owed the town a penny on its way to today. And we've all agreed that until it does start nickel and dime the town, it's, you know, it's gonna get to a point where it does. And we might be right at the beginning of that. We might be. But for a low $5 million, we could take care of that.
Or we could sell it for a house and somebody would enjoy it.
Could we, I mean, the programming that's there, could we move it to like Little Falls Activity, Great Falls Elementary? I mean, would that be possible, or?
We would so wish.
Yeah.
Great Falls Elementary is where summer school happens.
Yeah.
Little Falls Activity is where junior day camp is with 60 other kids a day in the senior activity center.
Yeah.
Lake Region. Here has no air conditioning in the gym.
Yeah.
We could treat them not nicely and huddle them all in here.
Yeah.
There's Narragansett has been in a constant flux of construction for the last 5, 6, 7 summers and probably more, obviously on their horizon. And Village, we already have 125 kids a day there at the day camp for the middle kids. We're running out of schools. I'm going to take over the fire stations, maybe the police station. I don't know. They already have Camp 911 2 weeks down there in the EOC.
If the kids can staff an ambulance, we'll
Hey, yes.
we'll put them to work.
There we go. There we go.
I get them young. Look, I got first graders.
Okay. Just a shout out to Georgia and Ben of GoCam. They do great work. That is the reason that if you're watching this, you can be watching this. Every council meeting, every committee meeting, every workshop, they do great work.
So GoCam is on page 90. Not a ton of changes there. So I don't know if I mentioned it. Unlike some other budget processes out there, we basically say take the salaries out of it and say no more than 3% department managers. If you need to do more than 3%, prove it to me. Well, it's not very hard to prove more than 3% in a lot of these categories, but we just try to keep the request expectations to a minimum. So that being said, that's why you see like GoCam at about 3%.
And in a town like the size of ours, is 2 people in this category enough? Anywhere near enough?
Probably not. I think it might be a nod from upstairs that that's not, or that is a true statement. I think like a lot of things in a lot of our departments, it's easy. I try to remind myself, I think we are a decently funded municipality, but yes, to answer your question, we're probably understaffed in a lot of areas for what we expect of the employees or not what we expect, but what we're asking of them to do.
I think that even like makes me think of like this potential communication person. I mean, I'm all of a sudden thinking of all these different things that this person might be able to help us with. But I mean, even with the GoCam team, like, you know.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And we could dream up so many things, and I'm sure the GoCam team have so many things that they would like to do. There's only so much time in the day. Yep. You have to cover the meetings and the basic things, and then edit all the videos and go out on site. And but like the communications coordinator, I think is going to be a different type of media, the snippets.
Yeah.
That will work with GoCam on the messaging, and then also help channel stuff into departments that are just logistically challenging to get everybody on the same page.
Right.
I think when the question is it enough, the answer has to be, well, what do you want?
What can you afford?
Because right here we're at, this is priority, level one, and then there's a gajillion things that could keep going on and keep happening. I do think, I hear Georgia and Ben all the time say, how many people come up, school, town, otherwise, oh, you missed a good one, you should have been there last night. Well, one, nobody told us A was going on. B, nobody invited us, nobody, so there's, that communications director person can probably be floating up, this centralized list, that then everybody, kind of finagles the calendar to determine, is this something we can get, is it not, what are we trading off, where's the flex?
But as far as workload, I mean, it wasn't that long ago that we did not record your council subcommittee meetings. The ordinance committee, up until a couple of years ago, was not recorded and was not out there. So all these meetings that have been added are meetings that they have to, even if they're not watching it every second, process the video, edit the video, upload the video. It takes time and energy and resources. So, yeah.
And streaming, catalog the streaming. Yeah.
And even beyond that, what I'm thinking of is in the school department, when someone that had been there for 40 years was getting ready to retire, there was like a 3-year plan, a succession plan to start moving other positions around or to be able to cover that. And, I wouldn't like us to be in a position where suddenly we're losing the people with the knowledge and the time, and not being able to do even just what we do now.
Fickett's not going anywhere.
To just comment on that, we're always worried about succession planning and institutional knowledge being lost. So we strive in every department to have a deputy or somebody else that can absorb that information, and hopefully they're not all going to retire at the same time, and we try to structure that.
Thank you.
Peanut gallery out there is they're getting restless.
Thanks, Cindy.
So I need to, page 81, I just want to draw your attention to debt service, principal and interest. This breakdown, I think the council asked for it last year, it makes sense. What bond is what and what the schedules are for the debt service. The one thing I do want to add is we have not actually gone out and got the culvert bond, the cash from that, and taken out the bond yet. But that being said, that's a good estimate that we put in with, I believe, just enough contingency. It's based on the bond council's recommendation. Is there any questions on any of that?
How long does a fire truck last?
Depends if
What's
you
the
ask.
expected life?
I think if a truck is used in frontline service of a larger municipality like us, and is not taken out of that service and it's well maintained, I would say you're looking at 15, maybe 20 years before that truck has major issues. I think what's more likely is you see an apparatus that gets a lot of frontline service and then is phased out to a second, I shouldn't say second line, but a lesser demand on it. But like anything, like your own personal vehicle, salt, wear and tear, new emission standards, they all wreak havoc on fire apparatus. So if we can purchase one that has some resilience to stuff like that, like a galvanized, they have galvanized frames now, being smart with is aluminum painted, believe it or not. You have an aluminum truck, you're like, oh, that's great for rust prevention, but then the paint flakes off it and starts to corrode. So there's all these tips and tricks tied to it. You're never gonna probably in Maine get 25 years out of a truck. That's just not gonna happen. You can if you baby it, but you're gonna pay for it. And they're so specialized, that's the problem, that it's not like a Ford pickup truck to repair it. Any questions on the debt service or anything like that? Okay. Did you, employee?
Sorry, just one thing on the debt service. When it comes to the bonds, generally speaking, the terms of the bonds are such that we agree to the amount of interest we're going to pay in advance, and that doesn't change whether we pay it off early or not. Is that generally accurate?
Right, yeah, we get beat up on this, I think, in the public.
Yeah.
So a municipal bond, we will do that analysis, like the industrial park bond. The bond council did that analysis. It was by far, unless we were paying it off 2 years from now, which we knew we weren't when we're taking the bond out, it was much more cost effective, like most municipal bonds, to be on the hook for all the interest the whole time.
Right.
And that analysis is always done. We could pay it off, but you're paying off the interest.
Right.
So, well, like a conversation we had offline was, when you bring in revenue streams that could pay off the bond, what is the best use of that revenue stream? Should we just keep paying the bond, sit on the money, use the money for other projects? It's a conversation that we have to have, like you sell a lot in the industrial park. Do we just put it in an account to pay off the bond, or are we better off just using TIF funds which they are now, to cover that? So, same to be said for any of these.
Right. And it is a relatively low interest rate we're paying on most of these.
Yeah, and
when you agree
as
to
a
those
municipality,
terms.
we're getting,
Yep.
they haven't been phenomenal right now, but I'm guessing if you went to buy a house at that rate, you'd be very happy.
Yep.
Yeah, people don't know. Municipalities get access to lower interest rates than people because, well, government's one of the most, you're confident that we'll pay you back.
Mostly confident, and we go out to the bond market and sell our bonds, so we don't use the bond bank. Like a smaller municipality will. There's a cost with that, but it's cheaper in the long run for us to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the 1.72% interest rate of the 2020 Narragansett school bond.
Right. Yeah, for a while, we had ridiculous.
Yeah,
interest rates.
1.72. At this point, they're paying us to have the loan. Yeah.
Don't know if that's.
Boy,
That would be nice. That would be nice.
Inflation, that's an incredible interest rate.
Page 85, property liability insurance, public liability insurance.
Sorry, we skipped over just county tax.
I'm sorry?
We skipped over county tax in 84.
Yeah, they throw that in there. Something I could do about it.
And I would like to see it year over year, because it seems like the first couple years I was on the council, it seemed like very minimal, but now it feels like it's making some larger jumps. And I know the county has their own costs, but it would be good to see year over year.
And for the public, there's a budget advisory committee for the county, which I think Councilor Pratt used to sit on and be very incredibly frustrated by, because it's an advisory committee, but we essentially get the bill in the mail for that. There's a little bit of not a premium, but they changed from a calendar year to a fiscal year a couple years ago, and to make up that difference, the municipalities at the time had the option to spread it out over 5 years or pay it all that year. We spread it out over 5 years, and there wasn't an additional cost. It was just, how do you want to pay that bill? So a little of that is built into that, but the percentage increase is basically what their budget their assessment went up. That is based on valuation, population, I believe. I think those are the two factors. So that could change. Even if their budget was flat, our assessment may change from year to year, our essentially our tax bill. So page 85 is insurance. This is one I'm probably going to put out to bid this year or next year again, just to keep MMA honest and see what other options are out there. 86 is the more the employee benefits. And as I think I previously mentioned, this year not every year, well, health insurance is expensive. This year we did take a hit. We do a health reimbursement account, so we pay like a lot of municipalities do now, we have for a while. We pay for a higher deductible plan, saving money there, and then reimburse the employee for the out-of-pocket expenditures, which most employees do not use throughout the year. So in turn, we save a fair amount of money. We have a contingency for that. We've actually been pretty consistent in doing fairly well with that, but it varies by year on how many employees are sick, if they have kids, whatever the case is. We are covering the unemployment, or excuse me, the main paid leave, and you can see that line item there. The compensation adjustments, that includes, and I'm not going to say what the number is because we're in negotiations, but that includes PD compensations, union contract negotiations, which we should have refined soon, as well as that number that I mentioned for townwide market adjustments. Seems like a lot of money. It does not go far for our non-union employees. And the last time we did that was, I'm going off of memory. It might have been 2019 or 2021. It was sometime around there where we did a similar amount, and we did a salary analysis of all the neighboring municipalities plus ones that we compete with, and we said, okay, how far out of whack are our public works employees? Okay, they're good. I just said that, doesn't mean they are, but our clerk's office needs to be adjusted for the market rate or whatever that case is.
How about the retirement account?
So I'm glad you mentioned that, asked that question, because I wouldn't want to slip by me in the 4 or 5 hour marathon. It's been requested several times from some counselors. So you have retirement and so there's a general increase just due to salary increases in there. If we budget the contribution, even if an employee doesn't take it, but what they could take throughout the year, if they participate in the retirement plan, that also includes our pension main PERS participants, which is the fire department and the police department. But the counselors that have asked us to look at main PERS for all municipal employees. That's about I'm going off memory, $75,000 of that? Sharon's going to check. I think it's about $75,000 for half a year. And essentially what that would do is we're one of the few municipalities in our region of our size that does not offer main PERS, a pension plan, as an option for non-union employees. We currently will match up to 7.5%. The current employer match for the pension plan is 10.1%. So that would be to bridge the difference. Does not mean that all the employees would utilize it or take advantage of it. And if that has to be approved by the council at a later date, you as the council have to authorize that. We did that when the fire department went back in a couple years ago. But with the number that you have in front of you includes that half a year, because it would start on January 1 if you opted to go in.
So I lost.
I know, sorry.
I lost you there somewhere.
I threw a lot out there.
So are we pre-funding retirement, or is this actually retirements for people out the door?
So this is our retirement contributions for all existing employees.
Okay, so we're, MPERS or somebody's out there saying you need this much money to pay retirement.
It's a percentage based on the salaries. So we will match up to 7.5% for non-union into ICMA. Used to be ICMA, it's called Mission Square now. So a 457B plan. Or it is the contributions on the town side for the union pension plans. So what we contribute to the various plans for the public safety. Right now, the only pension plans in the town are fire and police.
Okay, got it, thank you.
But I had been requested to look at the pension plans for all employees as an option, and there is an increase in there to accommodate that. The only danger with a pension plan, and I think why the town was nervous, well, the town got out of it to save money years ago, like 30 years ago or something. If the plan at Maine PERS is not 100% funded, if the town goes to get out of it, we're on the hook for the difference for the employee. Most towns don't go to get out of it, but that's just a worry that you could have. They gave us data, and we could share it with the council on, they are on track to be 100% funded with their liability for the plan. I think why it was brought up to me, I agree with it, is we don't offer it, and we're the anomaly. We're one of the few towns in our weight class that doesn't offer it.
Even outside of our weight class, every single surrounding town around us, even the smaller ones, offer it.
Not totally north of us, like the small towns, the Lakes region. I know a lot of them. Some of them do, most of them don't. But yeah, our neighboring towns all offer it.
Yeah. And if you work for a municipality where you are getting a pension and you want to work for another municipality, would you work for one where you can continue to get more pension or not? Like, to me, I think it's a recruitment thing of getting experienced employees.
We have we've had people decline offers when they realize because they can't roll over their retirement here. But it's in the budget. It's not a huge lift. I mean, it's not a substantial amount of money, but it's not break the town kind of money. But still, the council has to vote to go into that. So that'll be a bigger conversation if the council leaves it in there, and if you want to continue that, moving in that direction. But like any organization, employee benefits and cost of the employees is our driving costs on capital items. Any questions on any of these? I do yell at the department managers all the time about workers' comp claims at our safety meetings, and then, but usually our claims are, they are a lot of things that I don't think are necessarily avoidable. Some are, but a lot of them are, public safety, trips and falls, things that I think any organization would have. 87, I do want to point out, because I mentioned it earlier, so this is where you have the Conservation Commission, MMA, North Quorum Library, Metro, which is covered, that's a Husky line covered by TIF funds, and PAX has always been in there, but we didn't have its own line item, and we should. So GPCOG. I have no ill will against GPCOG except the price tag. So there are other planning options, Southern Maine Regional Planning, that we could be a member of for 1/4 the cost of what GPCOG charges us. And what I would like, this is not the hill I'm going to die on, but it's, I think that might even be last year's price, but it's over 40 grand a year to be a member. A lot of what we participate in, not all of it, but a lot of it is open to anybody anyway for free.
You might just have to pay a few bucks to register.
Correct. So my question to the council is what we are using of them, is it worth $40,000 a year? And would a membership in Southern Maine Regional Planning for 10 grand a year, and we're working on that, but we think that's like what Biddeford pays, so it'll be less than that. Is that more economical, and is that funding better spent on other things? Whereas like a GP NIMBA, it's an option, it's not in the budget, but we could pay them $30,000, $40,000 a year, and they could put somebody on staff full-time just to trim bike trails. So again, just putting into perspective, I wanted, maybe not this afternoon, but I wanted the council to think about that. Because like I sit on one committee on GPCOG, not PACS. We could be a member of PACS for basically nothing. This $10,000, $11,000 is related to the design component of PACS. But the committee I sit on, I could attend as a member of the public and probably have the same level of contribution and not have to pay 40 grand a year for it. So just something to think about.
I suspect they'll be at our council meeting. On other towns that have looked at cutting it from their budget.
I don't think that's a bad thing either. If we're paying a lot of money and not getting a lot of attention, maybe give us a little attention. And I'm not saying we don't get any attention, but you all know that the core coastal and Portland communities, and I get it, they get more attention. And worst case scenario, the council decides to keep it in there and we get a little bit more attention, or you keep it out and we still go to their events. So that's why we had a lengthy debate internally about how to approach this, but I wanted to bring light to it. But yes, this is what happens. They'll show up and again, no ill will, it's just a lot of money. Is there anything else? So other town services, a variety of things, some of which is offset by TIF funds, if it's related to the village or, so page 91. Part-time meal site, that's through rec. Town clock maintenance, it's been $1,000 forever, and kudos to that company for keeping that $1,000 for 10 years. I love it. But they maintain the town clock up on the church. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was before my time, but I'm told it was a big to-do when that went down. Holiday lights, a lot of that is a third-party company. It is not cheap. We do utilize TIF funds for that, but I just want the council to be aware of that. We've had conversations of, is it cheaper to do it in-house? We don't know if we would do as good of a job and as efficient job as that company, but just something to think about and maybe moving forward. We have a lot of expenses in and around the village, flags, Lions Club for hanging flags, New Year's Gorham did request more money this year. I kept it the same. It was $10,000 they requested. Just something for the council to think about. The CapEx grants, so the business grants, we call them CapEx, right, Tom? That's been very, very well received in the business community. Competitive grants for improvements in villages or in businesses. Senior property tax rebate program has been heavily utilized. We do keep a contingency for that in case it runs over. That's why we're not budgeting more this year. And
Quick line item on the capital grants. We budgeted 35, 2026 actual is 12.5. Is there more to be granted, or is that all we got this year?
I think we did all of it, didn't we? No, that's all we got this year? Yeah, there's another round. Okay. And that's a reimbursement, right? Yeah, so they have to do it and then we reimburse.
So there'll be another round in this fiscal year?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. But obviously, if we saw that it weren't being used, I think consistently, we could trim it down, definitely. GVA's allotments, they did request more. I did put that in there. We have a lot of engagement with GVA. Just jumping back to the senior rebate program, I think that's something we can get the word out on better. We try in a lot of the senior circles to spread that, but I think not everyone's in a senior circle in some of these facilities. GP NIMBA, I think that's a lot of bang for our buck as far as trail maintenance, things like that. That probably equates to, over $100,000, that 11,000 contribution. Mm-hmm. I did eliminate the nonprofit child care grant program. And the council has always had a contingency of 37.5 kind of as a discretionary account to fund something that might come up throughout the year that's not planned for. Any questions on any of those? Okay.
Anybody? No? Great. All right.
We skimmed through the capital, some of the capital equipment, I think, before. You have the fire truck in there that's replacing the 2016, Chief, is that right? 2016 engine, which would be moved to another station. We are optimistic. Some of the manufacturers are a lot better than they used to be now, where they have trucks in production that they're selling. We're going to look at that, and hopefully we don't have to order a truck, which if you order one takes like 2 years. We have the Gorham Village Master Plan. That's out of TIF funding as well. Actually, everything in here is TIF funds. That would be the last master plan before the comp plan to be completed. Any questions on any of those?
Just the comp plan, how does that go? I mean, have we started that? Have we hired anybody, or when would we expect a new comp plan to be available?
Well, we don't have any money allocated yet, so they're not cheap. I can't remember the number that.
It's the second item not funded in capital part 2.
Oh, okay.
Part of the reason the reason we do all these studies and plans ahead of time is so that you don't have to do them during the comp plan. They feed into the comp plan. So it's less work for the people doing the comp plan, it's less of an expense, and it's more specialized. The Village Master Plan was the last plan that we needed to update, and Tom probably would, depend, I don't know what Tom's opinion on it would be, but probably next year we'll allocate the funding for that comprehensive plan. That'll be at least an 18-month process, Tom? Yeah. So if it was allocated next year, you're looking at probably 2028, 2029 before completion of the comp plan. And then, so that's just the comp plan, then you have to roll out the zoning changes after the comp plan. I did eliminate, because we hadn't used it in a couple of years, and the grants that we've been getting haven't been like the AFG grants and stuff where you need a match out of local departments, assistance to firefighters grants. So I did eliminate the grant matching allocation that we had set aside. We just hadn't been using it.
Was that the bonus for departments? Not bonus, but I know you had a policy in place where if they got grants, there was a.
I didn't want it, so the fire department again, the AFG program's gone down the toilet at the federal government, but it was not uncommon that we get a couple $100,000 in grants for the fire department, but there's a 5 or 10% match. I didn't want it to be a detriment to I wanted to encourage them to apply for them if we needed the stuff, but then not penalize them in their operating budget for that match.
Got it, so that's what that was for.
Yeah, we just haven't been getting that type of grant in the last couple of years, and I didn't see any need to keep that funding there.
Yeah, got it.
You touched on page 94, the capital projects, Roby Park. I did put in TIP funding at the request of several departments for the children's bike track. And remind me, Tom, is that at Roby Park? Yeah. So they're in the master plan, there's like a small children's bike path area that would cover the installation of that, and maybe even this summer or fall. Hopefully not have that thing torn up. But it's not a very big area, but it's like you take your kid to the playground, they bring their little bike and do their thing.
That would strike me as one where we might be able to get a private donation to help with that one. Maybe we could just hold off on that one until.
Maybe already. Am I making that up?
Yeah. That feels like one of those ones where we could wait. We could wait on it and try to raise some money for it. We don't need. It'd be cool to have, but I just feel like we're in a season, a budget cycle here where we're trying to.
So that won't
find what we
impact
can.
the mill rate at all?
Yeah,
It's just TIF
it's
funds.
TIF.
But even if you don't want to allocate the funding, we could wait on that. That's a nice to have, not a necessity.
I think let's get the first part of it done first. I'm not opposed to it necessarily, but
Or if the
plenty of
council
places.
wanted to allocate it, we could wait on it to see if we could get matching funds to it. However you want to handle it.
Yeah.
It's fine.
So just point of clarification, is that different Or it just happens to match the same amount that's number 1 on page 100 that's not funded,
Oh, yeah.
the $11,800?
Could be a typo.
Were they moved, or is it 2 different requests?
No, it's a typo. I added that. I did fund it and then left it on there.
And I'm certainly all about making more making the whole Gorham Village safer for biking generally, but I think that's more just kind of like a little like fun bike area off in the park, which is great and all. I'd rather see us be able to make it safer for biking all over the place. But it's something that I think we should aspire to get that done. But it's just, if we can raise some private funds to do it, that'd be awesome. I bet we could.
Just because I have all of you and I'm not asking you to vote, and I can make changes between now and when you vote on this. Okay if it disappears and then try to get some fundraising, or do you want me to leave it in, or?
Yeah, I would say not make it disappear. Just be like, let's just put it on the back burner. Yeah.
Leave it unfunded.
Yeah, leave it unfunded for now, but if we find some
I
funding,
think
let's do it.
Hanford would be great to donate money for that.
Yeah, there you go.
Big sign in front of that.
Yeah.
It just again, at a higher level, the less modification on the fly at the vote meeting makes our lives a hell of a lot easier. So if I can read out some of that, and I understand that you may want to tweak things, I get that, but
Yeah.
okay.
Sure, yeah.
We'll figure it out later.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to just power through capital part 2? What would you like to do here? And I want to be.
I need to run it.
I told Councilor Hamlin, I was like, yeah, we never go past 2. It's not going to be a problem.
I guess somebody waiting.
My only one, I just looking at the capital too, like 23, the administrative vehicle, 45,000 for that. I mean, like that's another. It's kind of like a nice to have, but like, do we really need it this year? Can it wait till next year? Or like, I'm all for like let's start generating more tax revenue to like pay for more of the stuff that we want. But like, let's just be as much as we can save. Let's try to.
Again, so the project aside, that is not going to affect your mill rate, and that according to policy needs to be allocated to capital. So if a capital part 2 project is cut, it remains in capital part 2 for a capital project. So it doesn't affect your mill rate or what you have to bring in taxes.
Okay.
So if you were like, I don't think that we should do any specific project like X, I would say throw it into the road budget for pavement, which I know you may not love, but you know what I mean. So it's allocated towards capital regardless, and nothing in capital part 2 affects the mill rate. The administrative vehicle, again, we have a fleet of electric vehicles. We do not have a ton of gas vehicles. And the electric vehicles are great, but they do have their limitations, as I'm sure electric vehicles owners here can appreciate. Is there any other questions, or?
So are these aren't set in stone? You're saying capital part 2, if something goes a little over, you can take it out of something else?
No. Well,
Exactly this amount of money?
it's supposed to be that exact amount of money. Roads we treat differently because when money is funded to roads, it's funded to roads. But like a vehicle, let me just pick on like number 2, 10-wheel dump truck for Public Works. The number should not exceed 320. If it needed to exceed 320, it doesn't come out of capital part 2. Somewhere in the Public Works budget, they have to eat the plow gear or something. I think that would cover that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, thank you.
I think these are all very, very reasonable asks and have been limited to the best of your ability.
One, not a ton affect the school department, but number 12, the AED replacements would include AEDs within the school department, and I think it makes sense from the fire department's perspective to have them all be the same device and works with our system, so. There's some in here, like the police station fire suppression system has to be done. The system has failed its test, and unless you want me and Kevin doing the work ourselves, which you probably don't, I would try it. That has to be done for the system to be in compliance.
Yeah, my only other thought on the, the 737,000 for road work, like, if there's some way we can trim that number down by doing more in the TIF district, that might just be another thought to kind of try to balance out the mill rate impacts.
So, but again, nothing on pages 96, 97, 98, or 99 impact the mill rate at all. If you use that money to buy down the mill rate, I have to make up the difference next year.
Okay.
And it would be counter to your own policy on capital part 2.
So just to clarify what you're saying for anybody who's watching who may be confused by this sort of line of questioning, and that basically there's 2.363 and some change $1 million available. This is how you've allocated it. It does not matter if we cut something, it does not affect the mill rate from these pages. We could choose to remove something and suggest adding something in.
Absolutely.
Or
Yeah.
if we said, we don't believe you should spend, I'm gonna just pick one, the first one at random, $320,000 on a 10-wheel dump truck. Instead, we could spend $1 million on roads, right?
Correct.
That's
correct.
That's
or
the
propose
wiggle
a
room.
different project or something that wasn't funded or whatever the council wants.
This is just a one-time capital expense on all of these.
The reason your policy doesn't allow for it, and the reason we should not do it to use undesignated fund balances towards buying the mill rate down, is that's a one-time deal, and then you have to make it up the following year.
Yeah.
A lot of smaller communities will do that, and it helps you one year, but then you just pay more for it the following year.
Okay. Would it make sense then why wouldn't we use that money for the children's bike track and bike improvements then? I mean, it's $11,800.
You could. Where I had it proposed coming out of was the TIF districts, which have they're heavily utilized, but there's way more of a buffer in the TIF districts. It's right in the middle of the village. It is a very TIF eligible expenditure.
Okay, cool. So we can try to get.
But it doesn't mean you have to fund that project. But that's why we a 10-wheel dump truck. I might be able to cut a percentage of that out of the TIF district, but now we're really splitting hairs. The same for some of these items. So if any of these 100% like refurbishment of the trackless machine is in there, the fire truck, they pass the straight face test for TIF funds. That's why we recommended it out of the TIF fund balance or the TIF districts, and then it frees up capital part 2 funding for other projects that may not be eligible.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. But sorry, not to belabor it with the bike track thing. I mean, it'd be cool to have eventually, so I don't think we need to put like a specific, you have to raise X amount of private donation, but if we can at least try to get some private donation before we spend the money, that would make sense.
What I plan to do, I scribbled it down. I was just going to pull it out for your next draft. It's not going to be taken out of TIF, and it'll be that much encouragement for that project to be funded with local donations.
Yeah.
Are there any standing questions?
Sorry, I can't help myself. So procedurally, this is very different from what the school does because you have department managers, but you don't have like a district leadership team. So in the school department budget where they talk about benefits, even if they really want something, it's like total school related. You said that this capital part 2 budget you put together, like you have the say and just you, so it's not like anyone, you don't sit people in a room and say, well, do you think that this?
Oh, no, we do that too.
Oh, you do that.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I make the tough decision and try to stand by it, and they get angry with me, but But they come in, department managers come in and go through their whole budget.
But not all together in a group. Like, they wouldn't sit down and say that I think this would be better for Gorham than this, or I'm willing
No.
to give up this because that's so important.
And the reason I don't do that is we are providing so many different types of services. The school department's focused on one mission, education. How can I ask the library to come in and compete with the fire department on staffing? Every time the argument would be the library staff provide a phenomenal service, but when you're talking about saving somebody's life, the firefighter's going to beat that every time.
Yeah.
So it's well, but it's just the reality of it. And I think if we were all providing public safety services and that was our only focus, that model would work. But we're just, Public Works is totally different than the fire department, than recreation,
And I understand,
yeah.
I just want to make that clear to
Yeah.
people that it's very different.
Yeah, and there's department managers come in after I give them, so they get a draft before you do. And I've had a couple run down even this year, and I was like, hey, please, that's not what I wanted, and here's my case. And we tweak it and say, okay, or yay or nay, or you guys have a reserve account like the police cruisers. We get a little bit of money every year, and it's been building up. Can you live with me cutting into that reserve account? And they're like, well, if I have to, I want the vehicle. And that's where we make the change, so. But yeah, I can't emphasize enough, Capital Part 2 does not impact the mill rate. It needs to be used for capital projects of some sort.
Anything left? All right. This isn't a workshop, so we don't vote to adjourn. We're just done. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all, town
Thanks,
staff, for being
everybody.
here.